Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. broth, la combinación de la cebollita guisada con la cruda. Uy, buenísimo, buenísimo. ¿Quién me va a contar cómo se hace la barbacoa?
Bueno, la preparación de los ingredientes, eso sí, nada más lo hacen los...
Es secreto.
Ajá.
Va a tener que venir la gente. You guys have to come and eat here, ¿ok? Gracias, José Luis.
Qué bueno que te gustaron.
Riquísimo. Con razón tienen tan buena fama. Now we're gonna make some vegetarian tacos, and these are mushroom tacos that we're gonna top and cook with a tomato and chile de árbol salsita. I have 1.5 pounds of tomatoes, 2 garlic cloves with the skin on, a quarter of a white onion, and you know what? I'm gonna cut this quarter of a white onion into 4 pieces so that I get more char in my onion all over, so smaller pieces. I'm gonna put this under the broiler, and it's gonna be anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes. We want the skins to really char and roast and the ingredient to really transform. While my ingredients are charring or toasting for the salsita, I'm gonna get started with my mushroom filling. I have here a large casserole, and I'm gonna add a couple tablespoons of safflower oil. I love different kinds of mushrooms. These are maitake, and they are feathery, they are earthy, they're peppery, they're so delicate. They're kind of velvety too. And we're just gonna slice them. And we have also shiitake. Shiitake are more meaty. And for the shiitake, I'm gonna remove the stem, but we are not gonna waste the stem because you really wanna make the most of the ingredients and you don't wanna waste. So I'm not gonna use it for the taco because it's a little bit tough, but I'm saving all the stems to make a vegetable stock. When you char or roast or broil your ingredients, you wanna flip them every 3 to 4 minutes just to check that they are charring and roasting beautifully but not burning. These are cremini. I also know them as baby bella. I was shocked to learn that here in the US, about 1 pound of food per person is wasted every single day. That makes it to 103 million tons of wasted food a year. Can you imagine the impact that has for our planet? So we can do our part in our kitchens every day. I'm gonna use 3 cloves of garlic. So I'm just chopping the garlic. I'm going to remove the thyme leaves from the stems. These are looking perfect. The skin completely charred. This is gonna give it such a smoky, out in the country flavor. So I'm adding these in here, in my blender, in my onion. And then we have the cloves of garlic that we have to peel. And I'm adding chiles de árbol. These are spicy and big, so I'm adding 3 teaspoons of salt. I have my heat at medium-high, and I'm gonna add my 3 cloves of garlic along with the thyme. When the garlic starts smelling fragrant and it starts changing in color, which is like right now, I'm gonna add my pound of mushrooms. If you don't have mushrooms at home, you can use this base recipe for whatever else you may have in your fridge. You can use zucchini, corn, potatoes, chayote squash, any kind of squash. Just shop your fridge. And I'm adding a little bit of salt and pepper. And as they start releasing their juices, I'm gonna puree my salsita. Not until completely smooth. We want it a little chunky. A little more. Just like so. This is another great idea for how to use everything that you may have in your refrigerator. You can use leftover salsa to season other things. So for example, I'm gonna add some of the salsita right here with the mushrooms, like 3 tablespoons of the salsa. Then I want the mushrooms to cook with that salsita. I'm gonna add a splash of sherry vinegar, which would be about a tablespoon. It's gonna add a little bit of a tang and depth of flavor. So I'm gonna chop some cilantro to top my taquitos, and I'm using the leaves and the stems because we wanna maximize our ingredients at every turn. So I am going to warm up a corn tortilla now. Just like the flour tortilla, you know your tortilla is thoroughly heated from the outside and from within when it puffs a little. So that way, when you make the taco, you're gonna have a satisfying experience because the tortilla is not going to break. The mushrooms, more of that salsita, and we're using that salsa de guac. It smells so different from that shrimp taco. I'm just showing you how beautiful it looks because that's how beautiful, delicate, and delightful it tastes. A really, really one-of-a-kind taco. You've probably tried ceviche, but this is probably one of the most unusual ceviches you will have ever tried, but it is one of the most delicious. It is the typical ceviche of Puerto Vallarta. I have 1 pound of fresh halibut. You could use halibut, you could use snapper, any fish that is mild, and I'm cutting it into chunks, no skin, no bones. And then I have 3 medium carrots that I already peeled. I'm just coarsely chopping them just to make it easy for my food processor. You don't want to add the fish first because if not, you're going to end up with a fish puree with big chunks of carrot, and you want an even grind in here. Now that you have the carrots just coarsely chopped, I'm gonna add the fish. So now I'm gonna pulse, but I'm gonna pulse carefully because now I have my delicate raw fish. That is perfect. So see, it's not super finely ground. And now add all of this mixture in the bowl. And now I'm gonna cover it with 1 very generous cup of freshly squeezed lime juice. This lime juice will not only flavor the mixture, but it will also cold cook it. A generous teaspoon of salt and 1/4 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper and a teaspoon of oregano. The oregano is so important in this ceviche. And then I'm just going to mix it, and the lime juice should be everywhere in this mixture. We're gonna let this marinate at room temperature for half an hour. If you wanna marinate it more, cover it and put it in the fridge. I wanna show you how to make some delicious corn tostadas. I learned how to do this in Sonora. They brush corn tortillas with water, and then they sprinkle them with salt on both sides. And then you just put it on top of your grill or your preheated comal, and the tortillas will toast and become a tostada with the salt stuck to it. So it's like flavored chips, like a flavored tostada. And you just have to have your comal over medium low heat, and you just, whatever you're doing in your kitchen, when you see that they start to toast and they smell toasty, you flip them to the other side. It's like 5 minutes per side. I'm going to drain my ceviche. So it marinated, it soaked all of the flavor from the lime juice, but now this is not a juicy ceviche, no. Dry ceviche. See, you think you had all the juice, but you didn't. And you can see how it cooked. The texture transformed and the color completely changed. So to these, I'm adding 1/4 cup of finely chopped white onion. Then I'm adding 1 jalapeno, finely chopped. But now I really want to add a serrano too. That's it for these. A little bit more oregano. This Puerto Vallarta ceviche really loves oregano. This is your beachside meal in Puerto Vallarta. But you can have it home too. It is just as good as any of the ceviche stands there. It is just as good as the one you get at the beach. And it is just as good as it should be for you to make at home. So you have amazing tacos. Always need a tostada recipe in there too.
There's nothing better than a juicy piece of meat, cooked, sliced, and then served around a table full of friends with some good wine as well. So that's what we'll do. Stay with me.
A tavola a mangiare.
Today we're making veggie patties with green salad, London broil with sun-dried tomato marinade, and a corn and walnut cake. Polpette di verdure. You know, I was looking hard for an English rendition as beautiful as that, and all I could come up with was vegetable patties. But regardless of the name, they are delicious. Patties made out of all of these vegetables. Let's begin with the potatoes. Let's rice some potatoes. You best rice potatoes when they're nice and warm. You know, potatoes, if you mix them too much, they get very glutinous and very sticky. So you don't want to do that. This leaves them nice and airy. And it's great. Kids love to do this. I used to do this all the time when I was a little girl, especially when we made gnocchi. So this is done. We'll...
People will put you into boxes in life.
True inclusivity is feeling understood. Sport is such a powerful force of bringing people together.
But is it inclusive? No.
Run to the Future is such an amazing idea. A fully, truly inclusive race. It's almost like ripping up sport and starting again. A
little bit of chopped scallion. breadcrumbs, salt, grated cheese. That makes everything good. And the cheese also, you know, is a binder. And let me shred some basil. What other vegetables? You can put shredded carrots in there. You can put parsley. And now I need to make the patties. Let's go right in there. And you can see how these are great just with a salad, like I will serve it. Also great as snacks, great as side dish. You put a big platter of these, they'll disappear in no time. So I will make the patties. You can make them into a meatball, but if you make the patties, they fry better and you don't have to fry them as long. This is a great job for the whole family. Get them involved, get the kids involved. There's a great feeling about touching food. It's comforting, and you write to me all the time on my emails. Say, Lydia, we love the way you touch your food. So you do it at home. So here I made about half the batch. I'll get somebody else to help me out. I need Grandma's helper here. So it's good, you know. The faster you get them done, the easier it is. A nice white pan. I like olive oil. I think you can mix olive oil and vegetable oil. Could you mix olive oil and butter? You could. Butter has a lower temperature, and you'd have to cook it a little longer. Okay. When you put things to fry like that, leave it. Don't move it right away around. Let it form that crust. That's when things break up. You're panicky. You're moving it. Relax, let it form its crust, and then we'll flip them over. This is a slatted fish spatula, but I love it for all fried things. Pressure it down so it gets a little bit more heat. You get a little bit more crusty surface. Patience. Patience in the kitchen is very important. I'm going to wait for these to fry, finish making another batch, and since no helper came, I'm going to have to get back into it. And we'll finish frying them, and then I'll show you how to enjoy them. Italian cooking at its base is using the best ingredients you can find in the season, using as few ingredients that you would need for a delicious dish, and elaborating as little as possible. It's about cooking well and then dressing the food well when it's at the table. Once in something, especially fresh mint, it really takes over. So not too much. Okay. We need to really fold in this nicely, kind of blend it all together. Just like that. I'm gonna taste. Good. Whenever you bake anything in the oven, you need to line the vessel. Usually a fat like butter, margarine, even oil will do. A brush does the job because it goes in all the nooks and crannies. And once you have a nice layer of fat, coating it with some breadcrumbs, you can put chopped nuts, you can put cornmeal, you can put all kinds of crumbly things that will stick to the butter now and then stick to whatever you put into to bake, form a little crust. So what you want is that you want to roll the bread around until you get it to cover and stick to all the butter that you put in. So very simple. We'll put this right in there. So this is one of those great baked goodies. It has a little sugar, but it really is savory. And it makes a great antipasto. Just set it in lightly. Doesn't have to be perfect because as it bakes, it will settle into the form. Finish off with a little bit of breadcrumbs on top, just like that. A dab of butter here and there. You know, the breadcrumbs are dry. So you get the oven to 350 degrees, about 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes, it will be baked. So that nice and relaxed meal I was talking to you about, I cooked it and I'm gonna share it with Grandma. Hi, Grandma.
Hi.
Okay, this is Grandma. Grandma Arminia, you all know her. She's my mother. My mother has been very instrumental in who I am, certainly, and developing this passion in me. In her 40s, her and my father took myself and my brother, and as immigrants brought us to the States, not speaking a word of English, not having anybody here to receive them. It takes a lot of guts, and it builds a lot of strength. Until this day, she is an instrumental part of every single moment of my success, of my children's success, and we all know it, and we all love her for it. So, Grandma, are you hungry?
I'm always find a little room for something sweet.
This is between sweet and savory, but it's made with something that you really love.
Or ricotta?
This is ricotta.
Ah, that's what I like.
And this is a nice little appetizer.
That's beautiful.
Grandma, ricotta. What do you remember about ricotta?
That's beautiful.
Tell me a little bit about ricotta, because I know you love it, and I know your mother, my grandmother Rosa, used to make her own ricotta.
Yeah, we have a couple of cows. With the milk, we make ricotta too.
Red cabbage. What can you tell me about red cabbage?
This is mine, and this is yours.
She gets me every time. I was kind enough to bake it for you, prepare it, share it. I put a nice glass of wine. I know you like your rosé wine. You don't like too much
Listen,
red wine.
how many times I did for you? Now you give me back.
Oh, gladly. Gladly, Grandma.
Great. Do you want me to taste first this and then that?
Whatever you like. You have the first.
I'm dying to.
I know you. Go ahead. Go where you want to go.
1, 2, 3, goes.
I'm gonna get a little piece.
Very good.
Buono. How about it together with the cabbage salad?
What you put it in? What is this dark inside? This.
Taste it. A little bit of mint.
You're right.
I know I'm right.
Very good.
This time I'm right.
Very good.
What would you add to this dish? Would you add anything to it? Bacon, a little prosciutto could go nice in it. Could I do that next time? Bacon, prosciutto,
But you
little
think you
scallions?
that's it. That's it.
You like scallions?
Good girl.
Okay. You want to do a little chin-chin?
You want to get me drunk?
No, no.
Alla salute.
Chin-chin, alla nostra salute.
Ed è quella che ci guarda.
That's very nice.
Viva.
To our health and the one that takes care of us.
Buonissimo.
Cornish hen is a smaller chicken. In Italian, we call them galletto. It's a small bird. It's usually in the spring, and it is a prized little chicken. So I'm going to butterfly them because they're so small, and then sear them off. How to butterfly a chicken? It's really simple. Of course, your butcher can do it, but how can you do it at home? A nice chicken, clean out the inside. This is all the giblets. You want to save them for soup. Let's clean up the fat. This goes in the garbage. Let's cut out the tip of the wing. Just put it down. All right. Turn the chicken on its back. Get some meat, scissors, and you just cut down on the side of the backbone of the chicken. Nice and easy. And you go all the way down to the neck. Pressure it open. Crack the bone, crack the breast.
gaming and caning the broadband? Wi-Fi 7 on EE makes every device work better, even yours. Upgrade to Wi-Fi 7 and we'll sort the switch for you.
If you need urgent medical help, use 111 to get assessed and directed to the help you need. Call, go online, or use the NHS app.
Needles. Now pepperoncino. This little cherry peppers. This is a not so little, it's a big one. But I love them, really. They deliver a lot of punch, acidity to whatever you do. And here I have got some of the smaller ones. This will be all part of the marinade. Here is the juice of cleaning them, and I have some seeds in there. Now, the seeds, if you put them in, they'll deliver even more punch. So I'm gonna put just part of the seeds. Garlic, certainly plenty of garlic. And oil. Okay. So this is the marinade. We need to salt the Cornish hens. Turn them on both sides. Okay. If you let them marinate 24 hours, you really get the wallop of the flavor. So let's put the chickens in. I guess 2 in each bag, just like that. Rest this here. Let's put 2 spoonfuls in here, one side on the other side. One side on the other side. Okay. Seal them good. So then you give it a little toss around, so that the marinade goes all over. And you put it in the refrigerator and let it marinate for 24 hours.
You know, we was very poor, and we have what the land give it to us, we used to. If we take a chicken, we use everything from the chicken. We don't waste nothing. Maybe for 2-3 days we make a soup, we make a sauce, we make a roast, we make everything what we need. We put not so much meat, more vegetable than meat, because the meat was very expensive for us. I can use everything.
So this is the Cornish hens that have been marinated. I'm gonna sear them off in a hot cast iron skillet. Smells good. 2. Now all of this we're gonna use in the roasting. So this all goes into the roasting pan. We're not finished with this. So I really don't want to cook it in the skillets. I just want to get it a nice caramelized skin, just like that. So get everything off, put it skin down, right in the pan. Okay, nice color. That looks good. And we'll lay them here. Let me add some wine because they have to cook. Let me put some salt. Maybe a little bit more wine because they have to cook thoroughly. But I really don't want them to be saucy. I want them to have a little bit of sauce at the end, but I want them to be nice and crispy because they're young, they're tender. Just kind of caramel color. It's difficult to get it in a roasting pan because it can over dry. So giving it the color before really ensures that it is good, it tastes good, and it looks good. Just a little bit of oil here. That's it. So yeah, we did the underneath, looks good. Let's begin to set them in the pan. This one looks good. Okay, that's good. I'm moving them around here because I want them to have plenty of space around them. Okay. Now, that's a nice color. All set. You have a preheated 425-degree oven, and about a half an hour to 40 minutes, they'll be delicious, crisp, a little zesty, spicy, with a little bit of sauce underneath, and we'll have a good time. So I'm looking at the oven. You know, common sense in the kitchen. The oven is a perfect example. So heat comes in the oven, usually comes from the bottom. It circulates, you have the pan. If you put in the middle, like this, that means that you get heat from all over even, and it bakes well. If I want top heat, I want nice crispy top, I'm gonna move them up because the heat comes around and on the top it hits whatever you put there. Let's say that they're too juicy on the bottom. You're doing a roast or something and it's too liquidy. I'm gonna take the whole thing and put it right on the base here. So you get the heat from the bottom. It's gonna cook the sauce, sort of evaporate even more so you get the sauce denser. So, you know, you play with these places in the oven. All these shelves are there for a reason. You know, just move them around and make it happen for you. As a side order to those delicious Cornish hens, a little bit of beer baked potatoes. That sounds good. Grandma will love it. Some clean russet potatoes, little pancetta cut in little pieces. We're gonna make it into a paste. That's it. We're gonna roll our potatoes all into this paste and then put them in the oven with some beer. Sometimes the pancetta, it's difficult, so I just add a little bit of oil. Okay. It's good. Good, good, good. Let's toss the potatoes with the pancetta paste, just like that. A little bit of salt. Some onions, sliced nice and chunky so that they cook, but they don't become mush. You put that on the bottom, just a little bit of oil, a little bit of salt, and that's it. Let me spread around the pancetta, make it nestle evenly in there so they all cook evenly. And now, a little bit of cream, about a cup of cream, cup of beer, a light beer, and this is ready to go in the oven. And I want to get it quickly in the oven with the Cornish hen because it takes about 45 minutes, like the Cornish hen, covered like this, and then about 20 minutes before you uncover so it gets a nice crust, and we'll have a leisurely dinner with Grandma.
Lydia started to cook when she was 4 or 5. And she used to go outside. She used to pick an old can from the tomatoes and pick all the little stones in the field and a little stick, and she put a little water and she was picking the grass. And I asked her what she is doing. She told me, I cook the pasta fazola for my little doll. She was cooking every day for her doll, different meal. In her blood, yeah.
Wow, the hens look definitely done. We're ready to eat. Look at it. It's just beautiful. The aromas are wonderful. Look at the skin, just the way I want it. The pepperoncini, the sauce. It even smells a little spicy. And that's the way I like it. So let's get into it. And you know, you can just serve one to each person, but I think cutting it just like that is a great idea. Put it on a plate. I like that. And a little sauce. You want poco di salsa. Mmm. And of course, we can't forget the potatoes. Just like that. Oh, the aromas are just so tempting. And a little rosemary, just like that. By gosh, I think we've got it. Grandma is gonna go for this, so it's time to eat. Grandma, servizio.
Bellissimo.
Like it?
Very nice.
Okay, half for you, half for me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's do a little patata. I know you love potatoes.
surely. Thank you very much.
I love potatoes as well.
Perfetto.
Okay.
Buon appetito.
Grazie, altrettanto. It's a little spicy, Grandma, if you...
That's what I like a little bit. Mmm. What a good smell. And the taste, something excellent.
These Cornish hens, what do they remind you of?
Caletto.
There you go.
I remember.
Mmm. How about a little toast? The beer. How's beer for a change? Like beer for a change? Salute.
Salute.
Grandma, all out there. They're waiting for us. Should we invite them?
Su, tutti a tavola a mangiare. Come in, come in.
Hey, there you go.
Wow.
So join us. Salute.
That's delicious.
Did you try the red pepper? Every family has their family favorite recipes, and our family is no different. So today, I'll share with you our family's favorite recipes.
a tavola a mangiare.
Today we're making marinated meatballs, zucchini parmigiana, artichoke carbonara, and jam-filled mezzalune. Veal meatballs with a reduction of balsamic and wine and lots of herb and spices just drizzled over them makes a great hors d'oeuvre. And they're just delicious. So let's begin with the marinade. Balsamic vinegar. And we're gonna cook this for a while so that it really becomes reduced, syrupy, and delicious. Lots of onions, garlic, bay leaf, cloves. They're very pungent. They have kind of an exotic spiciness to it. So a few will go a long way. Some sage, some rosemary, some cinnamon, and white wine, a nice dry white wine, something that you would drink. No cooking wine here. A little bit of salt. Bring it to a boil and just let it simmer for a good half hour, 45 minutes, and let's do the meatballs. So this is chopped veal. The veal is light. We need to add a lot of the spices. Eggs. Parsley, some salt, and some ham. Just a little cubes of ham in there would really give it that added texture and flavor. Okay. Some breadcrumbs. Yes, I think it will need all. Now, I like to go in there and really mix it up with my hands, just like that. Let's add some grated cheese to all of this. You want it all nicely homogenized, all the mixtures evenly, and now we'll shape the meatballs. You know, what makes it really easy is that you get an ice cream scoop. You can get them as large as.
Poor Jackie. Squeezed onto the emergency chairs right next to Grandma Betty and Uncle John with his questionable jokes. Just 2 courses in, and you're already lost in the pain of heartburn. It's bad enough that Sandra finds her present a constant source of amusement. Reach for the Rennie. It neutralizes 99% of excess acid in just 60 seconds for fast heartburn relief. If heartburn hits, have the Rennie ready.
That dentist clean feeling fades the next day because my toothbrush leaves 50% of plaque behind. So I switched to the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head cleans for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B. Brush like a pro.
So how do you serve these? Just put them on a plate, I think, in a nice fashion. Just kind of pile them up. Like that. You know, once you put the marinade on, these little meatballs begin to pull the sauce in. So wait until maybe just the last minute, but let me see. So you see? So this is all those complexities of all those spices and cinnamon and cloves and rosemary and bay leaves and sage and wine and balsamic vinegar. So it really kind of takes you, I don't know, to the Orient someplace traveling in flavor. But the meat itself is rather simple. It's just veal. So, it's between a candy and savory And it's really has a lot of complexity and flavor. It's delicious.
Grandma's chicken and potatoes are the absolute favorite, and that's what Grandma makes. And I can replicate, but it's just not as good as Grandma's. I make probably the best baked pasta. Even my brother's kids will tell you that. So my kids love baked pasta in the oven with mozzarella and tomato. Sometimes they'll put little pancetta cubes in it, depending on, you know, what's in the fridge.
A nice tray of bubbling lasagna from the oven. Who doesn't love that? Well, this is a simple lasagna. It's made with bread, zucchini, and some marinara, and cheese, and baked in the oven. So, to begin with, find yourself some nice and firm zucchini in a nice size, not the small ones. The small ones won't work. The very big ones won't work either. Leave both sides. Don't cut the ends off because we're going to blanch them, get them sort of halfway cooked, maybe about 5-10 minutes, and then we'll cut them. So we don't want the water to get into the zucchini and get really watery because zucchini is water in itself. So leave those ends on the zucchini and let it cook for about 10 minutes. You drain it out and you let it chill, and then you begin to assemble your lasagna. Let's cut them in slices. So get your favorite baking pan, butter it well, and slightly just coat the bottom of the baking pan with some sauce. Bread, all bread preferably. Line the bottom of the baking pan. Use the smaller pieces kind of to fill in the corners. Now we'll put the tomato sauce. So here I have some mozzarella, and I have some grated cheese. So the mozzarella is shredded and it's wet. Combine a little bit of the grated cheese with the mozzarella, so this way it doesn't stay in lumps. It's easier to spread. Just a little bit of cheese. And we put the zucchini. Sauce again. Some cheese again. Bread. Perfetto. Kind of crush it down a little bit. And I just like a little bit of the leftover tomato sauce, just kind of drizzle it over for color. So it's rather simple. And what you want, a preheated oven, of course, of 350 degrees, but you want to seal it. So you want to seal it 40 to 45 minutes so that it cooks and bubbles inside. And then you'll uncover it for the last 10-15 minutes to get it the nice little crust. If you like a crispier crust a little longer, and you got dinner. So the lasagna is still hot, but it's settling in, and you've got to give it a little time to settle. But let's loosen it up. And let me just maybe a little corner for me. well. Nice and hot, but it has sort of gelled together. And, oh, I like the crusty corner. Let me taste that. You wish you were here with me, don't you? But you can make your own. I showed you how, but I'll tell you how it tastes. Delicious. There is a softness to bread when it sort of gets impregnated with that sauce and then the crunchiness of the cheese around it. It is just delicious. Well, I must say that my children, you know, if I put a box of pasta on the table, they're all happy. And the sauce, as simple as it can be. So pasta reigns in our kitchen, but they love chicken, they love vegetables, beef. I mean, I think they're varied, their menu is varied, but the common denominator in all is pasta. Penne alla carbonara with artichokes. But it is a great pasta dish with some great vegetables and even some proteins in there, like eggs. So the first thing, we'll throw in the pasta, abundant salted water, no oil in there. Just give it a whirl. And we'll let that cook, and while the pasta cooks, we'll make the sauce. We'll begin with the artichokes. The artichokes is a flower of a thistle plant. When spring comes in Rome, everybody, every restaurant you go to, it's not a question what you're eating artichokes. These are great artichokes, nice and firm. The first thing is you pluck away all of those tough outer leaves. So to clean an artichoke, let's peel it a little bit down, and this is just kind of pulling the skin off. Serrated knife, you cut the tip off, which is the tough part, and then we cut it in half. There is no thistle in there, and that means that we can eat the whole thing. It's great. And you slice this. Now, artichokes oxidize rather quickly, so you want some acidulous water. You want water with some lemon juice in there, like I have here. We put the artichokes right in there. So like this, they'll keep for a while, no problem. Olive oil in a pan. We'll fish the artichokes right out. And the artichokes at this point are so tender that they will cook soft. Let's put a little bit of salt, a little peperoncino. Artichokes and peperoncino go well together. So we'll cook the pasta. We have the artichokes. We'll add the peas to the artichokes. And then we'll bake the whole thing in a baking pan. But what we'll add to the pasta in the baking pan is some eggs and cream, which kind of make a custard. A little bit of salt. And cheese. The artichokes are just about cooked. We'll make some sauce out of it, some of the pasta water. We'll put the peas right in. These are peas that have been frozen peas, therefore they're soft, almost cooked, so put them in the last moment. If you're using fresh peas, you can put them in with the artichokes. A little bit of olive oil. The pasta looks like it's just about cooked. We'll put the pasta right in and let the pasta cook with the sauce a little bit. Okay, I think this has molded together. Add some cheese. Just like that. And I'm gonna pour it right in the casserole. It's a buttered casserole. I like it like this because the more surface you have, the more crustiness you're gonna have. So here I'm gonna add the custard. Pour this in. Just like that. Let's put some more grated cheese just to give it that crunch. So this is a special treat pasta. It really has a lot of nourishment and a lot of flavor. And just like this, you put it in a preheated oven, 400 degrees, 20 minutes to half an hour, it will be ready.
Our table is central to everything we do. I think that's really important with little kids to be able to sit down and eat together because it's not rushed. It's not a car ride where you ask a question and get the yes or no answer. Things slowly come out at the table. And, you know, as a family, you can talk through stuff, find out really what's happening. It's a really good, calming place.
Smells even better than it looks. You can see the pasta has baked into the custard. Nice crispy top. Let's just go. And you can see how luscious and delicious it all is. So delicious. Those artichokes are really intense, and this is the dish that will take you straight to Rome. Mezzalune fritte. Mezzalune, half a moon, fritte, fried. But what the title doesn't tell you, they're stuffed with delicious jam, so it's dessert. And let's make the dough. Flour, salt, sugar. Okay, let's give this a whirl. Some butter. Okay, now an egg yolk right in there. And we'll bind it all with a little bit of water. So you don't want to really overwork this dough, but you do want it to sort of get all together into a mass. Collect everything, okay. Just a little bit of flour, and let's knead it. Give it a rest a little bit, wrap it up in plastic wrap, and let it rest for about an hour. And by then it should be in form to knead as well. Now it's a little bit too soft. I had one made, and I let it rest so that we can just continue. So let's continue right on in rolling them. Let me cut it into quarters and stretch it out a little bit with the rolling pin. You don't want it too thick, you don't want them too thin. These are the little discs, which we will turn into mezzalune. Fill it just with jam. It's perfectly fine. And you know, I remember these as kids because the jam was also made in-house. Oh, we had cherries, we had apricots. And when the fruit really came in full maturity, this whole big tree, there was so much of it. And you preserve some of the fruit by drying, some of it by making into a jam. Now, do not overfill, because as you fry them, they will explode on you. A little bit of egg wash just to make it stick. just fold them over. Pat them into place and seal them with a fork, just like that. Let's try. Okay.
Another night on the town.
Nice of you to turn up.
This one's always fun.
Best to stay nice and quiet, but keep your wits about you. You never know what's around the corner. Because like I say, it's every feet themselves.
When I leave my dentist, my mouth feels super clean, making me feel super confident. But the next day, it starts to fade. My dentist says it's because my manual toothbrush leaves 50% of bacterial plaque behind. So thanks to him, I discovered the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head surrounds teeth, cleaning where manual toothbrushes don't reach, for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B, brush like a pro.
This is you on your first day as a teacher. This is a class you'll inspire. This is a lesson you'll learn from her. And them.
And this is the day root for you.
These are all the lives you'll shape. This is the one you'll shape the most. Search Get Into Teaching.
They soft, tasty, delicious.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
You like a little powdered sugar like that?
I have plenty, look.
Mm-hmm. So, it's my turn now to just maybe.
They're still warm.
Ah, I got the cherry.
Ah, you're lucky. I want this one.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. What's this? Look.
The marmalade, I love it.
Oh, you love the marmalade.
Buonissimo.
Buoni. They're crumbly, they're delicious.
Mm-hmm. You did better than my own mother did. Yeah.
I did?
Yeah.
So I'm okay?
I give a medal.
Medal?
Mm-hmm. I give you a kiss.
93. I'll take that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, that was worth all of this kneading. And Grandma, with this, we have some chamomile. You know I love chamomile.
Yeah.
These two things are delicious. They really are. They're sort of...
They're very, very, very good.
It's
very good.
kind of, you know, the flavors of our background, like who we are, and food does that. You know, it sort of identifies you with who you are, who your family, what the traditions, geographically, where you come from. It's really delicious. But, you know, we're going to be talking and reminiscing. So I really want you to join us. Tutti a tavola a mangiare. Right, Grandma?
E come?
E come, she said, and how? So come. Ah, the oven is on, the house is warm and inviting, it's beckoning your family to come to the table. So, stay with me and we'll do 3 great baked dishes.
A tavola a mangiare.
Today is all about baked goodness. We'll start with dessert. A scrumptious pear and bread pudding followed by a zucchini and ground turkey casserole, and we'll finish up with one of Grandma's favorites, eggplant and rice parmigiana. Sometimes it's fun to begin at the end, so I'm going to start with dessert. We're gonna make pear bread pudding. So pick out those pears that are a little bruised that you're not eating, some bread from yesterday, and let's make the bread pudding. Eggs bind the pudding, they make the custard. You know, I always like a little bit of salt in my eggs, sugar. Let's whisk the sugar in there. Vanilla. Give it a little aroma, flavor. And to make the bread pudding really custardy, I put half cream and half milk. Okay. Let's dissolve the sugar and mix it well. And let's add the bread and let the bread take in the custard. The pears, this is 2 pears. We want to present this at a nice form to the table, so a nice vessel that you can put in the oven. Butter it nicely. Even this out with some peaks of the bread. You know, when it's done and you have those toasty, baked bread peaks, bread stuffed with this custard, it really is delicious. Here I have some sugar and almonds, and we'll top with that. And the almonds get this almond slivers that are blanched. Don't toast them because they, of course, will toast with this. Just spread them around. Preheat an oven at 375 degrees. You put it in for about 45 minutes, and it'll be delicious. Mm-hmm. Looking good. Really good. Okay. You can see the peaks, the toasted almonds, and it's just ready to eat. Let's see. This looks like a nice toasty corner. Okay. So let me go. Okay. A little whipped cream. Absolutely. And I am ready to taste. So delicious. You know, nuts, pears, custard. You know all those flavors put together. Still hot, nice, delicious. Buonissimo. Tradition is extremely important in one's life, and food is a very big part of that tradition. What we cook, what we eat, goes back generations in our own family. In the little town of Soler, where the house was, they had a communal oven. And twice a week, the communal oven would fire up. If you go in little towns across Italy, and I think across the world, there's always, or there was always, a communal oven where everybody shared. Who doesn't like a bubbling casserole? You know, and they're easy to make because you can put in there various ingredients, you put it in the oven, you can do other things, and then come back and serve it. So we're gonna make a casserole, actually, of zucchini, some turkey meat. We're gonna make almost like a rough meat sauce with all of this, and then layer it with potatoes and cheese and bacon. So let's begin with the sauce. A bit of oil. We'll put the onions in. A bit of salt. So here I have two diced zucchini, kind of roughly diced, some ground turkey meat. Can you do it with any other meat? Of course you could. You could do it with pork or whatever. But, you know, turkey's economical, and it's really tasty. Add the zucchini to the onions. And to flavor, we'll add about 2 bay leaves, nice and fresh bay leaves. But make sure that as many as you put in, you remove. So let me put this on the side, and I'm making a hot spot here for the meat. Maybe I put just a little bit of oil, and then put the turkey meat right here and let it caramelize a little bit. Salt. And eventually I'll put it all together, but I want the meat to get a little caramelization, get a little flavor before it begins to braise. Breaking up a little bit the meat, because you want it to be like a meat sauce, a bolognese. A little chunky, but still broken up. Add a little peperoncino for a little extra zest. And again, I'll make another little corner here, and I'll put the tomato paste in here. And I want the tomato paste to be caramelized a little bit as well. So I'm kind of slowly building up these flavors. And then I'll mix it all in together. Add some dry white wine. Okay. That's it. Might as well. Good wine, wine that you would drink. Okay, well, that is perking away. I have the cheese and some mozzarella soft cheese, some grated cheese. I put it together. Whenever you grate a soft cheese, it becomes difficult. It sticks sometimes. Put grated cheese with it and just mix it like that. And you see, it sort of separates and it's easy for you to handle. Okay, so this is ready. Let's do the potatoes. So we're gonna line the bottom. I have this casserole right here, and we'll line the bottom of the casserole with the potatoes and the meat and the cheese and the zucchini. So you can see that this will be delicious. A little bit just to line the pan and a little bit to flavor the potatoes. So oil, a little bit of salt in the potatoes. And as you can see, rather thin. I want to put them on the bottom. I want them to get some color from the bottom, but I want them to cook also because this is going to be just about cooked. So let's put the potatoes on the bottom. This looks cooked, a little juicy. We like it that way, so this way it'll seep in the potatoes and they'll become flavored. Let's remove the bay leaves. I found one. There were two. Okay, where is the other bay leaf? Okay, I will find it as I am working along. Okay, let's put a little bit of cheese over the potatoes. All right, and then the braised meat and vegetables, a layer of that. Okay. Lots of cheese in between. Looks pretty good, huh? Wait until it's cooked. Ah, the bay leaf. Found it. Foil paper. So, a rather hot oven from 375 to 400, depends on how hot your oven is, with the foil on for about 20-25 minutes. Take the foil off for another 15-20 minutes until all the cheese is nice and crusty. And it's ready to go. So here is the delightful prize. You certainly can bring it to the table just like that, but it will also stay hot for a while. Now, how would you serve this? I would say just serve it like this with a nice spoon. Do you let everybody serve? Oh, you can serve, you know, as the hostess, as having done this masterpiece. You serve it to them. Maybe just go right in, just like that. Make sure you get some of the potatoes. I want this crust. Just like that. I mean, you know, there's no super setting for this, but then just looks luscious, luscious. I have with this a little bit of Morellino. Morellino, a great Tuscan wine from the Sangiovese varietal, the same varietal that makes Chianti. So lots of fruit, that's what you need with this. So I want to take a little meat and a little potatoes and wow. Just the smell, I mean, just of the toasted cheese. Just complete bite. Meat, vegetables, potatoes, all the things that are really comforting and delicious. Perfect wine. Eggplant and rice parmigiana. Parmigiana, we all love that, means cheese and tomatoes. This one has the addition of rice, very Italian, but also I think it just completes the parmigiana like a beautiful casserole. So let's begin with cooking the rice. Short grain rice, which is the Italian, either arborio carnaroli, a little bit of oil, and a pinch of salt. And you don't need to cook the rice 100%. You want to leave it a little bit al dente because we will then bake it again. So rice takes about 12 minutes to cook, 12 or more. Here, about 7 minutes, it should be at the right time. You drain it, and then you put it on a sheet pan or a baking pan, whatever you have to cool, and then we'll assemble. But in the meantime, we need to make the sauce. A good tomato sauce. You need some good plum tomatoes. Crush them with your hands like I always do. Let's begin with some onion. Okay. And while that's cooking, eggplant. Get yourself these little eggplant. If an eggplant has a big kind of chubby belly, that means you're going to get a lot of seeds. So get yourself a long and thin eggplant, as long as it is firm. Cut out the end. And I just kind of peel it partially. I like a little bit of the skin, but if you leave it all on, it is kind of tough. So just a little bit like a zebra. Okay, I think this is great.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Connie. I don't know what to say. This rocks!
Whatever they're dreaming of, there's more to Argos.
So the onion is wilting. It is time for the tomato. Let's add the crushed plum tomatoes. And guess what? I'm going to slosh this too. I want to collect everything. Let's put some salt in here. Some pepperoncino. I like it nice and spicy. So we'll let this bubble away. Let me mix the cheese. You know, this is the cheese that we're gonna layer the Parmigiana. So, grated mozzarella cheese and grated grano Parmigiano. You wanna put a little bit of the grated cheese and just kind of run it through your fingers. Okay, so that's ready. The sauce is gonna begin to boil. As soon as the sauce is beginning to perk, let's put the eggplant right in. So you take the eggplant, you kind of slide them in. And you know, you could fry the eggplant separately, but you know, today we're all so conscious, and we should be, about what we eat. This is a great option. You cook the eggplant in the sauce. You don't have to fry it. All right, they're all going for a dip here in the sauce. Okay. So we let this bubble, and it'll take about 20 minutes of bubbling and cooking. The eggplant will be halfway done, and then we'll assemble this casserole, lasagna, whatever you want to call it. Rice, eggplant, and cheese. The eggplant are cooked, the rice is chilled, and we are ready to assemble. So nice baking vessel like this, or a ceramic, whichever one will do. Let me just put a little bit of basil in just shred it in, just for some freshness and flavor. Let that kind of sink in. Oh, I have the bay leaves here. Let me remove that. Remember how many you put in? Take them out. And let's begin the assemblaggio, the assembly. A little bit of sauce on the bottom. Okay. And let's line the bottom with eggplant. I'm helping along the eggplant because I want them to stay nice in one piece. Okay, so a little bit of cheese, a bit of certainly mozzarella, shredded mozzarella, and now the rice, and half a rice in this layer, and then we'll save half a rice for the next layer. There's a lot of flavor here, so we put a little bit of salt and oil in the rice, and it's just simply flavored, but it will absorb the cheese, the tomato, all from this little bit of sauce. Layer the eggplant again. A bit of mozzarella in between. The rice. Shake it all off. We have a little bit of sauce, so, you know, maybe just a little drizzle. Not too much because I want the crispiness of the cheese, but you just want to give it some color. That looks good. It's gonna bubble and melt. What's important is that you don't want it to bubble out. Let me clean this. So you want to put kind of a half a sheet pan or a baking pan with a little parchment paper so that if anything does bubble, you can just throw it out. You don't have to scrub the pan, and it's easier to carry. And you want to cover it with foil. Now, I'm gonna make like a little tent because I have the cheese and I don't want the foil to eat up all of the cheese. So we're gonna make like a little tent. A preheated 375-degree oven. and you bake it covered for about a half an hour. Then you uncover it and let the crust develop for another 20, 30, even 30 minutes, you know. This, if it bakes, it gets good. As long as you see on the side it's not burnt or anything, bake it so that crust forms. Okay, Grandma. Bubbling hat. What do you think of this?
Beautiful presentation. Very nice colors. Beautiful. Just really appetizing.
And you like cheese, and you like...
the smell?
You ready? You ready to taste? We're gonna taste a little bit? Un assaggio. So this is beautiful, just like that. You bring it to the table. I think you let it settle, you know, a few minutes. Grandma's here, so we're gonna get right into it. And you can cut it with a serrated knife, or sometimes you can just fish it out like a casserole. But we are gonna get a nice crunchy...
That's too much for me.
I'm here too, Grandma.
Oh, you're here. You wanna taste too?
Absolutely.
I thought the cook doesn't eat.
The cook never goes hungry. That's the idea. Okay, so I'm kind of cutting all the way down, making sure that we get to the bottom of it. And let me just pull it up like that. Ooh.
We can share. This is too much.
Yeah, that's the intent. But you know what?
Yeah.
I know you like the crust. Now I'm gonna give you... Does this look good? Okay. Wait. I'm gonna give you your crust because I know you like the crust.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Here is yours. And a little rosé for you, a little rosé for me. I think rosé goes great with this.
Complete...
But I want your opinion because, you know, we got to tell them and we got to invite them. Grandma, before you start eating, what do we always say at our
I'm
house?
so anxious.
I know you're anxious, but what do we tell them? We have to tell them. Tutti a tavola a mangiare.
E bere.
Okay.
You forgot maybe about the bere. Buonissimo, non buono, buonissimo.
Le melanzane?
Arrivo allora, arrivo.
Riso?
Riso?
Melanzane, eggplant, riso, rice. Cooked together with cheese.
Alla salute.
Salute. You know I have a love affair with pasta. I especially love baked pasta. And today, you have 3 Lydia special pasta recipes.
A tavola a mangiare.
Today, we will make 3 easy and delicious pasta dishes. Baked rigatoni with zucchini and lots of cheese, penne rigate with mushroom and ricotta, little scallions, and fettuccine in a red clam sauce with leeks. A casserole of baked bubbling pasta. Who doesn't like that? And today, a very simple one. We'll make a very simple one. Onion, zucchini, tomatoes, rigatoni in the oven with lots of cheese. So let's begin. I have the pasta water boiling. Let's put the pasta in. Boiling water, no oil, salted, lightly salted, depends on how much, but it needs to be a little salted. Give it a mix and bring it back to boil as soon as possible. So we're on with the pasta. The pasta's on. Let's make the sauce. Olive oil, onion, season it with salt, season it with peperoncino, zucchini, nice zucchini, you know, it's all in the product. So a good firm zucchini, not too wide, because if it's wide, you have seeds growing in the center, and I don't particularly like that. So small, this is a medium size, which is great. Zucchini is very easy to handle, and it's one of those vegetables that you have year-round. So, you know, when in doubt, or when you say, oh, gee, I need a vegetable, well, most likely you will find a good zucchini in your store. And you see, there's very little seeds, and that's what you want in a zucchini. Cut it in half, it's easier to handle, and then you just chop it again a little wide, so it leaves a little texture when it's cooking. Okay. And let's put it right in. Here I have a San Marzano plum tomatoes. You want, when you're making a sauce, let me get a nice one for you so you see. Okay, here we go. A plum tomato San Marzano. San Marzano is a place in Campania, outside of Naples. It's in the hills. It's on volcanic soil, hence new soil, rich soil. And what's good about the San Marzano is that it has a thin skin, it has a lot of pulp, very few seeds. You want the pulp, you don't want too much juice, too much acidity, and you want little seeds, because seeds are tannin, and tannin makes the sauce bitter. So let me crush this. I like doing this. I like touching my food. It gives me a sensibility of the texture, of how long I'm going to cook it, and so on. Great thing for the kids to do, or for anybody that's intimidated in the kitchen. Pull them over and say, okay, put your hands in there. Let's see what happens. It's fun. Rough is fine. It'll cook some more. And, you know, I don't like to waste food, if at all. You know, there's sauce in here, you know? Recoup just with a little bit of water, pasta water. Shake it around like that. You collect everything. And let's put that in. Let's put this in. But I'll go back for some more water. They ask me all the time, what's your favorite tool in the kitchen? This is my favorite tool in the kitchen. I just love it. You know, it's kind of organic. It gets the job done. And I feel it's gentle, you know, steel on steel or plastic. I'm always afraid they assure you 100% that it's not going to melt, but, you know, I don't know. So wood is great. This is going to bubble for about 12, 15 minutes. The pasta should be cooked by then. I think I need a little bit of salt for the tomato. Whenever you cover anything, it cooks quicker. That's all there is to it. And you save energy. Let's see, I think the pasta is ready. And it's, you know, a little extra al dente, which is perfectly fine because it's gonna continue to cook in the sauce. So we're gonna put it right in the sauce. Fish it right out. Okay. And you know how I love that pasta water? This is your savior when you're cooking and dressing pasta. A little bit of pasta water will go a long way. You don't need sauces, you don't need butter, you don't need any of that stuff. And if you're draining your pasta, make sure you save some. So let's go back to the stove. To this, I'd like to add a little bit of olive oil for that last intense olive oil flavor. And it's not about cooking here, it's about kind of dressing the pasta evenly so that the flavor gets into the pasta. I think this is fine. Here I have a casserole. It's buttered, a little cheese on the bottom just to give it a little extra crunch that just came to mind, you know. So be spontaneous in the kitchen. If you feel that that's what's gonna be good, you do it. I give you permission. All right, so let's slide it right in. The temptation would be to spread it out. Well, don't do that. You like a little mound. It gives you more top space, more crunchiness. So, you know, let the pasta kind of stick out. And we'll put some topping of fontina cheese, and then, of course, some grated cheese. If you toss it with the grated cheese.
Gaming and caning the broadband? Wi-Fi 7 on EE makes every device work better, even yours. Upgrade to Wi-Fi 7 and we'll sort a switch for you.
When I leave my dentist, my mouth feels super clean, making me feel super confident. But the next day, it starts to fade. My dentist says it's because my manual toothbrush leaves 50% of bacterial plaque behind. So thanks to him, I discovered the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head surrounds teeth, cleaning where manual toothbrushes don't reach for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B, brush like a pro.
North, south, east or west.
If you need urgent medical help, use 111 to get assessed and directed to the help you need. Call, go online, or use the NHS app.
So I have some fresh basil. You can just toss it like this on top before bringing it to the table itself. Just like that. And the heat will release the oils in the basil, and as you bring it to the table, you get this added aroma of fresh basil. The best time of cooking pasta is tasting pasta. So, let me taste. The pasta is al dente, just saucy enough, lots of cheese, fresh basil. Doesn't get any better. I guess you'll have to make your own. As we said, today is pasta day. And this is the second pasta, penne with mushroom and ricotta. So we have abundant salted water. Again, no olive oil. Put all of the pasta in. Give it a whirl and let it come back to boil and cook. Nice wide pan where we're gonna make the sauce so that we can fish out that pasta and throw it right in here and dress it up. Sliced garlic. The more garlic you put, of course, the more flavor in your mouth. The basis for this sauce is mushrooms. I love mushrooms. Here we have the cremini and the shiitake, but out there, you know, there's some great mushrooms. The enoki, these beautiful little mushrooms. And for mushrooms, to clean mushrooms, if you have the big mushrooms, just wipe them with a wet towel. But like this, just run them under the water. Do not soak them in water. So I want to use this, and this is good. Sometimes a little tough, so cut that down. We have the chiodini mushrooms. That's the Italian name. And what is chiodini? It's little nails. And you know, I forage for these. and I foraged in the States. I foraged with my grandma, with my great aunt. I had a great aunt who was a forager. Now this is a beautiful mushroom. It grows like this. It's hen of the woods. And it's a fall mushroom. It usually is around oak trees. So don't go out there and forage unless you know what you're doing, because that's a dangerous situation. I took courses, and I did it with my grandmother, but that's in Italy. Italy is a different species of mushrooms, so you have to learn them all. This is the king trumpet. It's meaty. It's like the porcini. It's a great mushroom. And this one kind of, it's like steak. So if you have a chance and you see it, get it, because this one sauteed in anything you do or just on top of meat, it's delicious. One Saturday, I said, Lorenzo, you want to go mushrooming with me? He says, yeah, no, why not? Well, we hit the jackpot because I know my trees. I know where the mushrooms are in my area. And there was the whole trunk. We put kind of clean plastic bags all in the trunk, and we filled it up with these corals of hen of the woods. He was amazed. I mean, he couldn't stop talking about it for a week. You know, what was beautiful about it, here was nature giving us freely some of the best gifts of life. Now and then go back to the pasta, because especially when you have shortcuts, they tend to stick together, so you want to kind of stir up the pot, as they say there. The flavor element here, the herb, rosemary. Now, rosemary can be intense. You can either put a sprig like that in and remove it, or if you're going to leave it there, smaller amounts. Salt. You could put pepper, black pepper, but you know, mushrooms are very mellow, so let's leave it mellow. We're going to put some ricotta then at the end. Let's leave it mellow. Let's add a little bit of the pasta water. You know, I always tell you, pasta water makes your sauce and dresses your pasta. And we'll lower that so that the flavors really come out. To freshen things up here, you know, I love scallions. Again, scallions are available all year round. Scallions are not expensive, and scallions are delicious and bring an onion flavor, a sweet onion flavor to whatever you cook. And don't be afraid to use all the way up the green, you know, wash it well. When you feel this kind of getting tough, then you put it on the side. Now, again, all of this stuff is not to be thrown away, you know. You save it, a little pouch, plastic pouch, and you put it in the freezer, and when you make that stock with its vegetable, chicken or beef, you pull it out and you throw it right in. This, the base, I'll put in because I want it to cook a little bit. While the green, I leave for the end to bring that freshness. So the mushrooms are done, the sauce is densening, time to throw in the scallions, just warm them up a little bit. So let's check. Okay, the penne rigate are al dente. Just, you know, I always leave it just a little more al dente because you finish cooking it in the sauce. Okay, let me use this one. I can scoop up all of the sauce. A little bit of oil. Chopped parsley. Okay. So, the ricotta now. Ricotta is such a big part of the Italian culinary repertoire, from appetizers, pastas, all the way down to desserts. Lots of desserts. Cheesecake made out of ricotta. And I like specks of ricotta floating around like that. Grated cheese, always added at the end. You retain maximum flavor. This is ready, just enough dressing, not overdressed, not over wet. The aroma of the mushroom really, really comes out. Bowl is good for a pasta. Mounding is good for a pasta. Keeps the heat inside. If you spread it on a plate, you can see that. It cools off right away. Let me get some mushrooms here. A little more? I think so. Isn't this beautiful? I will taste it, and you start cooking. Now, linguine white clam sauce is an Italian favorite of all times. I kind of modified it a little bit. I used fettuccine, some leeks, some zucchini, and a touch of tomatoes. So let's begin with the sauce. A nice wide pan. You want to be able to put the pasta in here and toss it. Garlic. What are we gonna do? Maybe I'll crush it because I have so much going on that I'll still get a lot of flavor out of it, so just whacking it. Let's begin with that. Now, zucchini. I used it in 2 recipes. It's such a convenient vegetable. It's a vegetable, it's year-round, and it's economical. But get the small ones, don't get the big ones. You don't want all the seeds in there. Gonna put in the zucchini. A little bit of salt. A little peperoncino. And I'm putting it now because it toasts a little bit with the zucchini, and toasting any spice brings more flavor. But keep that in mind, nuts, spices, toasted, bring all the oils and the flavors out. Let's add the leeks. While that is cooking away, let me put the pasta to cook. You know, a nice large pot. I always tell you the pasta needs to kind of dance in there. Salted water, no oil. You want the roughness of the pasta. I said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. You want the roughness of the pasta because the sauce adheres to it. If you put oil or if you rinse your pasta, you kind of get rid of that. So, shapes of pasta are very important with the sauces that you match it. Skinny, long pasta, oily sauces, clam sauces, all of those kind of flowing, slippery sauces with parsley and oil go great. So you don't want to overcook it because you want some of the texture of the zucchini at the end. You know, you don't want to mush zucchini, you want a little texture. Crushed tomatoes. I always get the whole. You know, don't get the puree or chopped tomatoes and all of that. You can see it's a nice plum tomatoes, nice meaty, you know? That's what you want. Okay. What am I missing? Can you guess? Salt. Little final salt. So I'm going to cover this on, let this simmer a little bit, and clams. This is a little neck clam, and this is a good tip. If you put them in the freezer about a half an hour before you shuck them, they kind of open up. The ideal way of opening a clam or shucking a clam is you nestle it there nice and strong, and you have the shucking knife and you put it right in there, and then with your finger you pressure it right in. You cut that muscle. You want to do it over a strainer so you collect all the juice. We collect the whole clam, and we put the clam right here whole. The clam sauce. So this is the basic sauce. This is the clam juice that we saved, the fresh clam juice that we saved. Let's put it right in. And see, when you get to the end, you see that set there? That little collection? That you do not throw in. You save those little shells or sand or whatever, and you don't want to use that. So this can get a boil. Let me check the pasta. Absolutely, it's done. A little bit al dente. So now we throw in all of the clams. 2 minutes, the clams are done. You want that. And we'll bring all this to a boil. By the time we toss the pasta and everything, the clams will be perfect. So don't worry so much, oh, I gotta cook the clams now. We're fine. Trust me. Fish out the pasta, put them right in the sauce. Okay. I am fishing everything out here. Fold it in. Let the pasta absorb. The clams are still nice and tender and just about cooked. You know what? Just a little last touch in the Lydia fashion, in the Italian fashion, not Lydia fashion. Okay, so I think that this is fine. So let's take it off the fire. So you see those nice little mounds that chefs do. It's really easy. Make sure that you don't dribble everything. Go to the center, put it down, and then turn the plate so it makes that mound for you. Let's go for some of the sauce and the clams. A little chiffonade of basil, just like that. Oh, this looks so delicious, I just got to taste it. A little zucchini, a little clams. Delicioso. And with something like that, white wine, a little complex white wine, anything with a base of Chardonnay is good. Chardonnay Sauvignon and Picolite here, but those kind of blends. So, what a harmony of flavors. 3 pastas, each one is different in its own way. It's delicious, and it's easy for you to make. I'm gonna invite you in my house, I will, as always, but I expect you to make them. So, tutti a tavola a mangiare. Nothing brings the family together like a cozy winter kitchen. And boy, do I have 3 cozy recipes for you. Delicious cauliflower salad, a savory pasta dish, and a velvety stew.
Buy crypto in 8 steps. Create your account and verify your identity. Then complete the suitability assessment and 24-hour cooldown period. Add your preferred payment method. Then tap the buy and sell button. Select a cryptocurrency, enter the amount you'd like to buy, and complete your purchase. Sign up now.
Dentist clean feeling fades the next day because my toothbrush leaves 50% of plaque behind. So I switched to the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head cleans for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B. Brush like a pro.
Good. Comes from connective tissues like that, you know, and really cooking it a long time. Big pieces. So I'm looking in here. If I find a tough piece, just cut it off. That's good. A little bit of salt. Let's put some oil in a pan, in a heavy pan, because this is where you ultimately want to braise it. Throw in some flour just slightly, and let's put it right in. Let's leave the pieces of meat just like that, caramelize them on each side, and then we'll give them a twist. What will make this delicious? We have tomato paste, we have sage leaves, and we have porcini. These are dry porcini that have been reconstituted in hot water. Dry porcini, you take them out like that. So you say, why don't you just throw and drain the whole thing? Well, the porcini sometimes have a little sediment, and it's on the bottom. So I don't want to pour it and then pour the sediment on top of that. I will let it get to the bottom, settle, and then we'll use the liquid as well. But in the meantime, let's chop the porcini. Gonna make a little hot spot. You know how I do that? The meat is getting caramelized, so let me make a little hot spot, and I will add the tomato paste. So while that is caramelizing, what we're going to add is the cipolline, the little onions. These you blanch, and once they're blanched, they just peel very easily on you, just like that. And here we have a whole bunch of them, blanched and peeled right here. So you can see that they're soft, halfway cooked, and we'll add this to the meat when the meat has cooked a while. Let's throw in the chopped porcini. Sage leaf, cut in quarters. We will add wine, drinking wine. That's what you want to add. You know, you open it, a little bit for you, a little bit for the pot. The alcohol dissipates. Now we add the porcini soaking water. Be mindful of the sediment on the bottom. So I'm looking, that's it. Because you see the sediment on the bottom, and you don't want to put that. Your sauce. We let that simmer. We had put salt on the meat, and we'll get to the salt adjusting later. And this slowly will simmer about 40 minutes before we put in the cipolline and squash. Add a little bit of stock or some hot water, or whatever. As long as it uses up the water to cook, don't make it soupy, always kind of saucy, perking away. And while that is perking away, let's get to the butternut squash. But instead of just throwing them in there and having poached squash, we will give it a little bit of flavor. Season it lightly with salt. You want hot oil because you don't want to cook them here. We'll finish cooking them there, but I want to give them a little kind of crispiness, caramelization on the outside. Let's check the meat. smells good already. Hasn't even begun cooking yet. They just began to caramelize. We'll put them. Okay. So, here we have the cipollini and butternut squash ready to be added to the meat. But the meat needs to cook at least another 30 minutes before we can do that. So I'll clean up, and then we'll come back to add the vegetables. This has been perking away. I have added about 3 cups of water to it. It's ready for the vegetables, but let me taste, make sure that it's seasoned properly. Just a little bit of salt. And you see how the meat dissolves and the sauce is nice and savory and tasty and complex. And to this now, adding this, all of this will be flavored with the sauce and give flavor. So let's put the cipollini in. So the cipollini have been cooked. We have sauteed the squash. Could you call this a stew? I guess you could, but it's an elegant stew. Squash with cipollini, with porcini, and it's delicious. So we'll let this simmer away for about 10 minutes, and then we'll be ready to serve. That's all it will take for the vegetables to really finish cooking. But you don't want them to fall apart in your dish. You want the vegetables still al dente, and the sauce is just enough to coat them and the meat. So let's let this perk for 10 minutes, and we'll set up the table and we'll eat. Done and beautiful. Maybe I should taste a little bit first. So, a little bit of meat. I just want a small piece to taste and a small piece of the squash. That looks so good. This is serious food, so a nice glass of red wine. See how it breaks? This is the way the meat will be when it's really cooked. A little bit of squash, getting all ready. So let's taste the meat first. Deliciosa. Cipollina. Refreshing, crunchy. And the squash. Sweet, but at the same time squashy. So really a great blend. And a nice complex red wine. This is a blend from Friuli. A blend, they have a great Refosco up there, Merlot. So this looks like a good family platter. So as you can see, I'm filling up the sauce. So I want to get a perforated vessel to get the chunks up so that I can pile them up, and then that I can put as much sauce as I want. So now I can take a little bit of the juice and the cipollina. Maybe a little bit just for color, just like that. This is a real family hearty meal. Secondary cuts of meat, less expensive, but yet is as luscious and as delicious as any cut of meat. Cauliflower. I love cauliflower. It's not one of those favorite, #1 on the list, favorite vegetables, but it's a great vegetable. It has a lot of nourishment, and it tastes good. And in this preparation, you really will love it. So what do you look for when you buy cauliflower? A nice head that is nice and white. You're looking that it has some leaves attached to it. You want leaves, you want roots on all your vegetables as much as you can. That continues nourishment to the vegetable itself. You want it to be crisp. You hear that? Listen. That's what you want. That's the freshness that tells you, I'm from the garden. So you look at it, you know, you don't want blemishes. Is there a little blemish someplace here? Maybe just here a little bit. Let me clean that out. And let's clean the core of the cauliflower. So you take a paring knife and you go right in and you pull it out. And then you just kind of collect those leaves. And when it's thick like this, that's a little bit too thick, but the little ones, I like the little ones. We're gonna cook and eat the little ones too. Okay, so let's pull out the core, and then the florets just break out just like that. Okay. The stem, you know, it's good to eat, leave it. Okay, the cooking time of vegetables. Do you like them crunchy, raw vegetables with texture? When I have cooked vegetable, especially cauliflowers, or even broccoli to a certain extent, I like them cooked. I like them sort of right at that stage in between crunch and softness. So let's put this all in boiling water. Let's cover it up and let's make the sauce. So what is the sauce, the dressing? You know, so this, I'll pull it out. The cooked, still warm. I just toss it with all of this dressing. And the dressing is full of flavor, rather simple. And you should have all of these ingredients in your house. Anchovies, and again, you know, I love anchovies, but that's a question of taste. Small pickles. Let's see, there's a little bit. Let's get out the juice. Capers, basil, parsley, mustard. Vinegar. Okay. And olive oil. Now, you know, do you want a little pepper? Of course, if you like pepper, black pepper, red pepper. Salt. The anchovies, the capers, they have enough salt, so I will forfeit the salt now. So I don't want a complete sort of homogenized sauce, all one color. I want a little chunkiness here, and I want a little kind of little specks, just like that. So the cauliflower is all white. With the specks, we'll give it some color and a lot of flavor. And this looks pretty good to me. The cauliflower will take a while, so we have some time. Let's clean up. Let's check the cauliflower. Oh, that's done too, all right. Looks like we're gonna have dinner soon. Let's fish them right out, right in here. Okay. Okay. You know, I like to season my vegetables when they're cooked right off, but you know, don't forget, we have anchovy in the sauce, but I want to put just a little bit. Okay, so I'm sensing there's a little bit of water here. Let me strain out just a little bit of water. Because, you know, whenever you're dressing a salad, if you don't have the water really strained out, it dilutes your dressing, and you do not want that. I like my cauliflower still warm. I like to dress it when it's still warm, and the dressing is okay. And again, you know, whenever I dress a salad, I always leave a little bit behind. You don't want to overdress. You want to have the option to give it a little more if it needs it. Okay, let me see, just a little bit more. Yeah, I'll put the whole thing. I'll put the whole thing. All right. I mean, after all, it is the recipe, and the recipe is right. But nonetheless, always leave a little bit behind. There's many different things that, there's variations, always. Ooh la la, this is delicioso, just the aroma, the flavor. So, let's get a nice bowl. But this is good cold. This is good the day after. And you know what? If you chop it up, you have some left over, you can even dress pasta the day after. Cook yourself a little bit of pasta and dress it up. Now, I need to taste some of this. There's acidity, there's the complexity of the anchovies. Perfetto. I remember my grandmother's preoccupation was to have enough food to feed the immediate family and the people that depended on her. So her approach to food and philosophy of food was do not waste. Do not waste one morsel. Do not waste one crumb of bread. I mean, when we cut the bread on the table, which she made, we'd collect all the crumbs and we would throw it to the chickens that were outside. This idea certainly remained with me. It's the basis of how I cook and the respect for food and waste not, want not, which I think is today's saying of basically what Grandma was practicing. Still to this day is with me in the kitchen, and there's no reason that it can't be with all of us. Pipette with sweet potatoes, capers, a little pancetta, delicious pasta. Pipette are little pastas, and I'll show you and talk to you all about it. But this is a unique recipe, sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are not an Italian product. They don't use them a lot. So I got my American a little bit into the Italian flavor. Let's begin with the sauce. Pancetta, pancia is the belly of the hog, but the Italians kind of wrap the whole thing and then slice it. I'm gonna render this, but I kind of like to have, you know, you could kind of chop it very fine, but I kind of like lardoons, so it gives...
Buy crypto in 8 steps. Create your account and verify your identity. Then complete the suitability assessment and 24-hour cooldown period. Add your preferred payment method. Then tap the buy and sell button. Select a cryptocurrency, enter the amount you'd like to buy, and complete your purchase. Sign up now.
So that's what League looks like on an LG OLED.
Here, the pancetta has enough salt. I think I'm gonna just leave it. I think that's enough for these sweet potatoes, and then we'll work with balancing the flavors in there. I think pasta should go in the water next. You get yourself a pot of boiling water, salt it, and these are pipette, a great pasta. Sort of the Italian version, a little bigger of the elbow macaroni, if you will. It's difficult to get the salt back into the pasta if it's not cooked in salted water. Let me just stir it a little bit. Let's bring it back to boil. The next element is the leeks. Crushed red pepper, few sage leaves, again, whole leaves. Once they have let all the flavors out, we can remove the leaves. So this is all getting nice and crispy. The aromas are really great. Sometimes some of you say, oh, Lydia, you always look so neat. Not true. I get splattered too. Get the pasta water. So how much water do you need? In this case, you know, I need the sweet potatoes to really cook down. It require a little bit more of the water. Whenever you're doing pasta, you're making the sauce, pasta water is your savior. Use it all the time. So let me mix it a little bit. Delicious capers. Capers kind of add that zest to everything. And they go in the last minute. They have an acidity, they have a nuttiness to it. It's great. Okay, so this is good. Let's go fish out the pasta. All right, the pipette, right. And you can drain it. Always save a little bit of water, you know, pasta water. You can always use it to finish your pasta. Okay, fished everything out. The aroma is really great. Really, really good. A little bit of olive oil at the end. I kind of love that last minute addition where you really get the flavor of the olive oil. I think we're at a good point. I'm gonna shut the fire, and this is where I add the cheese. You don't want to cook the cheese, you just want it kind of to incorporate it in. Grated cheese. A little bit of parsley just to give it that kind of vibrancy. A nice bowl, a big bowl. This is for a family. As you're dishing out, fish out the garlic, the sage leaves, whatever you want to fish out or leave in. Everything is delicious. This looks pretty darn good. I'm going to taste some. Do I want a little more cheese, a little more formaggio? Yes. Pancetta. This the saltiness of the pancetta, the sweetness of the sweet potatoes, and the capers come in and so on. It's a back and forth play of flavors, but all in all, it's delicious. Everybody loves salmon, knows how to cook salmon, enjoys salmon, but I have a twist on it, and this is just the beginning.
A tavola a mangiare.
For a quick, nutritious, and delicious meal, today is the day. Today we're making carrot and apple salad, salmon fillet with prosecco and savory potatoes. And we're ending it with a delicious apple crumble. Now think, just these two ingredients will make a great salad, carrots and apples. Get a good carrot, a nice firm carrot, peeling it. Okay. And you want to make julienne strips, so cutting it the long way just like that. And you cut it sideways. You can do it on a mandolin, absolutely, but it's easy to do it just this way. Apple. Pile it like this, sideways and again. And here I have the Granny Smith apple, which is nice and colorful, green, but also nice and tart. And we'll put it all together. Just like that. So this is our salad. Beautiful in color, easy and nutritious. Some salt. Some fresh pepper. Orange juice, I have some here squeezed, but certainly it is very easy to do. Oh, let's do it this way. Just the orange juice itself is the acidic element, so, but the apple is nice and tart, so. And there's little pieces, but I don't mind little pieces of oranges. Let me a little bit more, just a little more, I would think. Okay. Bit of olive oil. Toss it well so the fruit and the carrots really mingle and they get dressed well. Let me just taste it. Good. Needs a little bit more salt, I think. This is great to present it family style. Just like that, and let everybody take what they like. This looks good. Sprinkle a little bit of parsley on top. I'm collecting all the pieces, and it's delicious. So let me taste just a little bit. And you can see how this can make, I mean, it's a great side order if you have a steak grilling or chicken grilling, but you get yourself a little bit of prosciutto, good hunk of bread. I can make this a lunch, absolutely. So let's taste it. Good, mellow. The acidity is very mellow, and this makes it a great salad for children. You know, children kind of have a little bit of adversity to high acidity and vinegar. So the orange juice, just give it enough to make the salad delicious, and your children will love it as well. Nutritious, delicious, and very easy to prepare. We'll be doing salmon in Prosecco sauce, very quick and easy, and savory potatoes. The potatoes take a little longer, so let's get going with the potatoes. Lots of onions, sliced potatoes, salt, olive oil. Let's just toss them a little bit. You know, I like fresh herbs, but for certain things, I love dry oregano. These are the whole branches that are dried just like that. But let me just show you, if you just kind of squeeze them a little bit, they will let out. Put it back in the plastic wrap and save it like this. It'll stay forever in a dry place, and you use it back and forth. So we're going to be using this for the potatoes, and I will also put it on the tomatoes. Okay. And let's just pour it in a shallow baking pan, so this way you have a lot of space. You get the potatoes to get nice and brown. Okay, so next are the cherry tomatoes. You know, you're saying, oh, can I use a big, large tomatoes? The large one has a lot more liquid to it, and it would not dry or kind of roast as quickly. So could there be any color? Yes, any color that you have. Just cut them in half the long way, just like that. And I think this, we have enough to cover all of this. Let's put the rest of the oregano in here. Some salt, a little bit of oil, a little bit of peperoncino, toss them so they get all covered with the oil, and then at the end we'll just add the cheese and coat all of this. I'm trying to spread them out so that they all get crusty. I'm looking maybe a little drizzle of oil. Set the oven at 400 degrees preheated, and about 40 minutes, by the time we finish the salmon, it will be done. I was blessed growing up in a setting that really connected me to food, to the earth. When my grandmother would harvest the potatoes and having it still warm in your hand, the sun and the earth gave you this product. That's the real connection. Today is very difficult. You're in apartments, you are in high rises. How do you connect to the earth besides taking a 2-hour trip out in the country? And I think whatever you can do really makes a difference. Whether you can put a pot of basil, a little tomato plant on that windowsill with the sun, it will grow, and it's an accomplishment. You can get the family involved, the children, and it's the rebirth, the growing, and to see how the earth really yields food for us and how ultimately we understand that we need to respect that. Okay, you know, salmon is a great fish. It's fairly inexpensive. Nutritionally just delivers so much. You know, the minerals, the oils. It's easy to cook. Actually, the less you cook it, the better it is almost. And you can get it right from the fishmonger, skinned, boned, and you're ready to go. This dish, it's simple. First, we'll caramelize the salmon in olive oil, and then we'll add the flavorings that we want. And the whole thing doesn't really take long. A little bit of salt. I'm gonna put the side down, the upper side, the side that I'm gonna ultimately serve it. I want it to be nice and crispy, so I'm gonna put that down first. And it is a one-pan meal. You just, in and out of this pan, everything comes and goes, and then ultimately the dish is finished. Flavoring, what kind of flavoring? There's all kinds of flavoring for salmon. You know, you can do mustard, you can do it tomato sauce, although I don't particularly like tomato sauce in salmon. But here we have some of the cornichons, the little delicious pickled. You know, if you don't have the cornichons, the larger pickles are fine. Just cut them in the small sizes. The largest have a lot more seeds to them. So these are ideal for this kind of dish, and you don't need that many. And you know, you look in the refrigerator, I'm sure all of you have a jar of a few pickles in there, a few cornichons, a few olives, capers. Can you add capers to this? Sure. And then I like my scallion, you know, the freshness of the scallion. So the scallion, you wash it, you clean the outside. This one might be a big one, just like that. Okay, what am I doing? I'm removing the tougher outer leaves. The rest is all great. By looking on the side, you can see as it cooks, as it climbs up. As I said, all I want is a nice coloring. Okay, that looks great. I'm gonna give it just a little bit of cooking on the bottom.
The EE Game Store is open to every player on any network. And you can spread the cost of exclusive console bundles to level up your gaming. Search EE Game Store.
Like a moth to a flame. 'Cause he seems like he's good for you, and he makes you feel like you should.
The night is ours. Black Opium, the original Eau de Parfum, and the new Eau de Parfum Over Red, Yves Saint Laurent.
No masterpiece. 10 bad babs and they after me. Are you ready? I know how to handle up. Let the candle up, make you put a banner up. Finally. He was poppin', so I popped and prayed to God repent.
I'm thinking salt, a little bit of salt. Once that kind of wilts, we'll add the Prosecco. Prosecco is that great Italian, bubbly, simple, fruity. And you know what? You always tell me when you see me, when you come at my restaurants, when you email me, you know, Lydia, we sit there, we wait for you with our glass of wine. How about you? Don't you take it? So today, I'm gonna do just what you do. I'm a little bit for the pot, as I say, and a little bit for myself. A little Prosecco. Why not? You know, cooking wine should always be a good wine, a wine that you would drink. Those labeled cooking wines have a lot of salt in them, other elements. And if you don't have Prosecco at home, could you make it with white wine? Yes, you could make it with a good white wine. So let's put Prosecco. Could you make it with champagne? Sure, you can make it with champagne. Okay. Buono, buono, buono. We let this come to a boil. Vigorous boil is fine. You want it to cook quickly. So the sauce is really cooking down. Let me just taste it if it needs any salt. It has a little bit of salt. Put in last minute just a little bit of butter, and we'll whisk it into a nice sauce, and then we will return the salmon to the pan. As you can see, you know, it's still rare inside, and you know, that's a good place to be. If you like it cooked a bit more, just cook it longer. But for me, just returning it here and closing the fire, just let it kind of settle in there. I close the fire, and I think just the heat of the sauce will kind of bring it up to the temperature. I think I'll go and check on the potatoes, and we will be all set. Wow. Looking really good, really good. Delicioso. Wow, just the aroma. Let's get back into the salmon, bring it back to temperature, and the green scallion for freshness, just like that. Be ready for service. So get yourself a good spatula. If you just want to pick up, you want to, as beautiful as it is here, you want to deliver that right to your plate. So you do that usually just by kind of helping yourself, pushing that down. Perfetto. Take myself. You nestle that right in the middle. And let the sauce just kind of fall down into the plate. It will dress the potatoes, maybe a little parsley or whatever green you'd like. So I'm looking at this, you know, I could just, that's the Italian part of this dish, a little bit of olive oil. Let me get my Prosecco ready, and I am ready to go. Let's see, this looks like a good tip right here, just like that with the tomato. Que buono, delicious. It's juicy, it's good, it's tasty. So, it's to us. Apple crumble, very simple. You can make a crumble out of any fruit. I just chose apple because I love it, it's delicious. So, a nice golden delicious apple. You cut it in cubes just like that. So this way you'll have kind of chunks of the apple when it's finished. To that we will add some sugar, lemon juice, lemon rind. Apples and lemon go so good together. And here I have some dry cherries soaking in brandy. We'll put that in as well. So as you can see, it's not a complicated dessert. It's a delicious dessert. It's basically assembling everything. So we'll let this set a little bit and we'll make the crumble. So what's the process? The process is that you put the apples in a buttered pan, or for that matter, any fruit, and then we'll top it with this crumble and then we'll bake it. Simple, delicious. So, brown sugar. Whole oats, the ones that you cook for oatmeal, those oats are great. Flour. Throw in almonds. And as you can see, this will mix together and will kind of be binded by little pieces of cold butter. And this has to happen rather quickly and not too much. You don't want to work it. You don't want to make a dough out of it. You just want it to crumble, exactly what the recipe says. Pulsating it, just a little bit of salt. And that's the way I want it. Let's get the apples in the pan right here. Spread them evenly and just cover all of the apples so the little chunks of butter, the sugar, all will melt and make a great crusty crumble on top. Okay. Clean around. Preheat an oven at 375 degrees. In 45 minutes, you'll get a delicious crumble. There's so much you can play with within this recipe. We made it with apples. You know, I love apples and it's delicious. But, you know, you can make it with any seasonal fruit, even berries, whatever you have. But think about dry fruits that you have at home. Cranberries, soaked in rum, orange juice, raisins, apricots, dates, any dry fruit that you have, prunes, you can mix it with the fruit. All will add complexity and flavor. And the topping, I made it with blanched almonds. But think about hazelnuts, pecans, walnuts, pine nuts, all of these nuts. And even if you have a little bit of each, mix it up. So have fun, let loose, enjoy, make it your own. Okay, as simple as that, beautiful aroma, cinnamon, the fruit. Okay. Bubbles, bubbles, toils and troubles. But this is no trouble. This is delicious, and it's easy, right? What do we have here? Where do we begin? So you could serve it nice and hot like that. I mean, I would give it a chance a little bit to settle. Now, crumble, very Italian. No, I don't recall us doing this. I mean, we baked a lot of fruits and breads. I mean, fruit dessert is very Italian, and I love fruit dessert. Anything from poached roasted fruit with a dollop of ice cream, whether it's made into a strudel, I just love it. So serving this is simple, just putting it out. So what do I want to decorate it with? This is whipped cream, this is sour cream, and this is yogurt. So any of those would do, and of course a little drizzle of honey. Very European is to have creme fraiche. And creme fraiche, or at least the likes of creme fraiche, we can make ourselves. Do some sour cream and some whipped cream, and that's gonna make creme fraiche. It's like a little acidic whipped cream, just a little denser. Delicious. I can go in and kind of fish it out. You see, just like that. And when it's warm like this, you know, one thing that will happen, any cream or anything that you put on it will kind of melt and run just down. But also a scoop of ice cream on top of it is also delicious. Just like that. It'll make a nice sauce for me, and of course a little bit of honey. For me, that's the best way to finish fruit or baked desserts like that with fruits. A little bit of honey. As simple as that. Beautiful aroma. Cinnamon, the fruit, the honey now. As you can see, it's beginning to melt, and I kind of like that. So let's go right in here. It is so delicious. Warm. The fruit, cinnamon, the brown sugar element with a tinge of cinnamon in there. It is just delicious. The lemon, right? I can taste that. So I'm gonna eat this fast because, not fast, I'm gonna savor it, but I don't want all of it to melt, so I'm gonna kind of get into it, but I want you to join me, of course. So, tutti a tavola a mangiare.
Ciao, I am Nick Stellino. I am looking through my recipe box for what to make for you. Oh, I like this. I haven't made it in a while. This is simple, right to the point, traditional, full of flavor. That's what I'll do. I will make you chicken provolone and serve it with a light salad with shallots, arugula, and spinach. Please, join me in the kitchen. Spicy just right. Here I am at my favorite cheese shop, and I'm looking for the perfect piece of provolone. Sherry, how you doing?
Hey,
Sherry
Nick.
Levine.
How are you?
She is my great cheese friend. She always puts me in the right direction. You have some provolone I'm looking for. I don't see any.
I have some great provolone today.
Oh, fantastic. A lot of people ask me, Nick, what is provolone? Provolone is part of the Italian tradition of cheese that's made through the process of paste filate, pull paste. Provolone is almost in a certain way, in the way of making it, similar to mozzarella. But unlike mozzarella, provolone can be aged. But often people say, Nick, what is pasta filata? Now, I could give you my explanation, but It's not as good as hers. Why don't you tell us what is the process of pasta filato, or the pulled paste as it's known in English?
So pasta filata is the process of pulling the curd and the whey at the same time to incorporate them, which results in a very moist, rich cheese.
Now, the stagionatura in Italian means the seasoning, but not so much the seasoning, the aging of the provolone has a significant factor in the way the provolone tastes. What I have here before me, and I can see it just by touching it and also by the fact that I'm already smelling the aroma. This is provolone piccante. There are two types of provolone. Dolce, which is fairly young, I think about 3 months is the most that you can go. And both of them actually, when they're pulled in the paste, they're shaped like pears, right?
Yes.
And they're hang from the ceilings, and they're let to age for a certain time. And you see them in Italian delis sometimes, especially out there on the East Coast. Now, the stagionato, the provolone piccante, is the one that I love the most. Now, I'm going to take a bite of this, but why don't you describe to us what do you think is the flavor profile of this cheese?
Well, the provolone piccante is aged for about a year, and as it ages, it loses a little bit of moisture and gains a very intense, sharp, nutty flavor.
It truly has. Piquante, I would like to say.
Yes.
This is something that can actually stand very well when taken with wine. This is an ideal. By the way, I'm very proud of this cheese because it's a Southern Italian cheese.
Yes.
It's our tradition. As Sicilians, we think that we make the best. Now, you talk to someone else, you get a different answer, but this is my show. This is the answer you get. Why do I like it? I like it because it has a flavor profile that whatever you add it to, it just pops it to the next level. You can bake with it. You can make cheese sandwiches with it. I have a lot of ideas, as a matter of fact. Listen, why don't you wrap me a piece? I want to take it home with me, okay?
You got it.
And using my favorite potato peeler, here is the last shaving of provolone. Provolone is my favorite cheese. I love it. There's a reason why I'm actually shaving it exactly like this, because later when I broil the whole dish together, this is going to make a wonderful cover for the chicken provolone. Why chicken provolone? Everybody makes chicken parmesan. I said, why not making a chicken recipe that features my favorite cheese? Provolone. Provolone, that's how we say it in Italy. I want to share with you another secret. I am going to flavor this sauce, this basic tomato sauce, with a couple of extra ingredients, which are going to give it a nice, wonderful, elongated personality. But in order to do that, because of the fact that I'm going to be simmering for a while, if I was not to do what I'm about to do now, and that is the addition of a little bit of chicken stock, when the sauce reduces, it might reduce too much, almost to a paste-like consistency. So we put it into the blender, and the other reason why I do it is because you will see why. It just makes it so wonderful. Ah, look at that. Now, one of the things that you might have noticed is that the sauce changed color, went from a deep red to an orange. There's nothing to be worried about. It's the oxygen that got pumped into the mixture of tomato sauce and chicken stock. And pretty soon, as we start cooking it, that color will go back to red once again. In this pan, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of extra virgin olive oil.
The EE Game Store is open to every player on any network. And you can spread the cost of exclusive console bundles to level up your gaming. Search EE Game Store.
Is we're going to add the tomato sauce. This is something that you're going to love. If you put a spoon underneath, exactly like this, it will not splash back as you do that. You may ask yourself, how do I know that? You see the shirt that I'm wearing? I have a bet with my wife that I'll be able to actually finish this whole segment without wearing any tomato sauce on it. And I'm using every little trick that I know. We'll put this back up in here. I'm going to put back up the top just in case something should happen. Let's move on to the chicken. The chicken that we are going to use, the portion of the chicken, is breast. first and foremost, we have to pound the breast. So here we have the breast between two little sheets of plastic. It's very important because as we go at it, we want to make sure that as the chicken breast expands, it does not slip out. They are slippery little suckers, these guys. Now, this is a tool that you already know. This is a tenderizer. Let me show you something about this tenderizer because it could be a weapon. You do not want to use this side. You see how big and thick the spikes are? If we were to use this, you would completely shred the chicken. There's a smaller one on the side, also a version of a tenderizer that you do not want to use. This is for tough cuts of meats that you want to pound down. The chicken breast does not need that. So this is the surface that you want to use right here, nice and flat. Now watch the technique that I'm using because this is very important. Never be angry when you do this. You do not want to have things just like this that could actually spin you out of control. So you go like this. Once you pound it, off you go. There you go. Keep your fingers away. It's just a chicken. And notice how wide this particular piece of chicken is getting. And when you cook for a large number of people, have all the pieces already individually wrapped like this is going to make it very easy for you. Now, let me move this aside. We have a piece right here that we finished, and it's the perfect. But now we have to bread it. Let me show you how to do that because this is a small technique. It's not all that difficult, but I want to show you exactly how to do it. We have two large containers in here. One is filled with breadcrumbs. These breadcrumbs are basically the ones that you can make at home. Just use some old bread, add some cheese, some dry herbs, mix it together into the food processor or the blender, and you'll get fantastic. Even store-bought are used excellent. 2 eggs into this bowl. We're gonna add a little bit of cream and a little bit of pepper and a little bit of salt. Generous with the salt because it's gonna give flavor to the chicken. Mix it real well, just like this. Now, once you get to this point, this is what you want to do. You want to add this in here. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to take the chicken and we're going to place the chicken in there. This is where a lot of people get concerned as to what's going to happen. So here we go with the chicken. 2 tools that I'm going to use. One is this. You want to make sure that the chicken bathes on both sides, exactly like this. And now watch what we do. We take it from here, let it drip all the extra eggs, put it in here. And that's the technique that I like to do. Using the fork, I put the breadcrumbs right on top of it. As I do this, the next thing that you want to do is push down with the fork, kind of almost giving it a pattern to it. As you do this, you will notice that the chicken breast itself is actually expanding. You do this on the other side, you lift it, you bring it out. And you're doing this almost without using your hands, but it gives you greater control. There's still an enormous amount of moisture into the chicken breast itself. I'm gonna let this rest here for a moment, and I'm going to move the sauce on this side because it's simmering nicely, and that's exactly where you want to get it. And I'm going to increase the heat here on this pan to make sure that it gets for us at the temperature that we want. One piece of information that's very important. In this pan, we're going to fry the chicken. We did not use extra virgin olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil would burn when used on very high temperature. So what we're going to do instead, we're going to use extra light olive oil. And that will give us the temperature that we like. It's my favorite one. It has a wonderful aroma and it has a very high smoking point, allowing us to have very high temperature without worrying about that. We're almost ready with this. We're gonna wait until it's nice and hot and we're just about there. Oh yes, we are. And here we go with the chicken now. As you can see already, it's starting to cook. It will take about 2 minutes per side for the chicken to get the proper browning. Meanwhile, I'm going to help myself here in assembling my flow, something that will help us a great deal. This is also called cotoletta alla milanese. Every time there is a breading of the sort, the word that we use is milanese, from the city of Milan. You're going to say, what difference does it make? Well, let me tell you. In spite of the fact that Italy is a single country, each one of the states of Italy, Sicily, Lazio, Venezia, they used to be independent countries of their own, and we all have our own language and we all have our own customs when it comes to preparing those dishes. This is one of the dishes that really is closely connected to what happens up north. You see how beautiful it is already? You just want to cook it a little while until it picks up the color. Once it does pick up the color, that's when you want to take it out. Notice that there is no tomato sauce in this, nor will be any tomato sauce until later when we finish up the plating. Now, I have with me, waiting for me, a plate with a paper towel on top of it because I wanted to absorb the additional oil that might have left. And you also notice that I did not put too much oil because I did not want this to be too greasy. That's one of the things that I like. I like for everything to be nice, clean, and have a wonderful finish to it. Let me turn this off so we don't get it going too far. The next thing that we're going to do we need to use a pan that we can actually put into the broiler. So I want something with a metal handle, possibly something that is also non-stick, that will prevent the chicken from sticking to the bottom of it. The last thing that I'm going to do for you, I'm going to show you how to assemble it, and then I'll take you all the way into the plating itself. This you're going to love. First, we don't need to worry about putting anything underneath, because the only thing that we want to do at this point is to build up the flavoring that we'll have on top of this. The flavoring primarily is going to be given in two ways. First way is a nice bit of moisture that is the tomato sauce. And what I do is I just put a slight film of it, just like this, lightly on top of it. You don't want to be excessive because you're going to put this under the broiler. And if you put too much of this, it will be very, very goopy. That you want to avoid. Just think about something that you want to have flowing with elegance, fun, something that almost sings when you bring it to the table. And also at the same time, it gives you this distinguished look of a refined Sicilian gentleman. I know, I made that up as I went along, but it suited me just fine. These are the pieces of provolone that we have shaved before ahead of time. This is what, once we put under the broiler, it will start to bubble, be nice and brown. It will give us the wonderful cheese crust that we love about this particular dish, and that elegant, refined taste, without making it too heavy, without making it unpleasant. So there it is. I'm gonna put this under the broiler that I have preheated, and then I'm gonna show you exactly how to play with it. And here we are. Isn't this absolutely beautiful? You see, what I love about this is the way the cheese has melted on top of it. This little bit of burn that you have over there, it brings out this flavor that the provolone has. It is wonderful because when you cut through the chicken, the breading that we put on top of it, full of flavor, has all these layers of flavor. Then there is the cheese, there is the tomato sauce underneath, just a tiny little layers. It's almost like a birthday cake. Imagine that, with so many different things to it. And it's tender. This is what I love about it. It's tender. It's very quick to make, and it's very tender. Now, let's assemble it. Let's put it together. First thing I want to make sure is that the sauce has the spicy just right. Oh, I love this. Okay, the way we build it, first and foremost, is to put the sauce at the bottom. What I love to do is make a nice dressing with the sauce, exactly like this. The pieces of garlic, the onion that we have. Look how smooth the sauce is. The process that I showed you before, when we process it together into the blender, they gave us the consistency that I absolutely adore. Oh, mamma mia. It's like the Italian flag. By the time I'm done, you'll understand exactly what I mean. These pieces of garlic that you see there, they are so tender. They are braised perfectly throughout the whole process. They're going to bring out a flavor that you won't believe. Now, I'm going to use my spatula and my spoon to do it just right. And here we are. We assemble it just like this. And watch this. The little touch that I do, a little bit of arugula right on top of it, where I dressed it just with a little bit of salt, pepper, and extra virgin olive oil. Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. And there it is. Chicken provolone. I wanted to discover something new about rucola, and I decided to get connected with one of the experts. Ray, how you doing?
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Always a pleasure. I want to share with the viewers something unique about rucola. Why don't you tell me, what are these two different types of rucola that you're growing?
This is a rucola roquette.
Roquette, like a rocket.
Like a rocket.
Yeah.
It's a baby variety. We eat it original. This is a rucola selvatica, which is a wild variety.
Selvatica. This I had done before. This is very spicy, very peppery.
Very spicy, very peppery. This is too, but it's softer pepper.
Now, you have a 10x4 bed in here. I see that you got several others. How difficult is it to actually manage it?
It's very easy.
Very easy.
Yes,
you
sir.
let that go to flower, I see.
Yes, I let this go to flower. This just seeds itself across the garden and comes up wild.
And
wild.
this one instead, the
This
roquette?
one I sow seed.
One of the things I want to share with you is that if you have the opportunity, if you have the right site and the exposure to the sun, you should start some of this gardening. This is very easy to grow. It tastes fantastic. And in no time at all, you can develop the passion that this man has. Thank you so much. I'm taking
welcome.
some of this home, you know. I want some of that. I want some of that. I am super excited to show you the salad. You know, salad, most times, it's just boring. But you know what? If you just do a couple of things right, if you put together a couple of simple techniques, you will be surprised how great a salad can be. Come on, I want to show you this. These are chopped shallots. What I've done, I chopped them very fine, and then I kind of put them in a little bit of vinegar, white vinegar, as you can see. You let them rest for at least 45 minutes. What this will do will smooth over the flavor of the shallots, and at the same time, it will impart to the vinegar the taste of the shallot. Here what we've done now, we drain the shallots. Here they're nice and drained. There will be wonderful pop of flavor inside the salad, and we're reusing the vinegar for making the dressing. I'll show you in a moment how to use that, but remember, this is a very important step for as simple as it is. The next thing I want to show you is actually how to cut and how to use the technique that I want to make in this particular case with the red pepper. This cut I'm about to show you has a French name. It's called brunoise. In Italian we call it I pezzettini piccolini. We're not as descriptive, but I think we're funnier. Now, here we go. Cut it on one side, turn it over, cut it on the other side. Get rid of this, put it away. Now, you see what we have alternative for you. You have the inside that's white. How do we get rid of that? Watch this. I stand it up just exactly like this. I cut all the way through. Then using my knife, I go at it very carefully to take care of all the ribs. Now, never been a rush with this, especially with a sharp knife like this, but you will be amazed on how we perfectly clean this out. And look at this. This, which is the leftover that I have in my hand, is completely gone. Now we'll put this aside. I'm gonna cut this in this piece, and I'm going to show you with this. Watch. Now, this is a very sharp knife. What you want to avoid is for this knife not to do its job. So what I do, I use the point, and you see how slowly I go right through it. It gives me great control on this width and the thickness of the pieces that I want to make. Very carefully. Now, as you get better and better with this technique, you move faster and faster. But I want you to see what this is. I'll move this aside for a moment. Now, we have all the sticks ready to go, pezzettini. Now, let's turn them into brunoise. I love to say the word. Guarda. Piano, piano, piano. Always keep your knuckles behind it. But you can see what I mean. You see how small these pieces are. And why is it so important that we cut them so small? To tell you the truth, it doesn't make a great deal of difference, but it looks so much more beautiful when we assemble the salad. Let's make the dressing now, because this is the part that I love the most. The dressing, what I like to do is to actually put some of the ingredients in it already. So we go with a little bit of the peppers. We've got a few more in here. To this, I add some of the yellow peppers. And as you can see, cut just as fine. And then I go with the ingredients. We add, first and foremost, a little bit of paprika. Together with the paprika, we do some onion powder. Together with the onion powder, we add some garlic powder. The next thing that I do, and this is very important because we want to have something that counterbalances the acidity of the vinegar, and that is to use sugar. Put the sugar in there. Now, here is the vinegar that I used before. Put a little bit of the vinegar in here, and it's white vinegar. Even white balsamic will do, but white vinegar, any kind, the one that you love, would be fabulous. And here are the shallots that we held back. So I'm going to put the shallots in there as well. And then I'll use some more to decorate it. Remember, the shallots are imbued with the vinegar. So when you bite into it, there's this wonderful completion of all these flavors that slowly start to assault your tongue. At first, it seems to be like a frontal attack. And then before you know, you find yourself dancing into this wonderful music of ingredients that's coming together into one of your favorite culinary concerts. Wow, that was a mouthful. And remember, I'm the first one who said that. Now, let's snap into action and let's put this one together. Extra virgin olive oil. Always choose the best possible quality that you can. We add it in a stream, and what you want to do is to mix all the ingredients together until you get the nice emulsified finish that you would want to have. And here you are. Guarda che bellezza, veramente una di queste cose che a me piace. Sto parlando in italiano. I'm starting to speak Italian. When I get excited, it always happens that way. Now, let's move this aside for a moment, because what I want to do right now is to actually assemble the salad. Let me show you what I have. Right here, we have two types of arugula. We have baby arugula and we have wild-field arugula. So I grab a little bit of this, I grab a little bit of this. We already have these washed, dried real nice. On top of this, in addition, what I want to also do is to put some baby spinach in there. So a few leaves of baby spinach. More often than not, people like to use instruments to assemble the salad. Something like, for example, this tong, or I'm telling you, when it comes to putting together a salad, the most important thing is your hand, and that's exactly what it will use. So here we go. We have here the dressing, which, oh, I love just the aroma of it. A little bit of this, just slightly. You want to just simply anoint it. It's almost a religious ceremony, in my opinion. A little bit of salt and pepper on top of the greens just to get them going, and the pepper. I love it because it adds a little bit of flavor to it. And then using your hand, you mix everything together. And as you move everything together, what you want to do is to make sure that the salad is covered but not completely bathed in it. And you could take a little bit more salad because we put enough on it in there. Oh, guarda che bellezza. Guarda che bellezza, ma così si fa, eh? Poi prendiamo il piatto, we take a little plate, and we start assembling the salad right on top of it, just exactly like this. And at this point is what I want you to see, something that I call layers. I'm of the opinion that when you start eating a salad, some of the things that you want to have is little layers of flavors that you pick up with every bite. So we do it first with a little bit of the red peppers, then we put a little bit more salad on top, some more of the shallots that we have marinated before, a little bit more salad on top again, there you are, and then finally, mamma mia che pezzo, look at the piece. You know, by the time you end up watching the show, you will be able to speak Italian almost perfectly. Lastly, one more decoration.
Alexa, talk to the front door.
Hey, we're early. Hope that's okay.
Great. Actually, could you pick up some basil, please? We've run out.
Sure.
Always know everything's under control with Alexa and Ring.
When I leave my dentist, my mouth feels super clean, making me feel super confident. But the next day, it starts to fade. My dentist says it's because my manual toothbrush leaves 50% of bacterial plaque behind. So thanks to him, I discovered the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head surrounds teeth, cleaning where manual toothbrushes don't reach for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B, brush like a pro.
You don't get this told a whole lot. Tomatoes, different kind of tomatoes have different purposes for making sandwiches, for making soup, for making sauces. These tomatoes, the San Marzano tomatoes, are gold. As a matter of fact, they make the best sauces ever. Now, Ray, most people get afraid, but is this something very difficult to grow in your garden?
No, it's not. The only issue it really has is it takes a little long to mature, and we crush the season here.
Well, one of the things that you have to realize is that you've done all this by yourself, right?
Yes.
And look, as you can see behind us, this beautiful towers of tomatoes. I'm going to grab a few of those. I'm going to bring it back to my own kitchen. And Ray, one of the things that I'm very concerned about you is that you're a little bit too thin. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a beautiful sauce. I'm going to put it over rigatoni. You come to my house for dinner tonight. Is that a deal?
Yeah, it's a deal.
I'm taking 2 bushel of tomatoes. It's a deal, right?
It's a deal.
Okay, we're done. Ciao, I am Nick Stellino. I am looking at my recipe box here, trying to wonder what to make for you guys, and something special, something unique. Oh, yes, I love this. You know, this is what we're gonna make today. A pork chop with apple and whiskey sauce, followed by an old family favorite, an upside-down pineapple cake. Please, join me in the kitchen. Spicy just right. My butcher is fantastic. As a matter of fact, he looks like a movie star. Hey, Russell, how are you doing?
Good.
Nice to
Nice
see
to
you.
meet you.
I love this guy. I love this guy because he does everything, especially when it comes to pork. One of the things I did not expect from an American boy is that he could actually make pancetta. You have 2 types of pancetta here, don't you?
We do.
Now, why don't you tell everybody, how did the idea come to you to make pancetta? This is such an Italian thing, so foreign to Americans in general.
Well, we get whole animals, and they have these beautiful bellies on them, and I wanted to figure it out because I love it, and so we just tried it.
I want to tell you something about the American spirit of independence. Now, did you have an Italian mentor? You made research on your own and you just went for it?
Yeah, just read. I've never even been to Italy.
I love this guy. Well, tell us about this pancetta. Questa è we call it rotonda. So this is rotonda, this is tesa. Just so that you know the difference between the name rotonda, which means round, and tesa or arrollata, and tesa, which means flat. What is the difference between the way in which you handle these two?
There's not a whole lot of difference. They're both salt cured, and we season them up. This one has fennel and bay on it. Two of my favorite spices, hands down. And then the tesa we cure with a little bit of cumin and coriander and just a touch of red wine.
Time-wise, just so that everybody kind of gets comfortable with this, what is the curing time that you use to ultimately bring them to the finished product before you sell them to the public?
Total time, probably about 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
Yeah.
When you actually cure them like this, there's always a little bit of weight loss that's involved in that, isn't there?
Definitely. It's all water that's being lost.
Would you say about a third?
Yes, definitely.
About
Third
a
is
third
about
of
what
it.
you're looking for.
You actually choose these pork chops and you have a personal interaction with the farmers who
Yeah,
grow this
definitely.
pig.
It's a big part of my business here is, knowing the farmers, knowing where the meat came from. These pork chops, they're grown right here locally. The farmers plant kale and turnips, so the pigs have stuff to eat through the winter time. And then some other farmers raise their pigs, finish their pigs on hazelnuts, on
Now,
the shells.
I want you to think about this. I want you to think about the fact, when is the last time that you heard that your butcher actually goes, he sits down with the farmers and says, what are you feeding your pig? I didn't even know about the fact that pigs had this type of things as a diet. But seriously speaking, now as a consumer, because I'm asking you something I don't know, can you actually taste the difference that is brought in by what these pigs are fed on? I mean, you have a certain nuances that you taste in the meat?
You don't actually taste like kale and turnip or hazelnut, but it has more to do with the fat and the actual taste of a natural tasting pig, natural tasting pork chop.
It is the marbling that makes all the difference in it.
Look at these, they're beautiful yet. It's really like fine intermuscular marbling, but that's what's going to keep it.
I'm not taking a bite because it's not a good manners, but do me a favor. Take these, wrap them up, and I'm going to take them all. One of the great things that really makes an experience in the kitchen is the understanding of the greatness of the ingredients. And if I can say anything, make sure that you build a relationship with your butcher because they will guide you along the best of what they have. Okay, I'm ready. Just got back from the butcher and look at these fabulous pork chops. Aren't they gorgeous? But first, I want to show you how to make the apple and whiskey sauce. It's a very simple sauce. It's very elegant, and you can use it not only just for the pork. You can do this with veal. You could do this with chicken. You're going to love this. In the pan, we already added some extra virgin olive oil. I'm going to crank up the heat here a little bit, and we're going to add the ingredients in the sequence in which they're supposed to go. A little bit of chopped carrots in there. Together with the carrots, we put a little bit of onions. And together with the onions, we put a little bit of celery. I'm going to let this go for a short while longer. This in Italian is called il triumvirato. When you add it, you do not want to have the oil so hot that it's going to make the water that's still contained by these ingredients explode outward. It's one of the things where you want to walk. And watch what I'm saying, because as the oil gets nice and hot, you see already the sizzling that takes place. What I'm using in this case is a spatula that can actually take the seat. It's a fabulous tool, one of the things that you should have in your kitchen. As this is taking place, then we start building on the sauce. Imagine that the sauce is like making a little model, and you add a piece at a time, and each piece has a reason for being there. So as these are starting to saute, the next thing that we're going to do is to add some rosemary. And the rosemary, I have a lot in my garden, and that's where I got my idea at home. Why don't I do that? And I said, what will look good and taste good with rosemary? So I put the basil. People say, why putting the basil so early? What we want to do at this point, the reason why we're using the fresh herbs earlier on in the process, is we want to make sure that the oil contained to the fresh herbs starts to lose itself into the base, which is all this aromatics, and it's going to open up. It's like a flower that blossoms out. Now you can hear the sizzling taking place, all the ingredients. I'm so sorry that you cannot smell the aroma because this is spectacular. Another bit of very important information that I want to give you is here now when we start to build the character of what we want. If you do this with chicken, use chicken meat. If you do this with veal, use veal meat. So these are the trimmings for the pork chop that we cut earlier that we're going to add to give it some flavor. Together with this, the next thing that we want to do is to add the apple pieces. Now the apple pieces, we have peeled the apple, we have cored the apple, and then we cut it in pieces. If you do this ahead of time to make sure that the pieces do not become too dark, make sure that you store the pieces of apple into a combination of water and lemon juice. All that they will do is not so much change the flavor, rather what it will do for you is give a nice color to the apples. They do not oxidize and become dark. Once we get to this point, the next thing that we're going to do is add the liquids that ultimately are going to give us the true character of the sauce. These liquids are very important. First and foremost, Worcestershire sauce. Trust me. How many times I've rehearsed this? I do not always get it right, but this time I did. This in itself, it's a good thing. So here we go with that. What this does, it opens up the character of the sauce even further. We're building it up a little bit at a time. I like to have it a little spicy, so I add a little bit of red pepper flakes. This will give it a nice kick, but it will not be too overwhelming. The next thing that we're going to do, you want to deglaze everything with a little bit of whiskey. And careful when you add this because we're dealing with very hot temperature. It could flame up on you, so stir it about gently to make sure that it mixes up with all the ingredients and the aroma of the whiskey itself, which is truly the building block in the sauce, continues, and as it opens up, it gives us a wonderful impression of where we want to go. You say, Nick Stellino, what does it mean, a wonderful impression? Look, two-handed. I have in here apple juice and chicken stock. We're going to add them at the same time. The combination of these two, as the sauce will reach a boil and then reduces down over a long period of time, will create for us the true bones, which is the sauce is all about. And then we finish it up with a little bit of tomato sauce. People say, Nick, why the tomato sauce? I know that my wife, the first time I put this tomato sauce with apple juice, why? Well, we're going to bring this to a boil. Once the sauce reaches a boil, we're going to reduce this to a simmer. Once it reduces a simmer, we want to let it cook for about 45 to 55 minutes. And the simmer brings down the sauce gently, softly, and it's like a flower that opens up slowly. And finally, when it gets to its finished look, its finished taste, its finished combination of flavor is splendid. Let's deal here with the pork chop. There is something very important that I want you to do with the pork chop. The first thing I want you to notice is that the pork chop here is the way the butcher usually cut it unless you ask him anything else. The one next to it has been French, and you know that a pork chop has been French by looking at the bone and noticing how the bone has been rendered, exactly like this. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to tie the pork chop, and let me show you exactly how to do that. So here we put the pork chop. I have some string that I've measured ahead of time. So first I do is I put this string right underneath the bone. Then I lift it up exactly like this, and I bring it around, and then all that you want to do really is to run the string all the way here. Watch what happens to the meat itself once I tie it up. It's going to plump up. Sometimes people don't pay attention and they let it slip underneath, and that's where the mistake is. But as it goes, you see, it already plumps up wonderfully well. Just make a straight knot here. That's all that you need to do, and you are ready to go. I'm going to take this, put it inside this bag, and then we are going to add the marinade. Well, the marinade is very important because pork has an issue. If you overcook pork, it becomes dry very, very quickly. So to this 2 cups of water, we add a little bit of salt and quite a little bit of sugar. Now you want to stir this really well. And to the pork chop waiting below, we're going to add this marinade. You want to let this sit for at least 45 minutes inside the refrigerator. If you can, it tastes better if you do this overnight. What it will do for you is extremely important. It will bring in onto the pork a great deal of flavor, something that when you cook the pork, there is this amount of tenderness, of juiciness. This will be the juiciest pork chops you have ever had. You'll be totally excited about. Once this finally is done, take the pork chop out of the marinade and make sure with a double layer of paper towel you dry it, and this is what it looks like. At this point, the only thing that I want to do is take it away from the towel. It's exactly like this, and we add the last bit of flavor, which in this particular case will be a little bit of pepper, and be generous with this, a little bit of salt. People say, but why do you do it since we already have it on the inside? You want to have it on the outside as well because that will be the first thing that you interact with, and when the flavor connects to it, it's going to give you exactly the wonderful taste of all these ingredients mingled together. On this burner right here, I've already put in this pan a little bit of extra light olive oil. And I'm making a very big serious point about this because we're gonna cook this on very high heat. And if you were to use extra virgin olive oil, one of the problems that you might run into it is that the extra virgin olive oil with cooking with very high heat has the tendency to burn. So there we are. We're almost ready. I'm waiting for this thing to sizzle and giving us, oh, there it is. The temperature is almost right. Let's let's get our pork chop and let's place it in there. The pork chop has cooked for about 4 minutes on medium heat. Now we turn it, and the next thing is something that you're going to love. It's a process that in French they call arroser. That's the adding of the batter, and as we add the batter, we're going to tilt the batter back into the pan, allowing for the pork chop to pick up this wonderful flavor. Look at this. This batter is going to roll it. We're going to reduce the heat now to medium-low, and we're going to let this braise into this combination of butter and olive oil. By the way, if you make this at home on a barbecue, you can also do it as well. It tastes fantastic, but let's let this finish. I'm going to let this cook all the way through, and when I come back, I'm going to show you exactly how to plate it. The pork chop has cooked perfectly well. Now what we have done is extremely important. We have taken the string out. Remember to do that. A few times I made the mistake and served my guests with the string attached. It does not taste all that good, and you do not look good in front of your friends. Let it rest for a good 5 minutes. That will redistribute the juices inside the pork chop and make it even much more tender. We are ready to go. In the plate I have some mashed potatoes. You can even do scalloped potatoes if you want to, some steamed asparagus. And the last bit is the position. This is my favorite design. And now we go with the sauce. Ooh, the sauce is absolutely perfect. What I've done, I have strained the sauce, and then I reduced the sauce a little bit more just to get it. But let's take a taste of this and see if it has exactly the taste that I want. Look at this. I love meat. Now, this is the last bit of it. You have to realize that since I was a little boy, this to me was everything that's beautiful about a dish. I was into sauces as a young man, and here you go. All you need is just a little bit. Signori and signores, pork chop with apple and whiskey sauce. Fresh farm eggs in the city. Is this possible? Actually, yes. Here's my friend Bridget. We decided one day to make it happen. Bridget, how did you come up with this idea?
It was so fun. We had a glass of wine one night. My neighbor and I cut a hole in the fence and started building it. So here we go.
Knowing you, I actually believe it. Now, you have 6 chickens in here. How many eggs do you get from 6 chickens?
We normally get 6. They're a year old now, and a couple of them are brooding, so now we're just getting 4.
Brooding, what does that mean?
That's where they take a break from laying, and they take about a month and just go on vacation. And then they come back.
The other thing that I noticed is that you are feeding them actually lettuce, but you also show me that you're feeding them sometimes onions, tomatoes.
Vegetable trim, flowers.
Do you feel this flavoring inside the eggs when you have it in the morning?
Yeah, because they're dark and rich, like the eggs in Italy. They're that rich, beautiful orange color, and I miss that from having not been there. So
I have to show you something else. Now, this is built this way for one reason. Why don't we show people?
Yeah, the nesting box. So there's one in here now.
Oh, let's not disturb mine.
Yeah, and then we've got a couple. These came in. A couple of the chickens lay in the morning, and there are a couple that lay kind of afternoon, mid-afternoon, and a few that lay at night.
And so you just nice
it.
and
I got
warm.
a basket for you to take with you.
Oh, I'm taking the basket.
Yeah.
I'm not paying you anything. I'm taking the basket. I'm inviting you over for dinner.
Okay, ciao.
Upside down pineapple cake. I know it sounds simple, but let me tell you, it's one of my favorite desserts. What I'm making right now is the caramel. I'm melting the batter right on top of the stove. Now I'm going to add the sugar, brown sugar. How much? Plenty of it. The more, the better. This is one thing that you do not want to leave alone on the stove and walk away, because it goes from this consistency to a deep, deep, dark one. It takes you a few minutes, and it's something that you really want to stay with and pay attention. So I'm going to show you the beginning. You can already see what happens. The sugar and the butter will melt together, and eventually will make the caramel. But what does it look like? Let me show you. Follow me. I've already done some, and I think you will be very impressed. This is exactly what the caramel consistency is supposed to look like. Here we have it. I've already placed inside the springform pan. Traditionally, it's a cake pan that you want to use, but
The EE Game Store is open to every player on any network. And you can spread the cost of exclusive console bundles to level up your gaming. Search EE Game Store.
Like a moth to a flame. 'Cause he seems like he's good for you, and he makes you feel like you should. Rolling through the night.
The night is ours. Black Opium, the original eau de parfum, and the new eau de parfum over red, Yves Saint Laurent.
It was a tragedy. A hydring device like that, Little Miss Cupcake never stood a chance. Until Energizer Ultimate Lithium. Their longest-lasting AA battery, including recycled materials. Problem solved.
Look at the technique that I do. I turn it around, and it gives me an overall ability to see exactly where everything is going. Together with that, we add some melted butter. Unsalted melted butter. This is very important because we already put the salt, and I find that if you were to use salted one, not so much that it would destroy it, but it would take it somewhere else, which might not be exactly where we want to be at. And the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to add our milk. And with the milk, be patient. First start with a little bit, mix it through. Now you see why I want the spatula. The spatula gives you complete control. This is the most important part about it. You see I can smash it down, I can pick it up from the side, I can push it back down again. And you can see this gooey, wonderful essence of this, which is coming together. Behind me, the oven is already preheated at 375 degrees. Here we go with the rest of the milk. And I like to add the milk a little bit at a time. This is exactly what you want to do to get the consistency and incorporate it straight into the flow, exactly the way in which we would like to have it. There you are. Trust me, all the work that you do, all the calories that you're extending right now, eventually you will pick them back up. But it's one of those things that puts a smile. I remember I once posted this, and so many people were telling me stories of their youth, what it was like growing up, having upside-down pineapple cake. It's one of those things that bring wonderful memories. By the way, do you see what happens as I add the liquid and I continue moving it like this? It gets completely absorbed. One last touch, and you'll see exactly where this is taking us. There you are. This is how you get to manage it real well. Incorporate is the last bit. You want to make sure that it goes. It's getting nicer and softer and softer. You will have forearms like you wouldn't believe. People will think you've been at the gym all the time. And when they tell you, how did you do this? Just simply tell them, it's an Ixtalino diet. It helped me. Let's go back to the pan that we had in there. We're going to decorate this with the pineapple. So we've already taken the pineapple, a wonderful can of pineapple. And the reason why I want you to let it sit a little bit is because it makes it a lot easier to decorate. So here we go with the rings. First and foremost, put the rings. But remember, this is still very hot, so don't be venturesome in sticking your fingers in there, trying to figure out what the temperature is, or try to taste it. Why? Well, let me talk to you frankly. I am speaking with such knowledge because I've attempted in my own time, a few times in which I put this together, to taste a little bit. And what happened? I burned my finger. Did I say anything? No. But when my wife came in the kitchen and she saw me jumping around holding my finger, she said, Nick, what happened? And I say, oh, I am so happy. I was lying a little bit. Now, here we go with the maraschino cherry. By the way, we call it maraschino here in the United States, but in Italy, we call them maraschino. CH is pronounced K. So here we go with it. A little bit of decoration. Now, the rest is optional as to where you want to go with it, but I like to cover just about each one of the spots as much as I can, all the way around, just so that every open spot has a little bit of a cherry. Why? It's fun. You know, it's like my orange pants that I'm wearing today. It just makes life worth living with a smile. Next thing you know, we are here with our batter, and now we're going to have to put the batter in. Now watch what I do. I like to hold this way so I can push forward out here, and you have a lot more control. Put it in the center first. It will spread by itself. That's fine, not a problem. And then all of it. Try to get as much as you can. There you are. Move it aside. Use the spatula to help it spread around. And trust me, what you will see is that once this is completely cooked, it will rise up to a wonderful level. So, let's summarize everything. We put all the ingredients together at the oven at 375 degrees. We're going to put this in there. We're going to let it cook for exactly 45 minutes. So, here I go. I have cooked the cake properly, but then I let it rest. You want to make sure that it rests until it cools down completely. It's very important. Before you unmold the cake, run it through on the perimeter of it with a knife. So in case there is something that still sticks, the knife dislodges it completely. Oh, there you are. Perfect. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a little bit concerned now, you know. If anything is going to go wrong, it's going to be now. Well, you got to fess up to the possibility of what could go wrong. Uno, due. Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia. Vediamo un po' che è successo, che cosa è successo. I am good and then some. Upside down pineapple cake, my dear friends. There it is. Usually at this point I just leave you be, but you know, I never actually eat my own food on the air because I would like to show restraint, but this I show no restraint whatsoever. What does it mean? I got my slice over here, I got my fork, my little bit of cake in here, and I say to myself, but this could be damaging to my sartorial excellence. The heck with that. Mamma mia. You are going to love this recipe. Easy to make, tastes fantastic, and it makes life that much sweeter. I love this. Well, you might not know this about this gentleman, but he is an economist by trade. However, he's also known as one of the most reputable authorities when it comes down to pears and apples. So I will be asking some information as to how do you know when this pear is actually ready to be picked? Because you're telling me that the pear has to be picked green and then
ripens in the house.
Okay.
Anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks afterwards.
Well, you also were very specific about the technique, as you were trying to teach me before, and I would like for my viewers to also learn when you were explaining to me. Show me exactly, step by step, how they should do it when they do this at home.
You don't do this for apples, but for pears, what you want to do is you want to find out when the stem is ready to be broken off. And the way you do that is you basically take all the weight off, turning it about 90 degrees, and then giving a twist. And if it's ready, it comes right off, it'll break. If it's not, it needs a few days.
Well, that's one of the most important things that people really don't realize, and this was a huge mistake that I've always made. I assumed that the pears had to actually completely be ripe on the branch, and then, like tomatoes, you know, put into the cart and brought to market. This is something different, but I noticed that you personally chose pears as the way to grow. Is it very difficult to grow pears?
Pears are actually pretty easy to grow. They want to grow vertically very fast.
So the growth and the satisfaction that somebody would get from growing them, it's actually quite rewarding.
Actually quicker than apples.
Well, I thank you for this wonderful basket that you gave me. I'm going to take this home because I got a few recipes that I want to put together. It was an absolute delight meeting you, and thank you for the lesson. I will keep it in mind once I plant my own trees. Arrivederci. Grazie.
Thank you.
Ciao, I am Nick Stellino. I was looking at these recipes. You're going to love this. One of my favorite things is to eat fish. And what I love to do is to accompany it with a great sauce. And this is fantastic. For example, today we'll make black cod with a mango and ginger sauce full of flavor. There's going to be all the sophisticated things to it. And then I'll show you how to make sauté green beans with garlic. Please join me in the kitchen. Spicy just right. I love the seafood.
Nick, I got some black cod for you here.
Hey, Deborah, how are you? She is my favorite fishmonger. Actually, whenever I have a question, I call her up, and Deborah always tells me, you know, as a matter of fact, for as long as I can remember, I've always thought that cod and black cod are the same thing, but they're not, are they?
They are not at all.
And you were explaining to me is the difference in the type of meat. Tell us a little bit about that.
The difference in type of meat is black cod, it has a real buttery, moist flavor to it, and the cod is more of a white, flaky fish.
Now, this is very important also because being two different type of fishes, this particular fish comes from very deep parts of the ocean. It's the Sea of Bering. See? She tells me, I keep forgetting all the time. Because of the fact that it grows in such a depth of water, it has a nice running of fat around it that keeps the fish You once made fun of me, I remember. Look at it, she's a rascal. You said to me, you have to be a really bad cook to overcook this fish because it has so much moisture in it, right? Let me ask you this.
Okay.
If we do not have the ability to find this fish at the local fish store, what other substitution could we make? What fish would you suggest?
You can use Chilean, I can never get that word right.
Chilean sea bass?
Yes.
You know, that's what I like about the fish. Also has a very fatty, completely different flavor profile,
Yes,
though.
very different.
The one thing that surprised me about this is that the black cod has a certain sense of sweetness to it. That it's, I never tasted in any of the fishes before.
Yes, it does. It has a very nice sweetness to it. Very nice.
You know what I'm thinking about it? This is new sauce that I've been trying at home. I'm going to show you in just a second, but I make it with a mango sauce.
Ooh.
And it's really a great combination that goes well.
Oh yes, mango and black cod would be very nice.
Let's talk about bones. That is a big issue that people have. You know, depending on the part of the fish that you have and that you buy, one might or might not have bones, and also how to get the bones out. The pin bones in this particular fish have to be handled with care. Let's talk about this.
Sure.
Now, you have two different pieces. Why don't you tell us about them?
Yes, this is a black cod steak, and they have pin bones right in the middle of the steak and down the center of the steak. And this is a black cod fillet, and this is the tail end of the black cod.
You were telling me that this one almost has no bones in it whatsoever.
No bones in it, not whatsoever. Yes.
Now, if I was to handle this part of the fish instead, when would it be smart for me to start pulling the bones out? Before cooking or after cooking?
I would do it after cooking. It's easier to take out, and it's it's more giving for you to take the pin bones out.
For those of you at home, if you never tried this fish, it's something that you really got to get into your diet. The one thing that I love about it is the sweetness that this fish, the texture of it is a discovery that would really be worthwhile. Deborah, I'm going to take these both. Why don't you wrap them up for me? I'm going to take them with me to the kitchen.
You bet.
And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm going to do. Isn't this just beautiful fish? We're going to cook this black cod with a mango and ginger sauce. You are going to love it. Let me get started with the sauce. We're going to use some extra virgin olive oil. There's a different technique that I want to use in this. It's one called blossoming the flavors. We have the pan on medium heat. We do not want for the ingredients to hit the pan and sizzle right away. Rather, we want to build up slowly. Let me tell you a little bit about that. We start with a little bit of celery, a little bit of carrots. Now, I got them all cut pretty here because I'm exaggeratingly into style, but you don't need to do this when you do it at home. Rough cut, because ultimately all of this will be strained. One of the tools that I love to use is a spatula like this that can actually take the heat, and it's wonderful. Now, why are we doing this on medium heat? The reason why we do this is because I want all the flavors to come out together slowly. It's like a flower that's going to open up and blossom. One of the key flavor ingredients in this particular recipe is the ginger. I want to take a moment to show you a piece of ginger in its raw form. Here it is, look at it. I mean, it's not what I would refer to as the most appealing thing to look at, but just like me, it's got a lot of character. The skin is the first thing that we get rid of. This particular ingredient has some wonderful medicinal values. It helps with swelling, also helps in a digestive system. On top of it, what I love about it is that it opens up, it brings a blossom flavor that's unique. One of the things that I've done, and I don't know how to call it properly, is I've taken some garlic cloves and I've smashed them with the back of the blade of my knife. So we'll call this what? Smashed garlic? Maybe I'm just inventing a whole new ingredient. But there is a reason why we've done that. What I want to do with the garlic done in this fashion, by breaking it up like this, but without chopping it, is that we're now letting the juices, the oils of the garlic, leaking into the sauce. With the soft heat, it's releasing its flavor into it. We don't have aroma vision right now, but trust me when I tell you, each one of the ingredients that we add, as we cook them slowly but surely, they're opening up, blossoming into this wonderful flow. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to add the ginger, which I've chopped nicely and very finely because I want for the ginger to have a prevailing taste. And the chopper you cut it on the soft heat we'll be using, the more it gives to the aroma. There's a purpose and a reason to the way in which we actually cut or handle each one of the ingredients. The next thing we're going to do is to add a little bit of red pepper flakes, just because we want to add some heat and a bit of chili paste. This is easily available at your local supermarket without a problem. Splendid indeed. I'm going to mix this up a little bit, letting it flow, and the next thing I'm going to do is the adding of the fresh herbs. In terms of fresh herbs, you can do basically anything that you want. What I want to do in this particular case is parsley. Why do I add the parsley so early into the process? Exactly as for the other things, I want it to softly cook into it. It releases its own natural oils into the flavor, and this, as you can see, is already the base. They started to pick up a different color, and this is the foundation of the sauce. But let's go with the things that I like to add next and why, because there's a kind of a funny story. It's not like, you know, I come up with great ideas all the time. There are disasters that take place in my house that you will never find out. And sometimes I come up with ideas just because I'm looking and I say, what do I do with this? I had a cocktail party at my house the night before, and I was left over with some grenadine. Yeah, grenadine, the one that you used to make drinks. And I said, how could I use it in cooking? So here we go. I like it because of the color, and I like it also because of the fact that it brings a certain sweetness to this whole thing. In addition to it, we're also going to put some soy sauce. With the saltiness of the soy sauce, I want it to fight and mingle and get married. Isn't it true? All the best relationships that we have, they always start with a little bit of a fight. I know that my wife did not want to go out on a date with me, but eventually I convinced her that I was the right man that she should be interacting with. The next part is what you're going to love the most, and that is the addition of sherry. I like sherry cooking wine because it has a sweet finish to it. And in all the flavors that we're putting together, this has a great personality that really enhances the sauce. You can use just about anything you want. If you want a drier finish, dry white wine will do. But this is what I like. So a little bit of sherry wine. And now we're going to crank up the heat a little bit higher. We want for this to evaporate. So bring it up on a higher level exactly like this, and you stir nicely. The aroma that is coming out, all of this already has its own strong personality. Now, for the next ingredient, I have to actually thank a friend of mine. I was on the television series here a few years ago. A good friend of mine, Wade Whistling, was working with me, was using the next ingredient, the mango, but he was using a whole mango. And I say, I like this. And as I tried this spectacular dish that he made with the salmon that we were doing at the time, I said, I think I could use this ingredient for a sauce. So I experimented several times. And what I have here is mango juice that you can find at your local supermarket without a problem. And we're going to be adding it. It's nice and thick. That's one of the things that the mango juice does have. And I love this because as it reduces into the sauce form, it gives us the thickness to which we need to add nothing else whatsoever. So together with that, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to add a little bit of...
The EE Game Store is open to every player on any network. And you can spread the cost of exclusive console bundles to level up your gaming. Search EE Game Store.
So that's what League looks like on an LG OLED.
I do it on the front. I do it underneath as well. The reason why I do this, first I want the spices to stick. Let's talk about the spices. Salt. Be generous with it. A little bit of pepper. If you don't like the black to be seen, you can use white pepper. To me, I think the black pepper has a little bit more flavor. A little bit of paprika is going to give it a wonderful golden glow. A little bit of onion powder as well. I'm going to do the other side as well. We'll repeat the process exactly the same. And then, when the heat is perfectly right inside the pan, we're going to add the fish. How do we know if it's right or not? Here's how I do it. I take a little bit of onion powder. I drop it quickly inside of it. And that can take another couple of minutes to go to it, so I'm going to blast the heat even higher. You want to have the heat blasting hot, but once it reaches the temperature of super hot heat, you want to reduce it down. Bring it down to medium-low. Fish does not like to be assaulted by continuous heat. This particular fillet, first and foremost, we're going to drop it on what I refer to as the prettiest part, which is right here. Now, you want to cook it on medium-low heat. And as it cooks on medium-low heat, you almost want to set your watch or your chronograph to it. You want it to make sure that it does only no more than 2.5 minutes per side. We're dealing with a fish fillet that it's only about I would say 4 to 5 ounces. Sometimes I've taken as much as 6 ounces, but I believe that over 6 ounces, it's almost too much. It's a very rich fish, very dense, full of flavor. Now we're ready to turn the fish. There are 2 tools that you want to use, especially if you want to make sure you do it perfect. A nice spatula. I love a metal spatula, and a spoon. Watch this because it's going to help you enormously. The spoon secures it. We turn it gently, and this is exactly what I was saying. Look how gorgeous it is. This is the color that will be face up when we serve the fish. We're going to cook it for another 2.5 minutes until it's perfectly ready. The sauce we bring into a boil. Once it reduces to the proper amount after about an hour, mind you, we bring it to a boil first, then we reduce it down to a simmer, we'll let it cook for an hour, we will strain it, and now I'm going to show you next how to actually plate this wonderful dish. The sauce is now cooked to perfection. I just want to show you exactly what we started out with. This is the amount that you're going to be starting out with. Once this becomes to a boil, then we reduce it to a simmer. We simmer it for about an hour, then we strain it. This is what you're going to have left after you strain it. Let's take a look at the volume of the sauce, because after we strain the sauce, we reduce it once again almost by half. And I want you to see the thickness of the sauce. It's just splendid. Look at this. This is gold, I tell you, gold. You see what I mean? Now, I will show you exactly how to handle this. This is still nice and hot. We're going to place it right over here. In the dish, the way I like to serve this, we have some sauteed spinach. I already put them over here with just a little touch of garlic. Very simple to make. Using our spatula, we put the fish down. What the spatula allows you to do is to handle the fish gently. And the next thing I'm going to do is the sauce. A lot of people like to put the sauce right on top of the dish. I don't. I like to put it around. I feel that it has a much more elegant flow. You see how thick the sauce is? This is the consistency that I love. If you do not like this thickness, feel free to do whatever you like. And the pool of sauce all the way around, trust me, the fish is beautiful. It looks gorgeous. It tastes fantastic. But this sauce is a one-way to paradise, I tell you. So there you are. Black cod with mango and ginger sauce. And there you are. We are so accustomed to see green beans at a local supermarket, we never actually wonder where they come from. They come from a beautiful plant like this, gorgeous and green. Beans like these, at the pods, they grow right off this plant. It takes about 6 weeks before you can start harvesting the beans from this plant, and a plot of land like this, about 8 by 10, can feed a whole family. In its prime, at its very best, you can almost get a full gallon of beans from this little plot of land. What I love about it is also the fact that it's an activity that you can do with your family and showing your children how the land is important to us, to our world, and how much better the flavor is of these fresh beans that come from the labor that we put together. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get a few of those. I'm going to bring them back in my kitchen, saute them with a little bit of garlic and a little bit of peperoncino, and they will taste great. Saute green beans with garlic. Sounds simple, isn't it? Actually, it's very, very simple. The reason why I do it is because as a young boy growing up, I did not like veggies, but somehow green beans were one of my favorite. Let's talk about the thing that I used to do that kind of got me started. And that was helping my family clean the green beans. We used to do it by hand. Eventually, my dad allowed me to use the knife. And this is something that every one of you that makes green beans at home with this recipe ought to pay attention on how to do it. Let's take a look. These are the green beans right here, holding between my hands, already clean. Look at them perfectly. All the ends have gone. But before we get to this point, we must start with this. And this is what green beans look like when they're not clean. You see all these ends? There is nothing wrong with them. The reason why we want to take the ends off is just because they look prettier. That's the reason why. So here I go with a nice big knife, and this is gonna make it nice and fast. Once you have them set up like this, what you want to do is just cut the ends off, and there you are. This is what you're left with. This is what I love. Now, how do we handle these green beans? A lot of people just like to saute them from raw. Nothing wrong with that, you know, but if you saute them from raw, you have to realize that it takes quite a bit of time for the green beans to cook properly. So one of the things that we have done instead is we've taken a pot of boiling water to which we have added salt. If you want to add even more flavor to the pot of boiling water, you can add onion powder, paprika, any of the dry spices that you would want, but not herbs, because herbs do not do well in the boiling water and they will get stuck in your teeth, very unpleasant. One of the things, I know, I've experimented with this thing, did not work, but this does. Now, when you put them into the boiling water, you do not want to cook them and memorize this any more than 3 minutes. Once you reach the 3 minutes, make sure you have a timer that reminds you of. You take them out of the hot boiling water, and there is a waiting bowl full of iced water. Ice water, do I know it? Because there is ice in there. What you will notice is that once we put it into the ice water, immediately they stop cooking. This is very important for us. Let them sit into the ice water for 3-4 minutes until they have completely stopped cooking. The reason why we use the ice water is that we want to make sure that they don't overcook. It will stop them right here. This is something great that you can do when you have a family meal, and it's one of those steps that allows you to do this ahead into the day so that once we move on to the recipe, we're able to finish the recipe right there and then. What I'm about to show you next is extremely important. This is what people like to use to dry the beans with. Paper towels. Yeah, paper towels. Not happening in my house. Nope. This is what we do. I have a nice cotton towel in which I place the beans that I fished out earlier from the boiling water. And what I want to do is to dry them as well as possible. Why? We are going to cook these beans into a saute pan with very high heat and olive oil. If there is a little speck of water in here, these suckers, and I call them that, yes, this is my nickname for them, they will explode. You will see what I mean. We got the pan going in here. I'm going to crank up the heat very, very high. A little bit of extra virgin olive oil. You can also use extra light olive oil. And then let's talk a little bit about the flavorings that you want to give. The flavorings that you want to add to the beans, as far as I'm concerned, you don't need to add them until the beans are cooking. There are two schools of thoughts to go in this process. One is to cook them, almost scorch them black on the outside. Nothing wrong with that. What that does, it cooks the skin a little bit more. It creates a crunchiness to it. Often you see it in Chinese restaurant, crunchy green beans, wonderful. A little dollop of soy sauce really expands that flavor. Or you can just simply saute so that they start to pick up a light color, but without giving you the crunchy finish to it. And then is what are the other ingredients that you add? Well, why don't we do this one together? So we got the oil in here ready to go. One of the things that I want to make sure that you pay attention to is the following. Let me place it right here next to the beans. These are things that I find extremely important. I want you to take a look at it before I start cooking. So look at this. These are red peppers that I have cut in a brunoise style, very finely diced. I want the ingredients cut very, very small because I want them to flavor the beans. I don't want them to wait for a long time until they cook through. So the smaller they are, the better they are. Is the olive oil ready for us? Let's take a look at it. I'll take a little piece of the red peppers and we look at it. It's starting to jump. You see it's moving. It says, get me out of here. I say, don't worry about it. We got the beans. And here we go with our beans, which we have dried nicely. At this point, we get into the pan. I like to use a non-stick pan because it makes this job very, very easy. Shake the pan just a little bit so that they all get an even amount of cooking. And here we are. You can start to... Remember, the beans are pretty much al dente. It's like the making of pasta. At this point, as they're cooking in here, one of the things that I like to do is to move them about. I use my tongs to move them about because it's very efficient. It doesn't splash back any of the olive oil. Now we go with the flavoring that we want to give to it. Here we go with a little bit of salt. Here we go with a little bit of pepper. And then the things that I love the most, chopped garlic. Remember, chopped garlic is going to cook very fast, so we just want to keep it less than a minute in there. The red peppers just so that we give it a little bit of color. And red pepper flakes for a little bit of heat. And be careful with those because if you put too much, yes, you'll pay for it. So we saute them a little bit. The aroma is splendid. What you can do also is add herbs if you want to. Herbs would be fantastic. And the last thing that I do before I get ready to serve these beans, almost before I want to bring them to the table, is make an addition of Parmesan cheese. Just enough to put on top so that it creates a glaze and it melts with it. Trust me, these guys are completely done. Now we turn this off. And the reason why we turn this off is that you do not want to burn the Parmesan cheese right on top of the beans. Not the same thing wrong. It creates, in my opinion, a wonderful crust, but it does not look pretty. And since we're doing this to look pretty, well, you have to pay attention to it. So here we go with a serving that I want. Using the tongs, put them right here into our favorite bowl. And it's fantastic to bring this to the table and to show people what you've done. And let me tell you, most people say, oh, veggies, I don't like them, they're too healthy. Well, they might be too healthy, but these, they taste fantastic. These green beans are absolutely incredibly wonderful tasting. They have all sorts of layers of flavor that we built with the ingredients. And look at this, sauté green beans with garlic. And there you are. It was a pleasure to have you with me cooking in the kitchen. What a great honor that you would choose to spend your time with me, and I was so happy to show you my favorite recipes today on how to make black cod with mango and ginger sauce and sauté green beans with garlic and red peppers. I hope you'll use this at home to share with your family and with your friends so that you can turn your home into your favorite restaurant. Until next time, arrivederci. Halibut. I love halibut. Halibut is one of those fishes that to me has a welcome, sweet, gentle, buttery flavor that I adore. The fish is huge. I mean, there have been specimens which historically, once fished out from the deep, deep water of the ocean, been almost 600 pounds in size. The fish is big, it's large, but it's very flat. It's very flat because of the fact that down the depth of the ocean, the pressure is so much. The fish has what I would refer to it as not a model-like look about it. I wouldn't call it ugly because that's an insult, but let me tell you, pretty it is not. Great source of omega-3 acids. Fabulous, as a matter of fact. Responds extremely well to just about any type of cooking that we do. And it has been fished commercially, especially in the Alaskan water, since the late 1890s. One of those fishes that's been part of our diet for many, many years. Ciao, I am Nick Stellino. I was taking a look at these recipes that I personally selected for you today. It's all about pasta. Today, we'll make pasta with butternut squash and sausage, and then sweet sausage ragu. Please, join me in the kitchen. Spicy just right. No, I didn't know that. I'm here with my good friend, Il Signor Cacioppo, a fellow Sicilian.
How you doing today, Nick?
He's a character like me. Signor Cacioppo, why don't we discuss something that's very important for people at home? When they shop for sausages and they bring it home, what is the longest that a sausage can stay in the refrigerator before it can be used? Because I think some people put it there for too long.
No, yeah, you're right. I think 3 days is plenty. You know, you buy it when it's nice and fresh when it leaves the shop, and then you should cook it before 3 days is up.
Now, one of the things that I love, and we're both Sicilians, we have this special thing for hot or spicy sausage. What do you put in your spicy sausage? What is the thing that gives it a kick?
Nick, I use crushed red chilies to add to our sausage to make it hot.
That gives it a nice little flavor.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Now, I want you to hear from him a technique that he uses at home because it's very similar to what my grandfather did. Now, you tell me, when you saute, first you put in water, right?
Yeah, we put about an inch of water in the frying pan. And we poach it like that and for about 5 minutes. And then we drain the liquid and we brown it to give it that nice little crunchy skin on the outside.
That's what I love. You know, it reminds me, it takes me back to my old days. That's exactly the way my family used to do it in the Beacon tradition. Signor Cacioppo, these sausages are golden. Wrap them all up. I want to take them with me to the kitchen. I have a special recipe I want to show you.
You got it, Nick.
Spicy sausages. I love them. We're going to use this to make our favorite recipe, that is pasta with sausages and butternut squash. While you were not looking, I already started, and I have the sausages browning in a non-stick saute pan with a little bit of olive oil, and it got just the right consistency. Remember, they are not cooked all the way through, and we don't want them to cook all the way through. We want to keep.
Happy New Year to you too, You bring the police to my door, to my ring. I can sort this, right? I just need time. Don't you answer me back!
Poor Jackie. Squeezed onto the emergency chairs right next to Grandma Betty and Uncle John with his questionable jokes. Just 2 courses in, and you're already lost in the pain of heartburn. It's bad enough that Sandra finds her present a constant source of amusement. Reach for the Rennie. It neutralizes 99% of excess acid in just 60 seconds for fast heartburn relief. If heartburn hits, have the Rennie ready.
Motivation. All the hating that they doing, that shit motivation. Staying winning, nothing less, ain't no consolation. Used to tell me that I couldn't, that's my motivation. Yeah, my motivation. Motivation. All the hating that they doing, that shit motivation. Staying winning, nothing less, ain't no consolation. They all wanted me to stop, that's my motivation. Yeah, my motivation.
Is as we add it to the pan, and I'm going to tell you why. It's fairly thick. A lot of people get very concerned when they see garlic this big. They go, you know, I'm not going to be able to do this. This is too strong. It's going to be difficult for me to digest. Most of you people live in a world where garlic is overcooked. That accounts for the bad breath. That accounts for the unpleasantness the garlic might bring forth. When the garlic is cooked this nice and thick, but still is managed on a medium heat. Remember, when you do this at home, I want you to cook it like this for about 3 to 4 minutes, and you will notice that the onion slowly will become translucent. The garlic will not really brown, it will start to soften sweetly. And then we'll be adding the other ingredients as well. But over a long period of time, the sauce will cook for a good 30 minutes. The garlic will render all of its flavor into the sauce, bringing this beautiful character of its own, and it will be nice and soft. And when you finally have a piece of garlic that will be trapped between your upper molar and your lower molar, and you go to push, it will be like a marshmallowy-like cream that will splurt onto your papilla, on your tongue, and you will say to yourself, the Nick Stellino, he is good. By the way, you would be right, I am. The next thing that we're going to do is the adding of the fresh herbs. People say, why adding the fresh herbs now? More often than not, you see the adding of the fresh herbs toward the end. What I want for the fresh herbs to do at this point is to imbue all of these basic ingredients into the sauce and give them the flavor, the personality that they have. So here we go with the sage. Sage is extremely important. It's a wonderful marriage with the butternut squash that will come next. I'm using right now an addition of fresh basil. You can also use parsley if you don't have basil handy. And these two herbs are really a combination that establishes a foundation for the sauce. At this point, I'm going to increase the heat a little bit more. I'm going to put it to medium-high. And here comes the next addition, which is very important. Pay attention to the detail. This is butternut squash. We have diced this butternut squash in the same possible shape. I don't know, you cannot be scientifically perfect about it, but the more that the shape is equal in all the pieces, the better you will have. Stir it together with all the ingredients. What we want to do is just to mix it around so that it picks up a little bit of the other flavors that we had. You still notice that I added no salt, no pepper. Why? There's a purpose for that. The reason why we're holding back is because there's a great deal of flavor that's being let on by the sausage. We're also going to be adding a little bit of stock. But before we do that, here we have our wine, a little bit of white wine. Put this out on very high heat, and we go with the white wine, just enough of a touch. What we want to do is reduce it down to a glaze, and as the wine reduces to a glaze and it evaporates, you can see already the coloring. It picks up whatever bits of browning was at the bottom of the pan, reincorporates them into the sauce. Those, as far as I'm concerned, are flavor pods. It's not truly a name that exists in English, but he brings out the description and brings out the picture that I want you to have mentally. When you cook a sauce, especially, I want you to feel as if you're composing music. Hold on a second before I continue. I get lost in my own stories. Well, for those of you that see me before, you know that that's the case. Chicken stock is what we're going to add now. Also, beef stock will do, but I would like to have the chicken stock. It's softer in flavor, and what it does not fight with the flavor of the sausage. Now, when you make this at home, at this point, what I want you to do is to bring this to a boil, a rolling boil. Once this reaches a rolling boil, I want you to reduce it down to a simmer and to cook it for about 20-30 minutes. The most important part comes now. Do you remember the sausages that we held back before? We'll reintroduce them once again into the sauce as the sauce reduces and it goes from the very loose feel that you see here to a bit more of a thickened and reduced amount. The pasta that we have, I want to show it to you because it's a beautiful shape. Those are called conchiglie, and you will see exactly what I mean. Conchiglie, by the way, in Italian means shells. What I love about this pasta is that the pasta ultimately will capture on the inside in this curvaceous shape that does have all the tidbits of the sauce. When you bite into it, you will be able to taste all the different ingredients that we've done so far. Conchiglie in Italian means little shell. Now, let's get moving with the pasta. Is it ready? I'll stir it about. Yes, she is. Oh, mamma mia. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm also going to show you a technique called mantecatura, something that you will love a great deal. Ready? Here we go with the pasta. Ah, there you are. The first thing you want to do once you add the pasta is you have to connect with a concept. The pasta and the sauce need to become one. For this to happen, we need to cook the pasta into the sauce. A lot of people get very concerned at this point and say, but why? Don't you just reduce the sauce, put it on top of the pasta? If the pasta and the sauce are treated as two different things, you will never get the full flavor that you're looking for. But what you will notice is as I continue to cook this pasta, you want to do this for about 3 to 5 minutes, the sauce, the juice of the sauce will penetrate into the pasta. Imagine the pasta to be entirely one coil with many layers to it. And as you cook it, the sauce penetrates layer by layer by layer until it gives us the very perfect look. As you can see, most of the juice of the sauce has been now completely absorbed by the pasta. There are 2 more techniques that I want to show you. It's the addition of the cheese. When I do add the cheese, the first thing that I do, I completely turn off the heat. We do not want for the cheese to go to the bottom of the pan and burn and stick to the bottom of the pan. This is a non-stick pan, so this is less likely to happen. But if you do use a stainless steel surface, this is something that could do it for you. We're using right now grated Parmesan cheese. You can also use provolone or a mixture of the two. It doesn't matter. But watch what happens. You see the cheese right here? The next thing that happens as I turn it, just the heat retained by the pasta still gives us the melting of the cheese. The last thing that I'm going to do is a process called mantecatura. Mantecatura is the addition of a butter. Put about a tablespoon worth of butter in it. Now watch what happens and how the gloss, all this comes together. The cheese is melting perfectly into it. Look. This is what I love. This is the part of what, in my opinion, is the very best. So let's plate this. We have the plate waiting for us, and here it goes. Oh, mamma mia. This is something that I would not suggest as a low recipe, a low-calorie diet, but I don't care. I work out. Every once in a while, you need to have pasta with sausage and butternut squash. It's good for the soul. It's going to make you smile. It's going to make you feel as if life makes sense once again. I know it because every time I don't feel right, every time things don't go well for me, the thing that I do, I spend a moment or two and I say to my wife, honey, what do you feel like for dinner tonight? And she goes, ma, if you were to make me some pasta, I would not mind. A little bit of pepper just to add a little bit of color and flavor. Pasta with butternut squash and sausage. Here it is. I love sausages. What I love about sausages is the way they taste. And I love to come here to my favorite butcher because he makes it with love. This is an old family recipe that's been in the family for many, many years. He makes all sorts of sausages, anywhere from kielbasa, chorizo, Italian-style sausages. And by the way, you should be aware of the fact that just about any Italian-style sausage that you find anywhere in the country is based on a Sicilian recipe. Us Sicilians like to feel that way. Why is it so? Fennel seed. Fennel seed is what makes the sweet sausage. Difference between sweet sausage and hot sausage is the addition of peperoncino rosso, red pepper flakes that gives it a little bit of fire. You also need to have a good amount of fat in a sausage to make sure that when the sausage cooks, it does not dry out. Pork, obviously, is the meat of choice. Butt or the shoulder is what they're used. These sausages are fantastic. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get them all wrapped up and take it with me to the kitchen to create something special for you. Pasta with sweet sausage ragu. I love this. By the way, one of my favorite pastas. It's based on the concept of ragu. Ragu is a recipe that comes from Bologna. Ragu alla bolognese, as a matter of fact, is a very well-known recipe, quite famous all over Italy. When I was a little boy, indeed, was one of the things I loved to do the most. Usually it's done with beef. This one is exclusively done with sausages. Before I move on to the sausages, I have to show you something. You're going to love this. Check out this pasta. This pasta is called radiatori. I have to really point this out because it's very exciting. Pastas are fun, by the way. These radiatori, as you can see, are designed to imitate the look of a car radiator. Now, there are rumors that these particular cuts of pasta were invented by Italian car designers. I do tend to believe it. The concept here is that all these little rivets that are built into the pasta make the pasta much more effective at capturing the sauce. Is it true? Is it not? I don't know. I just love it. There are some cuts of pasta that are like, they make me feel like a little kid. I taste them and I think everything tastes better. Is it true? You know, it's true what's in your head. Anyway, we got it in here. We're going to let this one cook. Let's move on to the sausage and let me show you a couple of things. One of the things that we need to do is to get the sausage out of the casing. And we have a paring knife in here. This is what I usually do. I take a cut going all the way through, exactly like this. And then using my hand, you peel the casing off. I'm going to put the sausage exactly as it is into the pan. And the reason why I do that is because we're going to break it up with the back of a spoon. You can use any type of spoon, but it has to be a nice solid spoon. That is the problem a lot of people do have. If you use something soft as a spatula, it will not do it for you. So the process is for us, as you're cooking the sausage, to move it against the wall and break it up. The reason why we're using the wall and break it up, the reason why we're using a pan with a high wall is that we're using the wall of the pan to help us break the sausage into the pieces that we want. These sausages will cook in about 4 minutes. Want to reduce the heat a little bit. You want to do it too high. We're doing this on medium heat. What we want to do right now is basically break it. There's not pretty designs that you want to do with the sausage at this time. You just want to break them so that the sausage is going to release its flavor both into the oil and also into the base of this wonderful sauce. This is all that we need to do at this point. We broke it up exactly in the shape that we want. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to build the sauce. Each of the ingredients that we add is going to be imbued not only in the olive oil, but in the spicing that the sausage does have. First, we go with the onions, typical of the making of ragu. Then we go with celery, and then we go with carrots. One bit of advice that I can give you, make it so that when you add these ingredients, they are cut approximately the same size. They will cook more uniformly, and they will bring out to you the flavor that we need to have in this. I was telling you before that this sauce is based on the Bologna sauce called ragu alla bolognese. But if somebody was ever to ask you, what is that makes the ragu alla bolognese different from the ragu of any other part of the world? We have a ragu in Sicily, we have Neapolitan ragu. There's all sorts of different variations of ragu. The truth is the following. In Bologna, in their ragu, which is only made out with beef and a little bit maybe some time of prosciutto ground finely, they say no, but I know that they do it, is the addition of peas. Green peas are the essential ingredient that turns a ragu to ragu alla bolognese. Let's continue. You're cooking this on medium heat. We do not want to scorch the sausage. We want the sausage to mix well with all the other ingredients. And now it's truly when we start to build up the flavors. First, we're going to go with the garlic. Garlic cut fairly thick. We want the garlic not to burn. If you were to use chopped garlic at this point, because of the medium heat that we're using, it might actually burn. Because it's going to be a long process of cooking here and in the braising. By keeping it nice and thick, you avoid the possibility of that burning. And by the fact that this is going to be a long braise, the garlic will totally meld into these flavors and actually melt properly. A piece of garlic in your mouth, you will be surprised on how it does not taste at all as the kind of garlic you had in the past. We add a little bit of basil now, and we add this fresh basil right in it so that we give the flavor to it. What we can also do is at the end, once the sauce is ready, if you really love the flavor of basil, when you mix it with the pasta, you can add it to it then, but I don't think it's necessary. Next thing, extremely important, get the best red wine that you have. Nice, full of body. You add it, bring now the heat back up to very high heat. What you want to do is reduce this wine until the wine, half of it has evaporated. Why is this important? You're also noticing right now that I'm adding no salt and no pepper. One of the things that most people say, Nick, why don't you add these flavorings? Well, you have to realize that the sausage is full of flavoring already as it is. If we were to add too much salt, too much pepper, one of the problems we would have is that we'll be so completely overpowered with flavor that we'll go all the way to the right of it, and I don't think you can pull it back then. The last thing that we're going to do is add the bay leaf, and now we go with the other flavorings, which are the tomato sauce and the chicken stock. I use chicken stock because the sausage already has a very strong flavor. You could also use beef stock, but what I find is that when you use beef stock, it tends to fight with it. Now, we're going to take this sauce, we're going to bring it to a boil. Once the sauce reaches a boil, we'll reduce it down to a simmer, and it has to simmer for a minimum of 40-45 minutes. I have a sauce here that I've already made. Let's take a taste of it and see what it tastes like. Fantastic. I love me. Yes, the pasta is ready. We're now ready to add the pasta to the sauce. Now remember, when you take the pasta out with the insert, move slowly. This happens to a lot of people. And then there's this little trick. You see how I move my hands? It allows you to do something that you're going to love. And that is, make sure that none of this hot water drops on you. Look at this pasta. Is this gorgeous or what? Now remember, this pasta, because of its design, is fairly delicate. So when you go at it and you mix it together with the sauce, do it gently, exactly as I'm doing. I'm using now the wooden spoon, and look at this. The way it connects with it, the gloss that comes over, this is spectacular. Remember, this does not have a lot of loose liquid to it, and unlike the other pasta, you do not want to cook it for too long, because this pasta is already picking up the glaze that has been created by the heavy reduction that we've done with this ragu sauce. Look at that, wonderful. Two more steps that I need to do to make you see how to make this perfectly well. First thing we're going to do is turn off the heat altogether, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. I'm going to add a little bit of Parmesan cheese right into it. And this is gonna bring out a flavor like you won't believe. And then the addition of the butter, which ultimately is for us the little bit of what we call mantecatura. Now mix it all well together. What the butter will do, and you can see it as I'm moving it gently, is giving the pasta a glaze, a fantastic glaze. You know that we cooked the pasta just right because none of the pieces of the pasta are breaking. This butter is absolutely awesome. I'm sorry, I should not be making these strange noises, but there's something about pasta that not only brings me back to my youth, but still remains for me to this very day, in my mid-50s, something that I absolutely adore. Now, let's plate this. Enough talking, because if you leave it to me, I'll be here talking until the day after tomorrow. This, I want to serve it, I want you to see it, and then I'm going to eat it. Oh, mamma mia. Sono proprio bravo, which means I'm really good. I give myself enormous compliment all the time. Signori e signori, this is pasta with sweet sausage ragu. Just a little bit would be enough, but this is for me, and little bit does not do the proper placement of it. So the last thing that I do to this pasta is a little bit more extra cheese all the way around, and just because I am somewhat deep.
Like a moth to a flame.
The night is ours. Black Opium, the original eau de parfum, and the new eau de parfum over red, Yves Saint Laurent.
Buy crypto in 8 steps. Create your account and verify your identity. Then complete the suitability assessment and 24-hour cooldown period. Add your preferred payment method. Then tap the buy and sell button. Select a cryptocurrency, enter the amount you'd like to buy, and complete your purchase. Sign up now.
People will put you into boxes in life.
True inclusivity is feeling understood. Sport is such a powerful force of bringing people together.
But is it inclusive? No.
Run to the Future is such an amazing idea. A fully, truly inclusive race. It's almost like ripping up sport and starting again.
The proper cut to be called Parmigiano Reggiano. It is, in my opinion, one of the most dramatic and drastic undertaking to see this beautiful piece of cheese is taken off the line and replaced by another one, and whatever is left over, only the people in Parma get a chance to get this young Parmigiano Reggiano. But this is perfectly seasoned, it's mine, I'm taking it home. Thank you for joining me once again. This was a very exciting show for me because I got to cook the food that I love the most, pasta. Pasta with sausage and butternut squash, and then we did a pasta with sweet sausage ragu. I hope that you will use these recipes to entertain your friends and your family at home and turn your home into your favorite restaurant. Until next time, arrivederci. I'm shopping for my favorite ingredient for the soup I want to demonstrate for you. This is a kind of winter squash, but it's not my favorite winter squash. My favorite winter squash is butternut squash. Butternut squash, the Latin name of which is Cucurbita moscata. Try to say that fast 10 times. Even I cannot do that. One of the great things that I love about it is it's very easy to cook. It has a flavor that's rich, dense. If we were, for example, to cut this, the inside of it would be orange. And the riper it gets, the more deep orange it gets. But it's not just the color that I like. It's not just the flavor that I like. Also, what it does have is an enormous flexibility on how you can actually use it in the kitchen. You can roast it, you can saute it, you can make the soup, as I will show you. But it's the health benefit that this particular vegetable does have. What I love about it is, first and foremost, an enormous amount of antioxidants, which are great for you. There's B6, potassium. Unbeknownst to me, as I was studying onto it, I discovered that a cup of this, taken on a daily basis, is your whole allowance of vitamin C. The thing that I love the most about it is how it responds with a unique yield of flavor to the different type of cooking that you do. If you were to experiment with this, one of the things that I propose is try different techniques. If you roast it, it will taste a certain way. If you saute it, it will taste a different way. If you cook it in the form of a soup with a sofrito underneath, and by the way, when I say sofrito, I mean a nice combination of onions, celery, carrots, which is at the base of the soup that we make, it will pick up a different type of flavor. It's the amazing dexterity that this particular vegetable has to respond to the different type of cooking and the yield that it brings back that I truly adore. Now, let's talk about storage. Most people buy this and they put it in the refrigerator. This is not something that you would want to do. When you buy this, keep it in a cool space, very well ventilated. And in this present form, uncut, it will stay nice and edible all the way for about 3 months. If you should find yourself needing a piece of it and cutting it, then you need to cover it with a little bit of plastic, put it inside the refrigerator, but at that point, you have no more than a week. The seeds on the inside are not edible. I would suggest that once you cut it open, get rid of the seeds, also because of the first one to spoil. Ciao, I am Nick Stellino. You are going to love this. This takes me back to my youth in Sicily. As a matter of fact, I'm going to share with you 2 recipes that were truly prevalent in my youth. We will make for you grilled shrimp with stewed peppers, and then a tuna, tomato, olive oil, and caper salad. As a matter of fact, the kind of tuna we're going to use is ventresca. Please, join me in the kitchen. Spicy just right. When it comes to peppers, you want to think as the reverse of football. In this game of peppers, it's not the big guys that win, it's the little guys. And let me tell you why. Habanero, Thai chili, shishito, they are so powerfully hot that an inexperienced cook could truly get themselves in trouble. Why? Super, super hot. These are sweet peppers. They are commonly called capsicum annanum. It's a mouthful, I know. It took me a while to be able to say it correctly. What makes these peppers very, very interesting is the fact that they have a flavor that develops over time. All peppers start out as green peppers. That is, this variety of sweet peppers. But from this green, they move on to something more exciting as yellow, orange, and red. And it's a variety of these that I like to use in the making of peperonata. What makes the peppers so interesting? First and foremost, they are loaded with vitamin C, and it's very, very good for you. Also, they have enormous flexibility in the way in which you can treat them. You can cut them in pieces, you can saute them, you can roast them, you can stuff it with rice, you can stuff them with sausages, or you can make a wonderful braise, which as Italian call peperonata. When you do use the peperonata, don't make a mistake. You want to go ahead with sweet peppers, because as the sweet peppers cook together with a little bit of onion and garlic, they produce this flavor, which is just the end of the world. As a matter of fact, I'm so excited about what I'm telling you that I'm going to take these with me in the kitchen. But keep in mind, for those of you that like things in life a little bit spicy, when no one else is looking, if you were to put a little bit of jalapeno or habanero in there, as long as you're honest to the people that you're serving it to, that would be a wonderful thing to do. Peppers, as far as I'm concerned, are the one thing that make life sweet. But they have to be sweet pepper. Capsicum annanum. Isn't this beautiful shrimp? Oh, you just got to wait and see what I'm going to be making with this. Today, we're going to make grilled shrimp with stewed peppers. The Italian name for stewed peppers is peperonata. There are different versions on how peperonata is made from northern Italy to southern Italy, different additions that are placed in. However, the result is the same. It's absolutely delicious. So, first and foremost, we start with olive oil. Now, the amount of olive oil that you're going to put to this is abundant, and there is a reason to it. The olive oil itself will become the sauce because it's going to be imbued with all the flavors that we put in. You don't want to start with a hot pan. As a matter of fact, the process that we're going to get involved with is the stewing process. So usually what I like to do is to bring into medium heat. So as the ingredients touch the pan, they will not sizzle. You don't want them to sizzle. You want a constant medium heat that allows for the ingredients to release their juices. And these are the ingredients we're going to go with. Yellow peppers, red peppers, and onions. One of the things I want you to notice is how much volume there is right here in the pan. And this is what more often than not discourages people. They look at this thing and they go to themselves, oh, I will never get to this thing. It's going to take forever. Basically, try to remember all of these ingredients are full of water. The water will mingle with the olive oil, and over the stewing process, it will release itself into the very base of it, giving us the flavor that we want. This is not a sauce in which you really need to build up the flavors a little bit at a time and a different cooking. It's pretty much the same constant flow of cooking. So the next thing that we need to do is to actually impart the flavor to it. You know that usually I always hold back with the salt, but you always want to give a little bit of the salt right here and right now, because we want the salt to do two things for now. And what I like to use, by the way, is sea salt. We want for the salt to help draw out its juices, draw out the water, because you want it to go into the bottom, into the stewing process itself. Also, a little bit of black pepper. I love it. And here you're going to love this and be surprised of it at the same time. A tiny bit of vinegar and a little bit of sugar, almost in the same amount. This creates, in Italian we say, come si può dire, agrodolce. Agrodolce is a word that, in my opinion, belongs to Sicily. You have to realize, historically speaking, sugar was a very rare commodity. In Sicily, we have a lot of salt, but not sugar. So the addition of sugar meant in the old days that you were a man of wealth, and therefore balancing with the vinegar, the agrodolce, the sweet and sour, creating this unique finish to it, brings out these super flavors. The next thing that we want to do as well is to add parsley. Parsley just like this. The parsley will bring a flavor. It's going to move this whole stewing process into a certain direction. The next thing that we want to do is add the garlic. But I have to show you something very important about the garlic. And pay attention to what I'm saying right now. This is the garlic we're about to add. You see how thick it is? It's very important that you leave it thick. Remember, this particular dish, the peperonata, will cook for roughly about 35-40 minutes, depending on the amount that you make. If you were to add chopped garlic, the chopped garlic, as you turn this occasionally, you want to turn the peperonata as it softens every 15-20 minutes. If it goes to the bottom, the chopped garlic will burn. And unfortunately, if it burns, it's going to ruin for you the whole dish. Now, to add some of the liquid and make sure that the peperonata also picks up the traditional red color, we put some tomato sauce. And this tomato sauce is going to take it for us exactly where it's at. From this point on, all that you want to do is to let the peperonata go. Two different techniques of what you can do. You can put a cover on top of the pot and this will increase the speed at which the peperonata will come down to its proper look and form. And you want to wait? Nah, come on, I have something for you. I already made it. I'm going to show you exactly what it looks like. You don't need to wait until the end of the show. Follow this. This is what we started out with. So 45 minutes later, this is what the peperonata will look like. You see, thickened, melded, all these flavors running in there. You have the sweetness of the sugar, the little bitterness of the vinegar. The garlic is now completely cooked, and you will be surprised because these pieces of garlic, once you bite into them, would actually melt into your mouth. The combination of peppers, the yellow, the green, and if you're lucky enough, orange is wonderful, even a little bit of green will give you a fantastic flavor. Let's now take a look at the shrimp because I want to share with you something truly exciting on how to actually handle the shrimp. One of the biggest things that people make, not a mistake, it's how you like it. You see the tail of the shrimp, it's right here. I personally don't like dealing with this, especially when I'm eating. So this is what I do. I take 2 fingers, you simply crack it at the bottom, and you just slip it out. I'll do it again right here. Crack it, slip it out. I have one more over here. Crack it, slip it out. Think of it as a song. You'll go, crack it, slip it out, crack it, slip it out. You'll say, what are you doing? And you'll say, oh, I'm singing the Nixtelino shrimp song. So we put the shrimp in this little plate right here, and the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to pour right on top of it the marinade. You might ask yourself, marinade, Stellino, you haven't shown me nothing. How do you make the marinade? Relax already. Mamma mia, you're always in a rush here. I'm going to show you to make this because this marinade is a secret. I should not show it to you, but this is a cooking show, and unless I share these recipes, you will never trust me again. The recipe for the marinade is very, very important. First and foremost, what you want to do is have a little bit of the peperonata that you made ahead of time. This marinade, by the way, can be made the day before. And don't worry about the peperonata because we do not want to have the peperonata hot in this particular dish. We want to have the peperonata at room temperature. Then extra virgin olive oil, nice flavor, a little bit of sherry wine, parsley, whole leaves of parsley going right into, just like this. Very important. Parsley imparts a fabulous flavor. A little bit of paprika, onion powder, red pepper flakes. Oh, you saw how much I added. You see, my wife is not looking right now, so I get to make it as spicy as I want. And then oregano. Cover the top. You may ask yourself why. You've seen the show before. You know what happens to me when I do it. So what do you want to have is a real good strong pull, and it will give you the creaminess of what you want. So done. When you make this at home, the shrimp, you want to let it marinate no more than, I would say, half hour, 45 minutes. The little bit of acidity that's in the wine, if you leave it in here for too long, might actually cook the shrimp. Come with me to the stove. We have preheated this grill pans right here on very high heat. One of the problems that you might have at home when you cook with the grill pans is that being open, much of the heat evaporates. So this is a technique that I've used. I usually stack 2 on top of each other. This allows you to maintain the heat in the pan below. They don't need to be the exact pans. You can just want to make sure that you have a pan that has the same surface. And the pan below is now, oh yeah, it's ready to go. So we're going to grill the shrimp. It's not going to take them much time for the shrimp to cook. The flavoring that's brought in by the marinade is going to give us a flavor that you will not believe. I would say about 2 minutes per side will do. Then we're going to pull out the shrimp. We want to keep it tender. And we're going to have exactly what we want. Now we're going to turn the shrimp. Ah, look at those grill marks. All that you see in that is the ingredients of the marinade, which are perfect. We're almost there. Our marinade has given us the flavor that we want for the shrimp. Our peperonata is ready. And now I'm going to show you how to plate it. One of the things that I love about this dish is truly, this is a country dish, is as common as it comes. But the complexity of the flavor, the way in which it plays with your palate, it gives you a variety of things. With every single bite, you feel transported to the next flavor, to the next flavor. It's just, in my opinion, in spite of the fact that it has very humble beginnings, it's one of the most elegant things I know. Now, the plating of it, this is exaggerated. It's me just trying to be Nixtelino. My mom did not do it this way, but I think about this as if I was running the restaurant and I was saying when customers come in, I want to have an experience that is just as visual as it is something that tastes great. I think that first and foremost, we fall in love with things through the way we look at them. The shrimp is ready here. Ow, 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 ow. Stop. But I love to use my fingers. It's one of the things that I have not lost. Look at that. Look at the third shrimp right here. How gorgeous is this? And then what I should do next? Let me think about it. Oh, yes. The best of extra virgin olive oil that you can possibly have. And I don't even want to ruin it with parsley or anything else. I just want you to fall in love with this. Grilled shrimp with stewed peppers. And there it is. Tomatoes, are they a fruit or are they a vegetable? Well, if you talk to a botanist, they will tell you that they are a fruit because they come from a fruit-bearing plant. However, according to a court decision, a U.S. Supreme Court decision rendered on May 10, 1893, tomatoes were defined to be vegetables. And the reason why was because they are served as a side dish and never as a dessert. Interesting way to go at it. Why do I love tomato? Well, we could go the scientific way. It's chock full of lycopene. And that is a very powerful antioxidant that's extremely great for you. Me, I love the flavor. But how did tomatoes come into our life? Tomatoes were not generated in Europe. As a matter of fact, tomatoes came to America from Christopher Columbus, who brought it right after discovering it. But they were not red tomatoes that came to Europe for the first time. As a matter of fact, the tomatoes that came were these wonderful yellow tomatoes. And that's where the name comes from in Italian. In Italian, the name of tomato is pomodoro. Pomodoro comes from a definition that was given in the year 1544 by a physician and a botanist, Andrea Mattioli, who called the
like a moth to a flame. 'Cause he seems like he's good for you, and he makes you feel like you should.
The night is ours. Black Opium, the original eau de parfum, and the new eau de parfum over red, Yves Saint Laurent.
right here. I'm using two different type of tomatoes. Let's see where they go. Uno di qua, uno di là, uno di qua. You don't need to speak Italian while you do it, but it does help somewhat. Why? You know, I find that speaking with an accent gets me out of a lot of trouble. Put the tomatoes right in here. Uno di qua, uno di là, uno di qua. Uno di qua, uno di là simply means one here, one there, another one over there. Let's talk about what are we trying to do and what are we trying to accomplish. Tomatoes, in the middle of summer, if you grow them in your garden, they taste splendid, sweet with everything. If you buy them in winter, they don't. How do we fix that? First and foremost, you put a little bit of salt on each one of the tomatoes. I like to use sea salt. The reason why I like to use sea salt, I find it to be better tasting and much more agreeable. Then, a little bit of onion powder to cover each one of the tomatoes, a little bit of garlic powder. If you have it in granulated form, it's even better. I find it to be kind of sweeter. Paprika. Why? I'm in love with paprika. Is this Sicilian? Not at all. But in my family, we had an Hungarian uncle who introduced all of us to paprika. The next thing we're going to do is sugar. Just a touch of sugar on top of the tomatoes, just a touch. Now, why are we doing all of these things? All of these flavors that you see me adding to it slowly but surely will start to penetrate into the tomatoes. Once we've done it on one side, I want you to turn it onto the other side. Exactly like this. And repeat the process. A little bit of sugar, a little bit of paprika, onion powder, and garlic powder. Now, when you make this at home, this is something that you want to let rest for at least 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, one of the things that you will notice is that the tomatoes will absorb the flavor, a little bit of water will leak out. Nothing wrong with that, but you know now that when you bite into the tomatoes, they have this package of flavor. This is not, and I want to make sure that you understand, a Sicilian tradition. Sicilians eat tomatoes in summer, and what we get is fantastic. This is how we get non-Sicilian tomatoes to taste good all year round. Let's talk about another little bit of trick. Red onions. I find red onions to be my favorite onions for this particular salad, but they have a very sharp, very aggressive taste. How can we somehow smooth over the taste? I find that if you place them in a marinade of vinegar, red wine vinegar, and a little bit of water, which we have mixed in this bowl right here, and you let them sit for about 15-20 minutes, and then after 15-20 minutes, you take it out, you wash them real well, you dry them real well, they will look like this. What is the advantage that you have in doing so? The onions become sweeter, softer, with a rounder flavor, wonderful to be had. So this is also very important. Let's talk about a couple of other ingredients. I was talking to a friend of mine. I've known her for a long time. She's a delightful lady. And she was saying to me, you know, Nick, I love this recipe of yours, but the capers, they're too salty. I said, how do you treat the capers? Oh, I open the jar and I pour it with the brine right on top of the food. I go, oh, whoa, stop. What are you talking about? What you got to do, first and foremost, when you use the capers, like these guys, you put them in a bowl. You wash them. Yes, you got to wash them. The washing process takes away the excess salt, takes away the brine, and the flavor comes out without being so aggressive, so harsh. Very important that you do that. While we have the capers, let's talk about the black olives. This, I must confess, is not the way in which it's done traditionally in Sicily. This old salad is served in a big bowl, family style, and the olives have the pit in it. I don't know about you, but I cannot tell you how many times I almost broke a tooth because I did not think about the pit. So what I do in this particular case, I pit every single olive, and then, as you can see, I cut it in half. This will make it easier for the assembly and also will make it much more pleasant for your dinner guests. Think of yourself as if you're providing a series of small luxuries to the people that come and interact with your food. If you think in that form, you will make everybody happy. Now, I'm about to share with you a secret. Nobody's around. I'll tell you then. Watch this because it's unbelievable. You see this? This tuna right here, it's unique. This is called ventresca. I'm going to turn the jar. Usually they come in jar like this or in cans similar like this, but do you see the striation? Ventresca comes from the Italian word which means ventre, which means tummy. It's also called in Japanese toro. It is the richest part of the tuna. It has a lot of striation, it has a great deal of fat, and when they're packed into extra virgin olive oil just like this and they simmer over a long period of time, the fat renders out and the tuna is splendid. I want to show you exactly what the tuna looks like once we take it out. Look at this. Absolutely gorgeous. You have no idea. This is tuna like you never had. It costs at least twice as much, in some market 3 times as much. They come from Sicily, mostly the southern part of Italy. They come from Spain, Portugal. It's great. Very expensive, but trust me, it's one of those things where it's worthwhile for you to invest your money in. Now, let's put together the vinaigrette. This one is going to be easy. It's going to take no time at all. A little bit of vinegar. Together with the vinegar, we do a little bit of basil and a little bit of parsley. Then get the best quality of extra virgin olive oil that you have on hand. And this process that we're doing right now is a process called emulsion. In this process, what we're doing truly is the vinegar is mixing with the extra virgin olive oil, and by whisking it about, we're introducing air into this flow. The air that we introduce into the flow, as you can see, is making it look nice and thick. At this point, what I love to do is a touch of sea salt, a little bit of pepper, and if you feel like it and nobody's looking, a little bit of sugar. There you are. Yes, yes, yes. We're just about ready. Now, let's assemble this dish. I have chosen a very elegant plate, and I'm saying, why? It's only tomatoes. I'm thinking, if you're going to do something, do it good, or else don't do it at all. So I choose the better tomatoes. I choose the side that I like of the tomatoes. Look how delicately I do this. You know, my wife says, Nick, you're always exaggerating. And maybe I am, but it makes me feel bad. This guy's too small. We'll put a bigger one. Now we start and we build it. The first thing that I want to do is to sprinkle it with the capers. I want you now to think in the fact that what you're doing is not just throwing ingredients in there, you are building flavor bases. Then we take the olives, and you just put the olives on top of each one of the tomato. Then a little bit more of the herbs that we used before, parsley and basil. Look fantastic. Now, let's go with the onions. The onions, you cover it just like this. Trust me, at this point, the onions are not as harsh as we had them before. They're nice and soft. And then take the tuna and treat this tuna as if it was the most expensive, most delicious thing ever, because it is. Put it right on top like this. These pieces of tuna, once you engage with them in your mouth, you will say, Stellino, we love you. You should, to begin with, not just because I've shown you this, because I love what I do and I like to share it with you. And then, it's the moment to decorate it. How do we do this? Take the dressing, let the dressing touch the tomatoes, touch everything. Don't be over forceful with this, just a little bit. What you want to make sure is that everything molds together. And it is at this point that you fall in love with the things that you're making. Tuna, tomato, olive oil, and caper salad. And when people ask you, how is it possible that it tastes so good? You say to them, you know what? I know this guy. He's got an accent. It's kind of cute. But boy, can he cook? And that, of course, will be me. And there it is. It is an honor to have you with me here in my kitchen as we prepare grilled shrimp with stewed peppers and then a salad of tuna, ventresca, of course, tomatoes, capers, and olives. I hope that you will use these recipes, you will share with your friends, with your neighbors, with your family, and turn your home into your favorite restaurant. Until next time, ciao. Shrimp, I love everything about shrimp. The most important thing about shrimp is not just the flesh itself, is the shell. As a matter of fact, if I can give you a big word of advice, is when you shop for shrimp the next time that you do, make sure that you save the shells. What I like to do is to put them inside a plastic bag, put them in the freezer, and when I have enough, I make my own shrimp stock. You will love me for that alone. The other thing is how to handle shrimp, how to cook it. Depending on the size, the timing of the cooking varies, but the best way to go at it is with high heat, blasting it for a short period of time to really bring out the flavor into the shrimp. Before you cook it, is to brush it with a little bit of oil and then spice it up with your own favorite flavor mix of spices. Sugar, salt, pepper, yes, sugar works wonders. Paprika, onion powder, garlic powder, so that when you finally cook it into the oven or under the broiler, immediately all this flavoring become almost a crust-like. On top of it, many times you find yourself in need of small shrimp, but they're not available, and all that you can get is colossal shrimp. If that is the case, do not despair. Simply treat the shrimp as I told you, take the shell out, cut it in small pieces, and do whatever you need to do. Life is made of improvisation. It makes life a lot easier. Ciao, I am Nick Stellino, and I have selected for you 2 great recipes, comfort food. As a matter of fact, when the weather turns cold, this is exactly what you will want to make for your family and friends. Today, we'll make butternut squash soup with a confit of pepper asparagus and spicy sausage, followed by pea soup with a confit of peppers and shrimp. Please, join me in the kitchen. Spicy, just right. I'm shopping for my favorite ingredient for the soup I want to demonstrate for you. This is a kind of winter squash, but it's not my favorite winter squash. My favorite winter squash is butternut squash. Butternut squash, the Latin name of which is Cucurbita moscata. Try to say that fast 10 times. Even I cannot do that. One of the great things that I love about it is it's very easy to cook. It has a flavor that's rich, dense. If we were, for example, to cut this, the inside of it would be orange. And the riper it gets, the more deep orange it gets. But it's not just the color that I like. It's not just the flavor that I like. Also, what it does have is an enormous flexibility on how you can actually use it in the kitchen. You can roast it, you can saute it, you can make the soup, as I will show you. But it's the health benefit that this particular vegetable does have. What I love about it is, first and foremost, an enormous amount of antioxidants, which are great for you. There's B6, potassium. Unbeknownst to me, as I was studying onto it, I discovered that a cup of this, taken on a daily basis, is your whole allowance of vitamin C. The thing that I love the most about it is how it responds with a unique yield of flavor to the different type of cooking that you do. If you were to experiment with this, one of the things that I propose is try different techniques. If you roast it, it will taste a certain way. If you saute it, it will taste a different way. If you cook it in the form of a soup with a sofrito underneath, and by the way, when I say sofrito, I mean a nice combination of onions, celery, carrots, which is at the base of every soup that we make, it will pick up a different type of flavor. It's the amazing dexterity that this particular vegetable has to respond to the different type of cooking and the yield that it brings back that I truly adore. Now, let's talk about storage. Most people buy this and they put it in the refrigerator. This is not something that you would want to do. When you buy this, keep it in a cool space, very well ventilated. And in this present form, uncut, it will stay nice and edible all the way for about 3 months. If you should find yourself needing a piece of it and cutting it, then you need to cover it with a little bit of plastic, put it inside the refrigerator. By that point, you have no more than a week. The seeds on the inside are not edible. I would suggest that once you cut it open, get rid of the seeds, also because of the first one to spoil. And then enjoy it in different techniques. I'm going to take this with me to the kitchen, and I'm going to show you step by step on how to make the most luxurious soup you've ever seen. Follow me in the kitchen. Butternut squash soup. I love that accent I have, with a confit of spicy sausage and peppers. Now, this is the butternut squash in its original form. When you see it at the supermarket, what we've done, we cut it, we peeled it, and we have diced it exactly like this. If you're lucky enough at your supermarket to find this already diced, and many supermarkets across the country do have it, do buy it. It saves you a ton of work. This soup, to me, is something that reminds me of comfort. I was talking to a friend of mine who I made it for, and what did she say? She said, it reminds me of a romantic walk through the countryside of Tuscany. And I kind of like it, in spite of the fact that I'm Sicilian. First and foremost, we start with some extra virgin olive oil. In the making of the soup, I want to treat this soup as something elegant. You have to realize that for the longest time, myself, I've always thought of soup as, how could I say, something boring. You know, I don't look at soup and say, oh, Mama, I'm going to have a soup. Soup to me is soup. When I think of soup, it's minestrone. When I was a little boy, my mom used to make soup for us because we had to eat vegetables. And to me, it meant that that day we had no pasta. It made me very sad. Later on, I discovered, through the passion that I have for making sauces, the soup can be just as exciting as a sauce. You just have to think of creating a soup in the same flow, in the same manner in which you create a sauce. I'm going to walk you through it. I'll show you how to assemble it together, and you will feel the same excitement that I do as we get this going. So, in the olive oil that is now cooking, we add a little bit of carrots. Together with the carrots, also a little bit of celery. One point that I want to make that you really need to kind of grasp is, it doesn't matter to make these cuts too elegant. These cuts are called in French paysanne, which means like the farmer makes it. Nothing offensive about it. Truly, what that means is that ultimately this will braise in for a long, long time. And as it braised for a long time, it'll become nice and soft. Each one of them right now is bringing out the flavor of what truly creates the base. This is called il triumvirato, also known as il soffritto. These three ingredients are at the base of everything that we do. We want to stir them about as the heat is starting to build up. I don't want you to start with a super hot pan. I don't want to braise them. I don't want to burn them. I don't want to mark them. I don't want to caramelize. I want to come to the flavor together. It's like they're taking a walk, they're getting to be friends, they're getting to know each other. As they do that, we start to add other aspects of what makes this soup very interesting. The first thing is red pepper flakes. This, we gotta put it in. A little bit of heat, fantastic. You can put dry spices of anything that you want. I like thyme. You can even use oregano. I find that the thyme is much more interesting. It brings out, and I find that, by the way, dry thyme is even more flavorful than fresh thyme. I know that a lot of you will not disagree with me, but that's how I feel. Sage is the other thing. A whole leaf of sage or pieces of sage, just put it in there. Allow for this to come out. The sage is, to me, something sacred. Immediately makes me think of fall. You know, the comparison to a walk to the countryside of Tuscany, I think is ideal. I'm going to have to call Bridget and tell her that she really connected with this perfectly well. The other ingredient is something that we need to pay attention to. Garlic is essential. Garlic, in spite of the fact that it's a southern ingredient, mostly in the southern part of Italy, especially in Sicily, is something that needs to be handled in a certain fashion. What we have done, and you'll see exactly what I mean, as I added thick cut garlic. People are concerned about the thick cut garlic. They feel that ultimately It's going to be very difficult to digest. They're going to have problems biting into it. Remember, we're going to cook this for a long, long...
Happy New Year to you too, You bring the police to my door, to my rig. I can sort this, right? I just need time. Don't you answer me back!
Want a beard that's clean and smells great, without washing it with hand soap?
Use the King C Gillette Beard Wash and avoid your beard
smelling like your day.
Wash the day out of your beard with the King C Gillette Beard Wash.
Style like a king.
Come to love this piece of equipment. Now, once this is done, let me show you what it looks like exactly, because I want you to kind of lock up visually the consistency that we're going after. And here we have the soup that we have smoothed all the way through. We cooked it, and then we reduced it just for a couple of extra minutes. Look at this. Nice and pulpy, exactly the way in which it's supposed to be. Take a little taste. I am good. The next thing I want to show you is how to make the confit. The confit is made with a spicy sausage, which is a dry sausage. You can use linguica. You can use chorizo. You can use any type of sausage that you want. What we want to do is to bring out a flavor that just dances, and put a little bit of extra virgin olive oil in the pan. This confit to me was an idea because I was thinking the soup is great, but how about putting something into the soup that just makes everything dance, makes everything fly? So what I like to do is, while the pan is getting hot, I like to add the spicy sausage. Even Italian sausage would work, by the way. I just discovered this sausage lately. It's not part of my tradition, but it has a flavor to it, something that really elevates the food to the next level. The next thing I want you to see is how I cut the ingredients. This is very important. You need to look at it because otherwise it might change the way in which it does. The asparagus, very small rounds, as you can see. Even the florets of the asparagus cut very little. We did not parboil this. These are in the original form. The peppers, the onions. What I try to do is to have everything cut almost the same. I always tell you not to use chopped garlic. In this particular case, I like to have chopped garlic and chop very, very fine. It will be the last addition that we make to the dish. And for the fact that it will be the last addition, the heat that's retained by the ingredients will ultimately firm up the cooking of the garlic. And that's exactly where we want to go with that. And then red pepper flakes. Why? You say it's spicy already. You're dealing with a Sicilian. We like spicy, but don't exaggerate. I mean, come on. Don't make something just for yourself, especially if you have friends at home. Always check with other people if they do mind or they don't mind spicy food, because that could be a problem otherwise. So the next thing that we do, we add the other ingredients. Here we go with the asparagus, the red peppers, a little bit of the white onions. The fact that everything is cooked so fine, so small, really makes it so much easier for us to deal with, and you're going to enjoy that part of it. Look at that. Guarda, guarda che bellezza, eh sì. Let it cook on high heat for a few minutes until you see the asparagus and the onions to wilt down a little bit. Once it gets to the consistency that you like, the next thing that you want to do is add a little bit of brandy. Just a little bit. Una sfumatura. Una sfumatura means just a hint. And here is where things get to be interesting. Once you get to the point in which all the ingredients are now cooked for a few minutes together, the brandy has evaporated all the way through. Here's what I want you to do. Turn off the heat. Mind you, I'm doing it quite quickly at home. You want to do this for a few minutes until everything is cooked together. So the next thing that you want to do at that point is a little bit of cheese, a little bit of butter, and just a little bit of extra garlic. Then, in the heat that's retaining here, just mix everything together. Ay, ay, ay. Let it melt together. This is spectacular. Okay, the soup is ready. The confit is ready. Now I'm going to show you how to plate it. Now, the plating is very simple, and it's overly exaggerated because I like design. Look, when I serve it to myself, this is how I like to do it. Why? It makes me feel good. Let me show you how to do this, because I've done this for many parties that I've done for several of my clients, and they absolutely adore. What I've done with the soup, I add a little bit of extra stock right before I serve it, brought it to temperature. The reason why I do that is because it pours smoothly. Look at this. It's fabulous just to look at it. Now, the confit that we did before, right before I showed you how, I let the confit cool just a little bit. I want for the butter and the cheese to mix together and to create this beautiful mound right in the middle of it. And there you'll see what I do. And I like to put it right in the middle because once you engage with it and you start picking up these ingredients, the soup, the elements of the confit, all these things that mix together, forgive me, I had to do that. Now, a secret. This is called truffle oil. It's very expensive, but it's worth it. You don't use a whole lot of it, just a few drops. Look at this. Look at this and you say, this is Stellino's recipe for butternut squash soup with a confit of peppers, spicy sausages, and asparagus. Is it good? All you have to say is, it's a Stellino signature dish. You know it's good. And there it is. Peas. Most of us get their peas from the frozen section. Don't be discouraged. Frozen peas are fantastic. As a matter of fact, frozen peas, due to modern technology, I picked about 2 to 3 hours within the first picking. They're splendid. But there was a time when peas were not something that everybody could afford. As a matter of fact, Elizabeth I of England used to have peas in her diet all the time. She used to import them from Holland. Very expensive ingredient to have. They were considered to be as expensive as caviar. Pea's name in Latin is Pisum sativum. Italians, by the way, invented the petit pois kind of peas. It's been known, actually proven through historical records, that Caterina de' Medici, when married Henry II in France and went to the king's court, not only brought with her a bunch of Italian chefs and all the techniques and pots and pans, but also several plants of petit pois, small peas, which as Italians we call piselli novelli. Of course, you talk to a French chef, you get a whole different story, but this is my show. I'm Italian, and I get away with it. What do I love about peas? I love the way they taste, I love how they feel, and I love what I can do with it. As a matter of fact, I want to show you a fantastic recipe, so follow me in the kitchen because I have something great to show you. Peas. This is the main actor in this drama that we call pea soup, with a confit of pepper and shrimp. Bet you never heard of that before. To tell you the truth, it's nothing that you get every day. I like pea soup, but I always think soups, as always, are boring, until I came up with this idea, how to make this pea soup and build it together like I like to build a sauce. I told you this story before. Well, in this case, we start with a little bit of olive oil that we put right here in a pan, and then we move, and once again, we start building this exactly as if it was a sauce. What does that mean? First and foremost, we go with the onions into the pan. Remember, you do not want to have the pan to be too hot. You do not want to scorch the veggies that we put them in there. Rather, we want to caress them with a little bit of heat. So we just added the celery and the carrots. In this case, you notice that I still maintain the same style of paisan, very simple, informal, different shapes. Ultimately, these ingredients, together with the broth that we will add later on and the peas, will let them simmer for a long time. And when we're done with the soup, when we process it, we'll just have them into a pulp. So the even cut of the ingredients is not that important in this case. It makes it a lot easier for you. It makes you relax. It lets you flow with it. You have to think about the fact that everything that we do kind of builds up a layer of flavor. And this layer of flavor is something of extreme importance because it permits us to bring this from a soup-like character more to a sauce-like character, which is what I love. So at this point, one of the things that I like to do is to add some red pepper flakes. Red pepper flakes are a fantastic way to have a uniform addition of heat. Also a little bit of thyme. Thyme has become, for me, one of my favorite spices. I love the aroma that it releases in the kitchen when you're using it. Stir this about just so that everything gets in together. I'm so sorry we do not have aroma flavor yet going through the lenses of the camera because you will be totally enthralled by it. This, however, what I'm adding next is the same story, garlic cut thick. Trust me, I tried this before with chopped garlic, but I find that when we add chopped garlic to summer recipes like this that we want to cook for a long time, the garlic sometimes gets to the bottom of the pan, and because of the fact that the volume has been reduced so enormously, it might have a tendency to burn. Burnt garlic is very difficult to digest. Also, it does impart a most unpleasant flavor to anything. Think of garlic as a gentle soul that you have to coax out and bring into its flow. Let's go back to our peas. A lot of people are concerned, frozen peas, fresh peas, fresh is always the best. Nothing beats fresh. But frozen peas makes a great alternative. As a matter of fact, I want to go openly on television and confess to everybody that I do use frozen peas when I cannot get a hold of fresh peas. But before I actually add the peas, you got me so excited I almost forgot the ingredient. In my hand, I have brandy. You can use brandy, you can use sherry. I've also used sometimes Marsala wine, and if I don't have any of this, even something as basic as white wine will do for you. If you choose white wine, go with something that might be on the sweet side, like Gewürztraminer or Chenin Blanc. There you are. Now, when you add the brandy like this, be always very careful of the flaming possibilities of it because we're dealing with very high heat. Good. We're going to reduce this down to a glaze. Once it reaches a glaze, and it's reduced completely, then we do add our peas. And this is the part that I love the most. The color of the peas is wonderful in the background of everything. It really gives you a very clear sense that we're moving in the right direction. Mix everything together and already they look beautiful. As a matter of fact, if you wanted to at this point, you could put everything into a baking dish, put it in an oven, preheat it at 500 degrees, and you would have the most fabulous melange of roasted veggies. There, I just gave you a free recipe. How do you like that? You come for one, you get two. I know, I'm good that way. Next thing we add is chicken stock. I prefer chicken stock. If you do not want to have any chicken stock or beef stock, even vegetable stock would be fantastic. Bring this to a boil. Once it reaches a boil, then I want you to reduce the heat and I want you to simmer for about 45 minutes. Now, we have let this reduce to the proper consistency. As you can see, the volume is much lower. At this point, we want to use our immersion blender. I love this machine because it just does it for me. It makes me feel super. Watch what happens. I put it on the inside and look how quickly it changes. Now, it will take you a couple of moments. Well, no moments, a couple of minutes to get this done right. But once you do this, you will bring this down to the perfect consistency. What is it supposed to look like instead of making you wait all this time? Follow me. I have here what I refer to as the perfect consistency. And this is the pea soup that I like. Let me taste it. Fantastic. I love it. You could serve it like this, but not at a Stellino household. You say, why not? I like elegant, smooth, flowing things. One last step that I want you to consider is the straining of the soup. Be aware of one thing. Once you strain the soup, it will actually force you to lose almost a third of the volume. I'll give you a sample on this one. You have the strainer right placed right through it. I'll move this aside. Watch what happens. This is what you need, a spatula. The spatula allows you to push the pieces through. I did this for the first time with my nephew Andrew that's now taking a passion of cooking with me in the kitchen. As you can see the liquid going down and most of the pulp being left behind. This pulp, there's nothing wrong with it. It's fantastic. But what you're left with underneath, in my opinion, has such a luxurious, silky-like feeling that is unbelievable. So we'll put this aside. Once you strained it all, what I want you to do is to cook it on high heat and just reduce it a little bit more to give it the kind of thickness that you want. Now, let's look at the ingredients that make the confit, because this confit is not the same as before. No, this is different. What we're gonna mix here is chopped shrimp together with chopped pork bacon, together with peppers that we cut very finely. It takes place in a quick moment. One of the things that you want to be concerned about is to cook fast and quick, because this thing will go from cooked to burn quite quickly. Pay attention to what you do. Do not get distracted. First addition, bacon, chopped bacon that we put right in here. Remember, put a little bit because the bacon will release a great deal of its own juices. Then chopped shrimp. I love the shrimp addition. Bacon and shrimp is one of those combos which I discovered by mistake, and it's just fantastic. A little bit of the yellow peppers, then we go with the red peppers. You can choose any combination of colors that you want. Even green, not a problem. The onion, finely chopped as well. And then at this point, a little bit of the chopped garlic. This will cook in no time at all. You'll see the shrimp cooking before your eyes, moving from white to red. One of the things that I tell everybody is to make sure that when you do this, to spread it around and have high heat underneath the pan to get the look, the feel, the taste of everything that you have exactly where you want it. Just a little bit of salt at the very end to make sure that all the flavors are amalgamated with flavor. A little splash of brandy. Let the flame die down. The last thing that we need to do is the addition of butter. And at this point, what I want you to do is to completely turn off the heat underneath. Together with the butter, just a touch of Parmesan cheese, and let all the ingredients mix together. So, we have the soup ready, which we strained already. The confit is ready here. All that we have left to do is to assemble the dish, and that in itself is a wonderful artsy preparation. Let me show you how. Plating this is a work of art. First, let me make sure that the taste is exactly what I like it. Fantastic, fantastic. Just a perfect flavoring. So here we go into our bowl. There you are. And now we go with the topping. And the topping is what I love the most. There you are. Every bite that you will take, every spoonful of this, you will have a little bit of the confit coming together with the soup underneath. And this is the combination that makes it. You might say to yourself, this is a masterpiece. And I'll simply say, no, this is simply pea soup with a confit of peppers and shrimp. And then the last touch, a little bit of truffle oil going all the way around to make this even more regal. My gosh, it's beautiful. But of course, it's my recipe. And there it is. Thank you for joining me. It was a pleasure to share with you these wonderful recipes. A wonderful butternut squash soup with a confit of spicy sausages and asparagus. And then pea soup with a confit of bacon and shrimp. Hope you'll share this with your family and friends, and I hope that you will use these to turn your home into your favorite restaurant. Until next time, ciao. I love sausages. What I love about sausages is the way they taste. And I love to come here to my favorite butcher because he makes it with love. This is an old family recipe that's been in the family for many, many years. He makes all sorts of sausages, anywhere from kielbasa, chorizo, Italian-style sausages. And by the way, you should be aware of the fact that just about any Italian-style sausage that you find anywhere in the country is based on a Sicilian recipe. Us Sicilians like to feel that way. Why is it so? Fennel seed. Fennel seed is what makes the sweet sausage. Difference between sweet sausage and hot sausage is the addition of peperoncino rosso, red pepper flakes that gives it a little bit of fire. You also need to have a good amount of fat in a sausage to make sure that when the sausage cooks, it does not dry out.
Poor Jackie. Squeezed onto the emergency chairs right next to Grandma Betty and Uncle John with his questionable jokes. Just 2 courses in, and you're already lost in the pain of heartburn. It's bad enough that Sandra finds her present a constant source of amusement. Reach for the Rennie. It neutralizes 99% of excess acid in just 60 seconds for fast heartburn relief. If heartburn hits, have the Rennie ready.
Another night on the town.
Nice of you to turn it up.
This one's always fun.
Best to stay nice and quiet, but keep your wits about you. You never know what's around the corner. Because like I say, it's every thief themselves.
Want a beard that's clean and smells great, without washing it with hand soap.
Use the King C Gillette Beard Wash and avoid your beard
smelling like your day.
Wash the day out of your beard with the King C Gillette Beard Wash.
Style like a king.
And tenderness.
So the darker color of meat that I see occasionally, you actually telling me that the flavor is better, the oxidation brings out all...
Definitely.
How come I never see it on your thing?
This is what I take home for dinner.
You see, this is what you discover when you ask the right questions. People like this, they keep the best for themselves. Russell, This steak over here, you have any of them that are oxidized, even slightly oxidized?
You take my dinner from me?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, I'll get you some.
He's gonna go get me those steaks. You know, in life, as in everything else, you learn every day. And one of the most important things in the shopping for meat is to make sure that you have this constant relationship with a butcher who can guide you, especially from some informations that we might have already predetermined in our head, which are not necessarily the correct one. The meat that is more flavor and how when it's aged it brings out this incredible taste, especially if you're a meat eater. Today, these steaks that he's getting from me from the back are the ones that I will cook for you, and you will see what a fantastic recipe that is. Steaks and martini, two of my favorite things. As a matter of fact, these things are so favorite of mine. Every time I travel, I always like to have a steak dinner to celebrate something great. And when I get home, after I hug my wife, after I play with my kittens, one of the things that I love to do in the evening is to have a martini with my wife. By the way, you should know my wife hates martinis. She does not like that as a cocktail, but she is the best martini maker ever. Of any bar, of any hotel, anywhere I go in the world, she's the best. Honey, you're fantastic. So one time I said, why don't I make something actually that's inspired steak, martini. I said to myself, steak with a martini sauce. How about that? So this is something that came out one day. I did a couple of tries to make sure that all the elements would come together, and the result I'm going to show you right now. As usual, we start with a nice pan, extra virgin olive oil in it, and remember, we're building this as a sauce, so it's a blossoming of ingredients that we put in. Celery, and you'll notice that these ingredients are cut roughly because ultimately we will strain the sauce. Then we go with carrots and with white onions. Sometimes I feel to make it a little bit more elegant, and instead of white onions, what I use are shallots. Shallots have a little bit more of a sophisticated flavor to it. When you do this at home, I want you to cook on medium-low heat this ingredient and do it for about 3 to 4 minutes. One of the things that I find when you cook with medium-low heat is that the flavors themselves blossom, they open up inside the context of the sauce, creating a structure, creating a foundation that really builds upon. Now, as I was thinking about it, how do I get to this whole thing? How do I give it the flow, the body? And one of the things that I fell in love with is, why don't we put some bacon in there? You know, actually what happened, I had pepper bacon in the house. I didn't know what to do with it. I have it for breakfast every once in a while. I said, how about we put some pepper bacon? You can use any kind of bacon you want. But bacon with its presence, with its fat. Pork, by the way, to me is another one of my favorite meats. The bacon, as you add in this particular case, is going to elongate, expand the flavoring that this sauce does have. The important thing is also to realize how do you bring out other elements that continue this build-up on. It's like building a little house. So you can go with any spices that you want, but if you want to make it my way, next thing that I do is a nice bit of fresh parsley on it. Always, I like to add the fresh herbs in here because the herbs are not for decoration, it is not for garnish. Ultimately, once we cook the sauce, we will strain the sauce, so this parsley will go away. But if you put it early into the process, the parsley, as it cooks together with the other ingredients, is going to give us this one. Look at this ends, amazing. I know. One time, my wife told me that the only way she can shut me up is by making me stand still like this. If you ever see family photograph of me standing still, I look like a doofus. Not that I don't look like a doofus now, but that is the extreme. Let's move on to the next few things because she tells me I also talk too much. Lemon juice. I added lemon juice because when I tried this the first time, I was looking for a bit of tartness that would kind of bring it in. So, and I have this little tree in my backyard, a lemon tree, which is absolutely pathetic looking, but it puts out the most incredible lemons. I refuse to take the tree out. It's got character. Cook it with the lemon juice. You see what happens when you put wonderful fresh lemon juice? It reduces. It gives it a glossiness and an imprint of what is to come next. And what's to come next at this point, I like to add, is the garlic. Chopped fairly thickly. Doesn't need to be. Do not put chopped fine garlic, because if you put chopped fine garlic at this point, one of the risks that we have is as we continue to cook the sauce, that if it's chopped too fine, it may actually burn and turn the sauce to the other side. Now here it comes. It is true. And we got to confess this without making any excuses that the true martini is made with gin. That's it. However, James Bond has it with vodka. And you know, there was one of the greatest movies ever that I saw. My name is James, James Bond. No, wait. He says, in Italian, in truth, we say, mio nome è Giacomo Bondi. In English, my name is Bond, James Bond. And he likes it shaken, not stirred. You have no idea how much fun I have. Every time I go to a bar, I recite the line. So, to me, a vodka martini tastes better. Is it the right way to do it? Truly, it's not the original way, but it's the version that I like. So here we go. A little bit of vodka and a little bit of vermouth. Now, when you do this at home, remember you're cooking with high heat. One of the things that you want to do is make sure that you watch for the flame that could come anytime. You want to reduce this down by half so that the liquid has mostly evaporated. Once the liquid has reduced by half, the next thing that I want you to do is to add the chicken stock. The last ingredient that I put is more for color and to continue the flow of the sauce. Remember I told you a sauce is like building a house where you have to think of what room, where is going to be the TV room, where is the bedroom, what is the view. To me, this tomato sauce brings this whole thing into completion, and this is exactly what I'm doing right now. You add the tomato sauce. Now, at this point, you bring this sauce to a boil. Once it reaches a boil, I want you to reduce it down to a simmer. You let this simmer for 45 minutes. So you go from this look to a darker, deeper, more reduced volume, and this is what you will have right before we strain the sauce. So the sauce is ready now, but we will strain it later. Let's go back and talk about the steaks. Dry aged steaks are the most expensive ones and the best steaks to be had. The problem is that when you look at them, they don't look all that pretty. As a matter of fact, you see these dark spots. This is what happens in the aging of the steaks. This is a New York cut. You can choose any cut that you want, but New York is my favorite. So now we go, ooh, look at this. I have my own martini. I think I should take a moment to reflect on what I'm doing next. What a bouquet. I love this martini. Forgive me. Fantastic. I will finish this later. Now we go with the steak. First thing I like to do, always brush the steak that you want to cook with a little bit of olive oil. Then, here's where a lot of people go, just a little bit will do. If you're gonna put salt on a steak this size, you gotta put salt. Don't hold back. And pepper. Because this particular flavoring is the first thing that you will interact once you start tasting the steak. So, turn the steak on the other side. We do the same exact thing. Here we go. And there, once again, with a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper. The pan, I have a grill pan. You can do this on the barbecue at home. I believe that barbecue steaks are the best steaks, but if it's in winter time and it's snowing outside, if it's winter time and it's raining outside, barbecuing might not be an option that you have open. If you're using grill pans at home, learn how to use the grill pans. You always want to put another pan on top of the pan that you're about to use so that the heat is properly contained within the two pans and it gets to the temperature you want right away. So here it is. I'm going to move this aside and here we go with our steak. Now, we are ready to flip it. There you are. I like to cook the steak until it's medium rare. That's my preference when it comes to a New York steak, but you can have it done whichever way you want. The steak is looking absolutely fantastic, and I cannot wait to dive right into it. So let's see. The sauce is ready. The steak is gonna cook for a little while longer. And how about that? I'm gonna show you exactly how to plate it and how to do a little bit of trick with the olives that we use for decoration. This, you're going to like. The steak, after you cook it to whatever doneness you like, you have to let it rest. 5 minutes. What happens, all the juices inside the steak will redistribute themselves, and by the time you get to it, after 5 minutes, it will be so much more tender. You will thank me for this. You have to be patient. Trust me when I tell you, in all the fine restaurants, that's exactly what they do. They never take it off the grill, boom, and put it right on your plate. The steak is too tough at that point. So let's move this aside for just a second. I've let it rest for a moment. I want to show you something that is actually fun. It is not essential to the recipe, but it is fun for the making of the recipe. A nice, sharp paring knife. These are pimento olives that you find just about anywhere at your local supermarket. Choose whatever brand you like. This is what I like to do. The first cut is a sacrificial cut. Then, as thin as you can possibly go, make this little tiny round, just like this. This is just for decoration. It's not going to add any extra flavor to it, but it's one of those things that's going to make the decoration of the steak absolutely delightful. The one thing that I want to show you is how to handle this part. If you're cooking for a large crowd, if you find yourself in the making of a party where you want to have all these dishes looking exactly perfect, one of the things that I find is it's helpful when you actually cut all these ahead of time. Preparation, preparation. Think in certain way, what I always say to my friends is think backward. What you're going to be doing. Now you got the food, it's ready to go, and you want to decorate something. If you spend too much time decorating the plate, by the time the plate comes out, the food is going to be cold. So here's what we're going to do. We cut everything, we put it on the plate. We already have a plate here ready to go for the plating of our steak. This is the plate that I chose. I'm going to place it right here. Roasted carrots, takes nothing to do those. You peel the carrots, put it in the oven, you roast them. That's it, salt and pepper. And then spinach, saute spinach. You know how easy that is. The one thing that we want to do is to place the steak. How do we place the steak? You can place it any which way you want to. One of the things that I like to do is to place it almost on top of the ingredients to give it some height. It makes it fun. Here is the part that I love the most. This is a sauce. We have strained the sauce, and then we reduce the sauce a little bit more. And just add a little dollop of softened butter to give it a sheen. So here we go with the sauce. Look at this. Mamma mia. This is the part of dinner that I love the most, just presenting the sauce. Guarda che bellezza. Te lo devo dire, guarda. Infatti adesso I'm going to taste the sauce. The perfect consistency. And then, just like a little boy playing with little toy soldiers, here we go with the little slices of... I know, I'm ridiculous, but I love this. So, here it is. New York steak with a vodka martini sauce. And there it is. Well, you might not know this about this gentleman, but he is an economist by trade. However, he's also known as one of the most reputable authorities when it comes down to pears and apples. So I will be asking some information as to how do you know when this pear is actually ready to be picked? Because you're telling me that the pear has to be picked green and then
ripens in the house.
Okay.
Anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks afterwards.
Well, you also were very specific about the technique, as you were trying to teach me before, and I would like for my viewers to also learn when you were explaining to me. Show me exactly, step by step, how they should do it when they do this at home.
You don't do this for apples, but for pears, what you want to do is you want to find out when the stem is ready to be broken off. And the way you do that is you basically take all the weight off, turning it about 90 degrees, and then giving it a twist. And if it's ready, it comes right off, it'll break. If it's not, it needs a few days.
Well, that's one of the most important things that people really don't realize, and this was a huge mistake that I've always made. I assumed that the pears had to actually completely be ripe on the branch, and then, like tomatoes, put into the cart and brought to market. This is something different, but I noticed that you personally chose pears as the way to go. Is it very difficult to grow pears?
Pears are actually pretty easy to grow. They want to grow vertically very fast.
So the growth and the satisfaction that somebody would get from growing them, it's actually quite rewarding.
Actually quicker than apples.
Well, I thank you for this wonderful basket that you gave me. I'm going to take this home because I got a few recipes that I want to put together. It was an absolute delight meeting you, and thank you for the lesson. I will keep it in mind once I plant my own trees. Arrivederci. Grazie.
Thank you.
And this pear is absolutely fantastic. I'm telling you, this dessert, pear with marsala sauce, you are going to love it. Basically what it is, we are braising the pears in marsala. Marsala is a Sicilian wine, fortified wine, tastes a lot like port, but it's better. Why? It's from Sicily. Pears, we peel the pear, we have cut the bottom of the pear, very simple. Now we need to core the pear. In order to core the pear, you need to have this instrument. It's something medieval looking, but it does do the job. Now, let's go at it. I want to show you how to do it. First, whoa, this pear has a mind of its own, right here. On the inside, as we go, you need to be very careful, because if you're not, this little sucker will pop all the way to the other side. You want to bring it as far as you can. How do you know when to stop? Right around here is when you feel that the metal is coming, right where my thumb is at. And I can feel that it's pretty close to it. I want to take a chance and I say, that's it. All right, finally it's coming out the way we want to. And you put it back up. This is what I love about this instrument, just in case. You slide it right out and you get rid of it. This we don't need, we're not gonna eat it. In the pan, we place the pear. Once you place the pear in the pan, it becomes a very difficult recipe from here. One of those recipes that requires at least a master degree in college. Are you kidding me? It's such a simple thing. Marsala wine, plenty of it. There you are. And then all that you need is just a touch of sugar. just a touch. No, you need a lot of sugar. Why do you need a lot of sugar? It's very important. What the sugar does together with the marsala, as they're cooking together, it creates a syrupy sauce. The syrupy sauce in which we are braising the pears is really at the core of this wonderful thing. The marsala has a big rotund body. If you don't like marsala, you can go with port. But what I propose is marsala because, in my opinion, it brings out a dimension that port does not have. Now, bring this to a boil. Once it reaches a boil, you want to lower down the heat, and then every 5 minutes, you want to go through the process of doing this. You need to braise the pear. And what happens as the marsala reduces, it becomes thicker and thicker and thicker. As the sugar engages with the marsala, it gives it the thickness that it's absolutely spectacular. And what will happen is that the pear will move from this color to a deeper, richer color. The time that you want to cook it for is if you want a firm tasting pear, meaning something that has a bite to it, that cuts and has a chew to it, so to speak, al dente, if I want to use an Italian word, you are between 25-30 minutes. If you want a super soft, go between 40 to 50 minutes. But remember, you want to do this with a simmer, and you want to be doing this every 5 minutes. Now, what does it look like? Because I'm talking...
It was a tragedy. A hydring device like that, Little Miss Cupcake never stood a chance. Until Energizer Ultimate Lithium. Their longest-lasting AA battery, including recycled materials. Problem solved.
People will put you into boxes in life.
True inclusivity is feeling understood. Sport is such a powerful force of bringing people together.
But is it inclusive? No.
Run to the Future is such an amazing idea. A fully, truly inclusive race. It's almost like ripping up sport and starting again.
Gaming and caning the broadband? Wi-Fi 7 on EE makes every device work better, even yours. Upgrade to Wi-Fi 7 and we'll sort a switch for you.
This is you on your first day as a teacher. This is a class you'll inspire. This is a lesson you'll learn from her. And then...
And this is a day we forget!
These are all the lives you'll shape. This is the one you'll shape the most. Search Get Into Teaching.
Add to it a little bit of chopped chocolate. And let me tell you, it will take this to a whole nother level. We're going to stick with the pistachio nuts. Pistacchio di Bronte is a brand of pistachios from Sicily, which is out of this world. One of these things that people go crazy over it. So let's see. Oh yeah, we're done. This thing is finished. It's already, the condiment is being executed masterfully, if I can use my own dictionary and language in this process. So we have the sweetened ricotta. The pears are finished cooking. Let me show you how to plate it, because this is a spectacle you don't want to miss. I've taken the pears out of the sauce. I've reduced the sauce a little bit more to get it nice and viscous and thick. Let me show you the thickness of it because it's splendid. This is what you're looking for when you make it at home. Splendid indeed. Now, let's go and put it over the pear because this is a money shot, as I like to call it. Look at this. This to me is fabulous. By the way, in some parts of Sicily, what they do, they thicken this up with chocolate. Dark chocolate, that would be. So the sauce is very rich. Do take it serious. The last bit that I do is adding the little bit of the sweetened ricotta that we've done before with the pistachio. Nice and sweet. And here we put it right next to the ricotta, right next to the pear. The pistachio nuts make a wonderful contrast as you bite into the flesh of the pear. And a little bit of mint, just because you really don't need to have it there, but is the wonderful combination of colors, flavor, spices. There are some elements in just about anybody's culture that remind you of your past, especially for us immigrants going to another country. Some of these things bring you back. Marsala is one of them, the mint is another one of them. So here we are with pears braised in a marsala sauce. It is absolutely fabulous. It's very easy to make, and I'm convinced that quite surely soon this will become your favorite dessert. And there it is. Thank you for joining me once again. It's been an absolute delight to share with you a couple of my favorite recipes. We've done New York steak, with a vodka martini sauce and then pairs with a marsala sauce and a little bit of sweetened ricotta as well. But before I let you go, I have to share with you a secret which I had to extract from my wife, and how to make the perfect martini. Two things you need to know. When I drink cocktails, the only cocktail I drink is a martini. And my martini is only made with vodka. However, I have gone all over the world, New York, Rome, Paris. I've had martini in some of the best bars that they exist, but no one makes it as good as my wife, Nancy. Now, the thing that's really funny is that Nancy cannot stand the taste of a martini, and yet she has the ability of making it the very best. So I say, honey, you got to give me the secret on how to do it because I want to share it with my viewers. And she gave it to me, and she gave me specific orders on how to follow the recipe attentively. First and foremost, you start with ice. Why? I have no idea. One of the things I've learned, I do not argue with my wife. So there it goes, the ice in. Then we put 3 shots of your favorite vodka. Whatever it is that you like, you put it in. So 1, 2, 3. Away goes the vodka. Then 2 scant teaspoons of vermouth. There you go with the vermouth. Inside a glass, we have a pimento olive, and then it comes the best part. This is the shaking of the martini. Shake, 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 shake. My hands are hurting. One of the things that she told me to do is to actually use a towel to do this. You have no idea how cold the stainless steel thing gets. But anyway, here we go for the pouring of the martini, and watch what happens next. This to me is pure gold. It comes down, and immediately I know that just a couple of sips and the day is going to turn for the better. I can see my cat Luigi jumping on my lap. I can see Luca jumping as well. I find myself caressing them both. I listen to the music in the background. I look at my wife. I know I'm home. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care how rich you are. But some of the best moments in life are the moments that you spend with the people you love the most. So my name is Stellino, Nick Stellino. I might not be an action star, but this is my favorite drink, a vodka martini. From my heart to your kitchen, arrivederci e grazie. Salute. She still makes it better. Some people like gin. I like vodka. Why? Well, gin is made from vodka. It's a second distillation that takes flavor, some flavoring that's added to it. Vodka, in its purest form, is 95% pure. It could be made from potato, wheat, grains, even fruit for that matter. As a matter of fact, different ingredients give to the vodka a completely different flavor. I would suggest that next time you stop at your favorite liquor store, try different vodkas to get a clear sense of the flavor profile that you like. As for you martini drinkers, you can go with gin, but if you're anything like me, vodka is the only way. Welcome, I am Nick Stellino. Today we have a couple of wonderful recipes for you. As a matter of fact, we will make shrimp with garbanzo, arugula, and sun-dried tomatoes in a Chardonnay sauce. And then, oh, it's not finished. Then we're gonna do roasted shrimp with watermelon and goat cheese salad. Please, join me in the kitchen. Deborah, I will take a pound of the shrimp that you showed me.
I'll get that for you, Nick.
Thank you, appreciate it. Shrimp, I love shrimp. Shrimp is mysterious. As a matter of fact, more often than not, people make a mistake between shrimp and prawn. They're not the same thing, they're completely different. The reason why sometimes shrimps are called prawns is because the colossal shrimp, I love that name, who came up with it? Must have been a great marketer. Colossal shrimp is referred to any type of shrimp that's large enough. There's only about 10 to 11 of them maximum in a count of a pound. Colossal shrimp sometimes is referred to as a prawn, but they are not prawns. They are colossal shrimp. Thinking about this, there is colossal shrimp, there is jumbo shrimp, there is extra large shrimp, there is large shrimp, and so forth and so on. Grazie bella. Now, depending on the recipes that you make, you have to choose the shrimp that you want. For the grilling myself, I like to go either with colossal or jumbo because they respond to the heat a lot better and they're full of juices. And also keep this in mind. There's a difference between shrimps that are grown in cold waters and shrimps that are grown in warm water. The cold water shrimp is much, much smaller because they have to resist the incredible coldness of the water, but they are juicier because of the little bit of extra fat that they have in responding to the change of temperature. Warm water shrimp tend to be bigger and they're a little bit more leaner. Remember, shrimp is something that you need to cook with care because it goes from cooked to overcooked quite quickly. I have in mind an idea of something special I want to make for you. I'm going to show you to use these extra large shrimps and put them together into a recipe that will become from now on one of your favorite ones. So come with me to the kitchen. I'll show you how. Shrimp with garbanzo beans, arugula, and sun-dried tomatoes. What a sauté this is. It's wonderful. By the way, not only that, it will make a Chardonnay sauce. You will love the way in which we make this because it's completely full of flavor and a different way to approach it. Something that involves, I'm not telling you the secret. You're going to have to watch. You ready? Let's go at it. Now, usual situation, we want to start out and build the sauce element by element, bringing it to where ultimately will give us the greatest yield of flavor. The beginning always remains fairly simple, remains the same. And you have to remember that when we discuss onions, celery, and carrots, they are present in just about every sauce making technique that exists. This in Italian is called il soffritto, also known as il triumvirato. The meaning of triumvirato means the three famous ones. As Italians, we get to over-romanticize everything. But no matter what type of sauce you make, these flavors bring in the, how can I say, the established building block upon which all of the various layers are built upon. How you treat them is extremely important. I see many times that people start out the pan with very hot heat. Very hot heat tends to scorch the veggies. And in my opinion, if you darken them at the very beginning of the sauce, you turn the sauce to a side, which I don't find to be as appealing as it should be. The reason why I always start this on very low heat and bring it to temperature as we go about is because I want 3 to 4 minutes of individual heating in the pan with these ingredients to get for us what we want to have. Once these basically get to a nice softened state, and will be in 3 or 4 minutes, then you start adding the other ingredients. What are the other ingredients that you want to add? Red pepper flakes. The reason why I love red pepper flakes, first and foremost, is because they allow you to control the heat of what it is that you want to do. But there is one ingredient that you have to see that is fantastic. Pancetta. What is pancetta? Pancetta is first and foremost pork belly. Us Italians use this pork belly as one of the building blocks of everything that we make, mostly used for pasta sauces. But I find that the mixing of pork meat with shrimp as a dynamic where almost the yin and yang of things that come in together. Pancetta, when you go to the store, basically looks like something like this. Basically, this, as you can see it, is the belly of the pork that has been rounded and is being tied up and it's been let to cure for quite a bit of time. What we've done with this, we have taken a couple of slices and we've chopped them very fine. Very important for you to realize, if you don't have access to pancetta, because more often than not is only available in Italian deli, the one thing that you want to do is you can basically use bacon, any kind of bacon, even maple glazed bacon if that's the flavor that you like. As you can see, our ingredients are starting to get nice and hot. Here's the moment in which we add the pancetta. Why do we add the pancetta? The fat of the pork, the presence, the flavor of the pancetta itself is right now building this block that gives this sauce a stance that ultimately will be mulled over by the other ingredients which are not secretive. Here is garlic, cut nice and thick. In the sauces, I don't like to add chopped garlic, especially if I'm going to cook it for a long period of time. I want the garlic itself to continue to cook without turning the sauce one way or the other. There is nothing more dangerous, nothing more difficult, nothing more disappointing when the garlic is used and unfortunately for us burns and it takes the sauce to a direction where we should not have gone. The next addition is an addition of wine. I, in this particular case, love the addition of Chardonnay wine. You can go with any wine you want, even Sauvignon Blanc. But whatever it is, I propose that you use a wine which is dry in character, so maybe nice and buttery with a round body. And this will do it for us. So a little bit. We want now to crank up the heat. You want to let this wine evaporate. When you make this at home, allow for this wine to just reduce by at least half of the amount that you've added. The next addition that we're going to make once the wine has evaporated is chicken stock. I always like chicken stock as my go-to stock. The reason why is because of all the various stocks that you can have access to, it is the most gentle one. Does not have a flavor that completely overtakes the flavoring of the sauce. Bring this to a boil. Once it reaches a boil, reduce it down to a simmer and let it simmer for, I would say, a good 45 minutes. And then we'll strain it. Once we strain it, we go from the looking of this to this other look right over here, and you can see how the sauce is now reduced, it's completely strained, and we'll finish it later on in the plating portion. One ingredient which is extremely important is what I'm holding right here in my hand. This is a bay leaf. Fresh bay leaf, if you have an access to it, make even a better sauce. Dry bay leaf is great. This is what you'll find at a regular supermarket. Add it into the sauce. As the sauce is simmering, it will open up, expand into another flavor. Let's deal with the shrimps. These guys are fantastic. By the way, somebody should write me. How do you go with the plural shrimp? Shrimp or shrimps? I have no idea. Lived in this country for so long, I still make up my own words as I go along. Here we go. A little bit of paprika. I like what paprika does in terms of coloring the fish. Onion powder. Oh, yes. And a little bit of garlic powder as well. And then wildly, the next thing that we're going to do is put a little bit of salt. What I like to use is sea salt. People say, Nick, why are you so favorable towards sea salt? In my opinion, what sea salt does for us, it brings out a flavor that really is not aggressive. Has that ever happened to you, for example, you try some salt and you find that it's so aggressive, almost offensive? Sea salt has a smooth, round finish to it, something that truly brings everything into position. So here we go right now with our shrimp. I'm using extra light olive oil. The reason why I'm using extra light olive oil is because we're going to cook with very high heat. And if you were to use extra virgin olive oil on something that cooks with such high heat, might actually cause for the oil to burn. Now let's take a look and see if the oil is ready. Here we go. We do not want to cook the shrimp all the way through. What we want to do with the shrimp, we simply want to cook it for just a couple of minutes until it changes the color, until the flavorings that we put on it coat the outside of the shrimp. You can see the richness of what this has and how beautiful it is and how it's come into full motion. The shrimp is still raw on the inside, and that's exactly where we want to have it because we want to finish the shrimp in the sauté later on. Now, take the shrimp out of the pan. What I've done here, I have a little bowl with a strainer, just so that the extra oil drips through, but I don't want to toss this oil that's in the pan right now. The reason why I don't want to do that is because this oil has the flavoring of all the spices that we use up to this point, the juices of the shrimp, which have come out during the cooking, and we're going to use this as a continuous base for what we're about to make. So let's put the shrimp aside and let's get involved now with the making of the dish. So first and foremost, we go with a little bit of our onions, nicely chopped. We want this sauté to move quickly. In this case, it's important for the onions to be finely chopped because the finer they are, the quicker they cook. And look at it, they're going just exactly where we want it to go. A little bit more pancetta because I do like to have the chewing experience as I go into the shrimp together with the pancetta, which will have browned nicely at the end of the dish and bringing us a richness, a dynamic, flavoring dynamics, which we're truly seeking. Sun-dried tomatoes. What I'm adding is sun-dried tomatoes, which I've chopped. Let's spend a moment to discuss the sun-dried tomatoes. These sun-dried tomatoes were packed in extra virgin olive oil, so we've taken them out. We had drained the tomatoes. We washed them quite well. Now, nice and soft, and then we chop them up. If you buy sun-dried tomatoes out of a plastic bag, before you can use those tomatoes, don't make me laugh too hard, because once I had one of my friends say, oh, Nick, I buy them in a plastic bag. I take them out. They look like chips. I toss them in there. They work perfect. They don't. It's a problem. If you take them out of the plastic bag, these are truly sun-dried tomatoes, but you have to revive them in hot water. Then you have to let them set in hot water for about 30 minutes or so. Then you can drain and pull them out. Then you can chop them. Then you can add them. But if you have access to sun-dried tomatoes packed in extra virgin olive oil, that is the direction where I want you to go. Garbanzo beans, right out of the can.
So that's what league looks like on an Algiola.
Gives it a glaze that sheens on top of the shrimp, and also if you do it nice and light as we're doing it right now, it makes it sparkle, not just in the eyes, but makes it sparkle overall. The flavor is a softened creaminess to it that brings you exactly to the direction you want to go to. We have our plate here ready, and this is the way I like to do it. Build it right on top of it. This is very country style. Don't stand there and spend too much time on where it goes, where it doesn't go. Make sure that all of the ingredients are present. A little big piece of shrimp right on top, a little bit more of the ingredients around it. Let it sing. This is something that has to sing for you. And then we go with the sauce. The sauce, what we've done with the sauce, remember we have strained the sauce once the sauce comes to the right consistency, and we reduce it a little bit more. If you find that the sauce needs even more thickening, be patient. Always finish the sauce first before you start with your presentation. So here we have shrimp, garbanzo beans, a little bit of sun-dried tomatoes, arugula, and a Chardonnay sauce. Signori e signori, ecco a voi il mio capolavoro. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is for you, my personal masterpiece. But then again, would you expect anything less? Shrimp, I love everything about shrimp. The most important thing about shrimp is not just the flesh itself, is the shell. As a matter of fact, if I can give you a big word of advice, is when you shop for shrimp the next time that you do, make sure that you save the shells. What I like to do is to put them inside a plastic bag, put them in the freezer, and when I have enough, I make my own shrimp stock. You will love me for that alone. The other thing is how to handle shrimp, how to cook it. Depending on the size, the timing of the cooking varies, but the best way to go at it is with high heat, blasting it for a short period of time. To really bring out the flavor into the shrimp before you cook it is to brush it with a little bit of oil and then spice it up with your own favorite flavor mix of spices. Sugar, salt, pepper, yes, sugar works wonders. Paprika, onion powder, garlic powder, so that when you finally cook it into the oven or under the broiler, immediately all this flavoring become almost a crust-like. On top of it, many times you find yourself in need of small shrimp, but they're not available, and all that you can get is colossal shrimp. If that is the case, do not despair. Simply treat the shrimp as I told you, take the shell out, cut it in small pieces, and do whatever you need to do. Life is made of improvisation. It makes life a lot easier. Roasted shrimp with watermelon and goat cheese salad. Interesting story on how I came up with this recipe, and I'll share it with you in just a moment. But first, let's get cooking. Behind me, the oven is preheated at 500 degrees. Now, let's flavor the shrimp. The flavoring of the shrimp is, I would say, an Ixtellino signature. I'm starting with onion powder. By the way, this type of onion powder is not the powdery one, is the granulated one. In this particular case, if you can, I'm adding now garlic powder. If you can find this, is much better. The reason why I like it so much more is because once this shrimp roasts in the oven, assaulted by the 500 degrees heat, one of the things that you'll come to love is that you find these little bits of flavoring given to you by these granulated forms of the spices almost to explode outward. Just imagine this as the shrimp is cooking, roasting inside the oven. The juices of the shrimp are coming out. They are embracing these tiny bit granules, and as they do that, they are completely amalgamated into what I refer something that would ultimately lead you into culinary submission. By the way, the last bit of red that you saw added to it, there was paprika. Since we are roasting in the oven with a very high heat, we have to be careful about the kind of oil that we place in our pan. I prefer a non-stick pan so that nothing sticks. In this case, what I'm using is extra light olive oil. Extra light olive oil has the ability to take very high heat, very high smoking point, without burning. Very important for you to remember this. Extra virgin olive oil, when cooking with such high heat, might give us a problem in smoking inside the oven. Also, what I want you to do, be a bit organized in making sure that the shrimp is not standing on top of each other. I want them to touch the bottom of the pan so that they cook evenly inside the oven. Now, let's take a look at the watermelon. This watermelon is a beauty. Big slice, about 2 inches. Take a look at this. I mean, you can see how thick it is. How do we get our watermelon to look like tomato? Yeah, this was the idea that I got. I was thinking, look at the tomato salad, you know, the tomato and mozzarella salad that everybody does. Why couldn't I do it with watermelon? And then I thought, what are the ingredients could I put? I opened up the refrigerator, there it was, the goat cheese. And this is really how I was led on to it. What we have in here in my hand is a cookie cutter. Now I'm gonna use this cookie cutter to cut the shape that I want out of the watermelon. Watch how I do it. Very simple. You go straight into it and you cut it all the way through. Separate this away. Now, how do we get this piece out? You can do it with your bare hands, but I find that it's much safer by using an instrument like this wooden spoon and moving it, pushing down with a spoon and moving this up. You see? Very safe, very simple. But we're not done yet. We have to continue with what we need to do, and that is we need to cut it in rounds. Let me show you how to do it. Very simple. Very sharp knife. I'd say about 1/4 inch is what you want to go, and with 1/4 inch you go attentively all the way through. You can make it as thick as you want to. But remember, you don't want to make it so super thick. You want to make it so that it's easy to cut through, easy to glide, and ultimately to create the towers that we want to do. Now, let's lay them all out here because I want to show you how I came up with another idea. Goat cheese. Goat cheese, it's a fantastic cheese. I love it. Creamy, has a nice saltiness to it. It has a presence that really enhances the flavor of everything, but very, very soft. So, what do you do with goat cheese? How do you use it in the context of this recipe in a way that's easy to go through and even assemble, especially if you're making it for a large number of people? We're taking the goat cheese out of the plastic wrapping, and usually the goat cheese that you find in your local supermarket is shaped to look like a log. It's been taken out, we place it on a plate like this, and before we cut it, we put it into the freezer, not to freeze it, but to chill it to a heart-like condition. Then it's a lot easier for us to cut the rounds. Now watch, because it's another little trick that you're going to love. You see these rounds right here? These are the rounds that I have laid out. And if you see the visual where I'm going with this, you'll understand what the next step is. Right next to the rounds, I am placing now the rounds of the watermelon. If you don't know that this is watermelon, by the way, the first time I published it in a post that I did, people thought that it was tomato. Here we have a smaller cookie cutter. You say, why? This cookie cutter almost matches the same roundness of the goat cheese, and you'll see how lovely this is. So what I do is I choose the best slices of the watermelon that I have, and I basically cut it into smaller rounds again. Watch this here as well. What you notice is that at this point it's so thin that just by pulling it away with my finger I can do it. You want to have a total of 3. That's all that you need. You don't need any more than that. No, I don't like this slice. I like this one instead. So here you go. And it comes out. We have here all the elements for the making of our salad. We have 2 slices of the goat cheese, 3 slices of the watermelon. The last thing that we need to do is we need to put this shrimp into the oven. Preheated at 500 degrees, we're gonna let it cook for about 4 minutes on one side. We're gonna turn it on the other side, give it another 3 minutes at most, and then bring it right out. And I'm gonna show you exactly how to plate this wonderful salad. Still hot. Got this out of the oven, still sizzling. Here where we have a little addition that you're going to love. If you do this in Italy, they kill you. I mean it. They absolutely kill you. There is no Italian chef who would ever recognize legally what I'm doing as a good thing. What we're just doing, we're grating some fresh Parmesan cheese on top of the shrimp. Shellfish and Parmesan cheese is illegal in Italy. However, we're not in Italy. I love it, and this is how I roll. So the next thing that we do, we're gonna put this on the side, and the Parmesan cheese will create a nice, wonderful glaze on top of the shrimp. Let's assemble the salad. We have our ingredient. First and foremost, right here, we have our watermelon. So I put a piece of watermelon down. Bring close to me the goat cheese. Here we go with a little piece of goat cheese. Another piece of watermelon right on top of it. Another piece of goat cheese right on top of it. And lastly, we close it with a piece of watermelon. So here we have our watermelon salad. Looks very much like tomatoes. And you would not be wrong. Here what I have in my hand is some leaves of arugula. What I'm going to do with this arugula is just to bathe a tiny couple of drops of extra virgin olive oil, and I'll show you what I mean. Just no more than, there you are, that's enough. Too much almost. So I'm going to do this with the arugula light. I'm going to place it right on over here. Watch this, this is important. I have balsamic vinegar in here, dark balsamic vinegar. I'm going to place it in here just because I want to use it, and I will show you exactly what I want to do, and I want to have the dexterity and the ability of mixing it together. Now, before we get going with anything else, we choose a little shrimp, we place it right on top of it. Just because I'm all Mr. Fancy Schmancy, I put a couple of the arugula leaves on top because it gives me such pleasure. A little piece of shrimp on top of that too, let's make it two. And we decorate the whole thing with a bit of extra virgin olive oil that goes all the way around, just like this, and use the best quality extra virgin olive oil that you can. And then, do you remember the vinegar that I told you before? Here it goes. I want to do just a couple of drops in there. You don't need any more of this flavoring because this by itself is fantastic. Signori and signori, roasted shrimp with watermelon and goat cheese salad. I love this. And there it is. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the recipes that we made together. Shrimp with garbanzo beans, arugula, sun-dried tomatoes, and a Chardonnay sauce. And then this wonderful salad with roasted shrimp, goat cheese, watermelon, and even a little bit of arugula. These are very simple recipes, yet very elegant and very powerful. I hope that you will share it with your family and with your friends. And my wish is that you will turn your home into your favorite restaurant. Until next time, ciao a tutti. I wanted to discover something new about rucola, and I decided to get connected with one of the experts. Ray, how you doing?
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Always a pleasure. I want to share with the viewers something unique about rucola. Why don't you tell me, what are these two different types of rucola that you're growing?
This is arugula roquette.
Roquette, like a rocket.
Like a rocket.
Yeah.
It's a baby variety. We eat it original. This is arugula selvatica, which is a wild variety.
Selvatica. This I had done before. This is very spicy, very peppery.
Very spicy, very peppery. This is too, but it's softer pepper.
Now, you have a 10 by 4 bed in here. I see that you got several others. How difficult is it to actually manage?
It's very easy.
Very easy. You let that go to flower, I see.
Yes, I let this go to flower. This just seeds itself across the garden and comes up wild.
And this one instead? The
this
roquette?
one I sow seed.
One of the things I want to share with you is that if you have the opportunity, if you have the right site and the exposure to the sun, you should start some of this gardening. This is very easy to grow. It tastes fantastic, and in no time at all, you can develop the passion that this man has. Thank you so much. I'm taking some of this home now. I want some of that. I want some of that. Ciao, I am Nick Stellino. Today we'll make a couple of wonderful dishes. We will start with veal chops with pork and gorgonzola sauce, and then ricotta cheesecake with coffee and chocolate. Please, join me in the kitchen. Spicy, just right. When you want real cheese, you got to come to a real cheese shop, and this is what I'm doing today. I'm here with my good friend Sherry Levine. Hey Sherry, how you doing? Hey, Nick, nice to see you. I called in, I wanted some gorgonzola. Oh, brava. Gorgonzola. The name alone is difficult, not for me, it's my native language, but try to say that fast, 10 times. Gorgonzola, gorgonzola, gorgonzola. You will not be able to do it. But what is gorgonzola? Gorgonzola is a type of Italian blue cheese. Gorgonzola is also a town north of Milano. And it is in that town that gorgonzola was generated. The history of how this cheese came about, the invention of this cheese, is quite unique. You see, all the ranchers that used to take the cows up in the hills, especially in summertime, to go to greener pastures, on the way down, they would stop on the way to Milano, to Gorgonzola, which was a very famous trading center. In that place, after not seeing their families, their friends for quite a few months, They were ready to party. Wine was the party of choice at the time. Most of the osteria, those are local spots where the wine was available for everybody, would accept, for those that did not have any cash, payment in cheese. And so much were the quantities of cheeses available that they would put them into the wine cave. And they discovered that after 3, 4, 5 months, the cheese started to develop this little bit of mold. The mold is truly what brings the flavor of the gorgonzola. It is soft, it is sweet, and it gives it a certain piquancy that is not met by any other type of cheese. Gorgonzola, in my opinion, is the definitive style of making blue cheese. Spectacularly good, great. I am so enthralled by looking at this particular gorgonzola that I'm gonna take this piece home and I'm gonna do something special with it. Hey, Sherry, do me a favor, wrap this up. I'll buy the whole thing.
Got it.
Grazie, bella. Gorgonzola. Isn't this a fantastic piece of cheese? The name alone, Gorgonzola. If you can say that, you can learn Italian in 2 easy lessons. Well, what we have today for you is a wonderful recipe that I make with veal chop, one of my favorite meats. By the way, this recipe you can use it both with veal, you can do it with pork, you can do it with chicken. If you do it with chicken, I would propose you use thighs instead of breast. They respond a lot better to this type of marinating and to the side of sauce, so you can make your own substitutions. Let's talk about the veal chop. Now, we've done something unique to the veal chop. Look how beautiful this veal chop is. First and foremost, we have Frenched the veal chop. What does it mean, Frenching? You can see the bone, how naked it is. It's being completely clean. The butcher will do this for you, by the way. You don't need to worry about how to do it at home, but you want to get it this nice and clean. Do keep the trimmings. The trimmings, the part of the meat and gristle that comes off the bone, is something that we want to use for the making of the sauce. That is very important. As well as that, the other thing that I want you to realize is that we have tied this veal chop. Why do we tie the veal chop? We compress it. You see, this little bit of rope that we put around it, well, more like a string actually, makes it compact. It shapes it into a nice round. And then when you cook it, it keeps that shapes. Cooks more evenly, but it's also much prettier to see it that way. Of course, cut off the excess of the string so that you don't need to deal with that afterwards. The marinade. Why the marinade? People say the veal chop is fantastic tasting. What do you want to put marinade? You're right, it's fantastic all by itself. But the marinade gives it an extra dimension. And this marinade, I created it by a lot of different tries. And you will see how simple it is to make and how interesting it is. Since we do have port in the sauce, one of the
Another night on the town.
Nice of you to turn up.
This one's always fun.
Best to stay nice and quiet, but keep your wits about you. You never know what's around the corner. Because like I say, it's every thief themselves.
Want a beard that's clean and smells great, without washing it with hand soap?
Use the King C Gillette Beard Wash and avoid your beard
smelling like your day.
Wash the day out of your beard with the King C Gillette Beard Wash.
Style like a king.
Sit in the refrigerator overnight. During that process, I would propose that every few hours you turn it so that it equally imbues the flavor from one side to the next. These flavors will be something that will jump at you when we grill it later on, and when you finally taste into it, it's not just the flavor of the meat that you get, but the salt together with the sugar, with the pepper, and the hot sauce is going to give you an expansion of flavors as you've never seen before. And it's going to be a fantastic surprise. Marinating the meat, the chicken, the pork, truly brings out a fabulous combination of flavors. And talking about combination of flavors, let me build for you this port sauce. Port sauce, in my opinion, is one of the simplest yet one of the most complex sauces because of the flavors it's able to accept. We start always with a little bit of chopped onions. The onions are going to give us our base. While the onions are nicely sauteing, what I want to add is fresh rosemary leaves. People say, but why adding the rosemary leaves now? Remember, this is a sauce that ultimately we're going to strain. The most important reason why we add in the rosemary at this point is so that the rosemary, as it fries together with the onions, as it combines its flavor to the onions, is already creating a structure, a base, a foundation. To this foundation, we keep adding. And the things that I like to do, first and foremost, is to add our veal trimmings. You remember I told you, keep the trimmings that you've had after you clean the veal chop? These are fantastic because not only they're going to cook, but we're not going to eat those. What they're going to do, they're going to release into the sauce the base, the flavor, the structure, so that when you finally have the veal sauce that will accompany this with the stock and with the pork, the veal presence will be in it all the way through. Together with that, to even give it much more of an expansion, I add another meat, bacon. Trust me, I don't know what it is with me, but I love bacon. Maybe it's because I'm Italian and we adore pancetta, but bacon is splendid. You can use pancetta in this particular case if you can find it. If you don't find it, basic bacon will do. And you will be totally surprised as ultimately you will see how much further this flavoring, this base, this context of building this sauce, what it creates for you. You have to have a visual of where this thing is going to take you. We go then with a little bit
Fell down and I got right back up, but I need that spark to get psyched back up in order for me to pick the mic back up. I don't know how or why or when I ended up in this position I'm in. I'm starting to feel distant again, so I decided just to pick this pen.